Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the center of the forest, which was the bottom of the legendary sacred tree. Looking at the huge tree in front of him, Jayan said with a serious look, "I heard that the silver suit is placed on the top of this sacred tree. As long as you get it, you can defeat the demon spirit emperor." However, no one has successfully reached the top of the tree since ancient times. Although Jayan came here with full confidence, he still felt a little timid when he saw the big tree. "Is this the legendary sacred tree? I didn't expect it to look so spectacular up close," Shizuka exclaimed as she looked at the towering tree in front of her. She didn't feel that way when she looked at it from a distance before, but it was indeed spectacular when she looked at it up close. "It's really spectacular, but it should be difficult for us to get up here, right? Judging from the height, we may not be able to reach the top even if we climb for 3 days and 3 nights. Nabida touched the trunk of the sacred tree and exclaimed. It was the first time he saw such a big tree. You know, a normal tree cannot reach this height even if it grows for 1,000 years. Even the legendary 1,000-year-old ancient trees are far inferior to this. Perhaps it is because there are magical elements in this world that even the trees have become enchanting." Standing under the tree, Nabida and the others could easily see that the sacred tree was reaching a height that no one had ever reached, and there was an extremely dazzling light. The reason why even the king believed in this legend was because the light on the sacred tree had never disappeared over the years. "What a tall tree! Can we really climb to the top?" Sunio stared blankly at the towering tree in front of him. Although he wanted to get the silver suit, the tree was just too tall. "HMPH, you're a noble, but you're backing down now?" Shizuka frowned when she heard Sunio's words. She felt that Sunio was really bringing shame to the nobles. Sunio's face turned red after hearing what Shizuka said. He shouted to Shizuka, "I won't back down. I'm going to climb up now, just wait and see. The silver suit will definitely belong to me, Sunio." After saying that, Sunio rushed towards the sacred tree and began to climb up. Seeing this, Jayan hurriedly followed him. How could he lose to his own defeated opponent? That would be too shameful. "Shizuka, I'll go too, don't worry, I will be the final winner." Nabida looked at Shizuka with a firm gaze and assured her. After that, he followed Sunio and Jayan's footsteps and started climbing the tree. "Nabida, keep going." Shizuka waved and shouted loudly as she watched Nabida start to work hard. She thought that if Nabida got the silver suit, the Amuriwa kingdom would be saved and she wouldn't have to marry a stranger. Thinking of this, Shizuka's face turned red. She looked at Nabida, who was trying to climb up shyly, and said to herself, "You must do your best, Nabida, I'll wait for you. Marry me." "Tisk, the silver swordsman should be someone as strong as me, you guys better give up." Jayan, who was climbing in the front, shouted proudly while looking at Sunio and Nabida below. Looking at Nabida and Sunio with skinny arms and legs, as long as he holds on, he will definitely be the final winner. However, several people obviously forgot one thing, that is, they did not bring any dry food or water. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have to give up halfway. After finally climbing more than 10 meters, Nabida also realized this problem, but now it is a waste of energy to go back to buy dry food. At this time, he remembered his superpowers. Looking at the big tree with thick branches every 10 or 20 meters, Nabida wondered if he could use teleportation and use those branches as fulcrums, so that he could reach the top of the tree quickly. Nabida did what he said. He began to use his mental power to sense a branch above Jayan. Then, with a thought, Nabida came to the branch, which surprised Jayan, who had just climbed here. "What did you use? Why did you suddenly come here?" "Numbers, no way." Sunio raised his head with great effort to look at Nabida, who suddenly appeared next to Jayan. He still couldn't understand why Nabida, who was clearly at the back, suddenly ran ahead of him and even surpassed the barbarian Jayan. "Nabida, come on." Compared to the two people who were in disbelief, Shizuka was very happy. At this time, she also remembered that Nabida also knew magic. For Nabida, climbing to the top of the tree was too easy. Sunio and Jayan were destined to lose to Nabida. "Nabida must be the silver swordsman. Damn it, I won't give in just like that." Jayan said viciously while looking at Nabida, who suddenly ran to the top again, and then he began to climb higher at an accelerated speed. The same was true for Sunio. After going through so much trouble to get here, they didn't want to give up just like that. Doraemon, who saw this scene through the Dream Maker, couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Nabida's hard work in training his superpowers is useful, otherwise it would be difficult for him to climb up the sacred tree with his motor nerves right. Ha, ha. We're finally there. This tree is too high, I'm almost out of energy. If I hadn't been training hard recently, I might not have been able to reach the top. Standing on a branch, Nabida kept gasping for breath. He could no longer see Jayan and Sunio, and all around him were white clouds. After taking a short rest, Nabida looked at the distance of less than 10 meters in front of him and decided to climb up slowly. It would seem insincere to get the silver suit too easily. Although the distance of 10 meters is not very far, it is at high altitude after all, and Nabida still wasted a lot of time to reach the top. Accompanied by a dazzling light, Nabida came to a flat ground with a radius of about 3 meters composed of tree trunks. The silver suit is in this treasure chest, right? There shouldn't be any problem, right? Nabida muttered to herself as she looked at the treasure chest in the middle of the tree trunk that was emitting a soft glow. Nabida vaguely remembered that this box would automatically pop out the silver suit. Thinking of this, Nabida took 2 more steps forward. Suddenly, a voice came from the glowing treasure chest. "Welcome, the first warrior of the Yamaruman kingdom. I present you with a silver suit as a token of encouragement." As soon as he finished speaking, the treasure chest suddenly opened by itself, and a silver sword, a silver cloak, armor, and other things emerged from it. Without saying anything to Nabida, they were put on him directly. Nabida, who was suddenly dressed in the silver suit, instantly felt his almost exhausted mental strength become abundant, and he had a feeling that even the most powerful swordsman was no match for him. But Nabida thought of something and continued to talk to the treasure chest. "Excuse me, except for the silver suit, there is no suit suitable for other swordsmen because the Demon Emperor is too powerful and I need the help of my companions." Nabida asked with a try-it attitude. Originally, he thought the treasure chest would make a sound, but there was nothing. Just as he was about to leave, 2 swords suddenly popped out of the treasure chest. However, these swords were not silver-white. One was bronze and the other was black-silver. They looked much inferior to the silver sword. Because the silver sword was hanging on his waist, Nabida took the 2 swords and prepared to go down. He remembered that in the original plot, Nabida seemed to slide down, but he looked for a long time and couldn't find where the slide was, so he muttered, "How can I go down?" The treasure chest that had been silent just now spoke at this moment. "Don't worry, there is a way back in the box. From today on, you are a silver swordsman." Nabida looked at the box curiously. He was curious whether the answer was set, otherwise he would not have been ignored when he asked if there were other swords. He guessed that these 2 swords were gifts, the kind that would not be given to you if you didn't want them. Nabida shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It would be better to go down early so as not to worry Shizuka. Then Nabida jumped directly into the box and slid down quickly like a slide. Sunio and Jayan had no idea that Nabida had already obtained the silver suit, and they were still climbing up with all their might. However, it was obvious that their movements were getting slower and slower, and they could hardly hold on any longer. "Hey Jayan, I'm almost exhausted." "Do you think that guy has climbed to the top?" Sunio asked hesitantly, looking at the treetops hidden in the clouds. At this moment, he actually wished that Nabida had gotten the suit because he really couldn't climb any further. "HMPH, that guy definitely hasn't gotten it yet." "Look, isn't the light up there still?" Jayan said with some disdain after hearing Sunio's words. However, before he could finish his words, the light that should have been dazzling on the top of the tree suddenly disappeared. Could it be? At this moment, Nabida had already slid out from a tree hole-like exit under the sacred tree. The box with the silver suit on the top of the sacred tree was directly connected to here. Thinking about the slide just now, it was quite exciting, much more interesting than the one played by the kids. It would be even more exciting if she could see outside. "Ah. Nabida, you are so great, you really got the silver suit. From today on you are the silver swordsman." Shizuka looked at Nabida, who slipped out of the tree hole, ran over in surprise and hugged Nabida's arm. Because she was too excited, her little face flushed. Everything seemed to be going as expected. She didn't have to marry anyone else, and Nabida could defeat the Demon Emperor and avenge her father. "Well, of course, I promised you, Shizuka, that I must do what I say," Nabida said with a smile on his face as he looked at Shizuka. However, it must be said that Nabida looked quite handsome in the silver suit. "Hee, Nabida, you're the best," Shizuka said happily, looking at Nabida and smiling. "So what should we do next? Should we go directly to find the demon spirit emperor?" As Shizuka was talking, she suddenly stopped, and then for some reason her face turned pink. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Nobita anymore. Seeing Shizuka like this, Nobita couldn't help but smile, looked at Shizuka lovingly and said, "Let's go directly to find the Demon Emperor. I remember that we have to defeat some evil dragon and use his blood to gain immortality. Oh yes, I almost forgot." Shizuka raised her head after hearing Nobita's words, stuck out her cute little tongue, and said the complete version of the legend is that after obtaining the silver set, if you can kill the evil dragon living in the Dragon Valley, and then bathe in the evil dragon's blood, you can gain immortality. Of course, there were also people who went directly to find the evil dragon, but they all failed and were turned into stone statues. If the evil dragon was so easy to kill, it would have been killed long ago. How could it have lived well for so many years? However, despite this, there are still people who are not afraid of death. In order to obtain the so-called immortal body, there are always a few who are not afraid of death and go to challenge. The result is predictable. They all turned into a stone statue in the Dragon Valley. Damn Nobita, you are not qualified to get the silver suit. If you want to become a silver swordsman, you have to get past me, Jayan. At this moment, seeing that the light on the top of the tree had disappeared, Jayan and Sunio quickly climbed down from the tree. They would not give up so easily. After saying that, Jayan drew his sword and raised it to Nobita. This is an action of challenging one another by swordsmen, and it is the kind that must be accepted, because it concerns the honor of being a swordsman. If you ignore it, you will be looked down upon and people will think you are not worthy of being a swordsman. Although Nobita has obtained the silver suit that symbolizes the silver swordsman, Jayan will not give up so easily. He thinks he is the most suitable person to be the silver swordsman. Of course, if Nobita can defeat him, he will recognize Nobita's identity as the silver swordsman. Nobita looked at Jayan helplessly. He knew that this duel was inevitable. He didn't want to embarrass Jayan. After all, they still had to deal with the Demon Emperor together, but he couldn't refuse Jayan's challenge. He put the bronze and black iron sword in his hand on the ground, then drew out the silver sword and said to Jayan seriously, "Okay, I will explain your challenge." "Okay, then I'll go ahead. I, Jayan, am more suitable to be the silver swordsman." Jayan replied loudly when he saw Nobita raising his sword to fight. Then he rushed towards Nobita with his sword in hand. It seemed that he was ready to kill Nobita with one blow. Sunio on the side looked at Jayan, who was rushing over excitedly. He knew the legend that the silver suit could turn a person into a kendo master. He didn't care who the silver swordsman was now. As long as he could see Jayan getting beaten, he would be very happy. Shizuka was full of confidence. She never thought that Nobita would lose. However, because both parties were fighting, she did not make any sound. She just clenched her little pink fist to cheer for Nobita. Although I don't know why you, Nobita, can climb to the top of the sacred tree so quickly and get the recognition of the silver suit to become a silver swordsman, but I, Jayan, will not give up because of this. Unless you beat me, I will not admit that you are a silver swordsman, Jayan shouted loudly as he rushed towards Nobita. After shouting, Jayan chopped at the silver sword in Nobita's hand without waiting for Nobita to reply. It can be seen that, although Jayan was not satisfied with Nobita getting the silver suit and becoming the legendary silver swordsman, he had no intention of hurting Nobita. He just wanted to use brute force to chop the silver sword in Xing's hand down. In his opinion, even if Nobita got the silver suit, his strength remained the same. He used all his strength to strike, and it would be no problem for him to chop off the sword in Nobita's hand. Sunio was delighted as he watched the sword slashing towards Nobita. No matter what the final result was, he would be very happy as long as someone on both sides got beaten. However, judging from the current situation, Nobita had a better chance of winning. It's going to be a good show. Swordsman to meet the sword that Jayan was chopping at. Nobita didn't need to do anything. He could defeat Jayan simply by relying on the buff of the silver sword. Of course, in the eyes of Nobita, who has learned swordsmanship, Jayan's rash attack that relies solely on brute force can be easily resolved. A sword is different from a knife. A sword is not a weapon that emphasizes the force of chopping. If the enemy is a master of swordsmanship, he can easily break Jayan's attack and take down his weapon. At this time, Nobita's hand also moved. The silver sword in his hand was lightly attached to the sword that Jayan had chopped down with force. Then he gently lifted the tail of the sword. The sword in Jayan's hand was directly picked up by Nobita and flew out, then heavily stuck into the ground. Jayan stared blankly at his sword that was easily knocked away by Nobita. Jayan never thought that he would lose to Nobita so easily. Before he could react what was happening, his sword was directly knocked away by Nobita. As a swordsman, even his weapon was knocked away by his opponent, just like a soldier without a weapon. He could only admit that he lost. I lost. Jayan opened his mouth slightly and said with a somewhat lost expression, although he was reluctant to be his own failure as a man. If he lost, and he had to admit it boldly. You must be kidding. This guy defeated Jayan so easily. Sunio, who had been watching the joke from the side, said in disbelief. He thought Nabida would beat Jayan badly, but who knew that the fight would be resolved in just one go. He wanted to see Jayan in a miserable state. Nabida, you are so awesome, Shizuka said happily as she looked at Nabida waving her fists excitedly. Although she already knew that Nabida could easily defeat Jayan, she was still very happy when it really happened. It's nothing. Actually, Jayan and the others are very powerful too. The silver suit has a lot of credit for this. Nabida touched his head embarrassedly after hearing what Shizuka said. In fact, he just knew what to do. It was the silver sword that actually did the action and automatically fought back. There must have been a factor here that he didn't want to hurt Jayan. Nabida, you don't have to be so modest. Losing is losing. Jayan can afford to lose. Nabida, you are indeed a well-deserved silver swordsman. Jayan looked at Nabida and said in a very manly way. After that, he picked up his luggage and prepared to leave. After all, he was a loser and Jayan was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. At this moment, Jayan felt ashamed when he thought about the nonsense he said to the people around him when he left home. Of course, it was also because he had never experienced any failures since he was a child. After all, they were just a remote small village. Now thinking about the boast he made when he left home, that he would become a silver swordsman and return, Jayan felt that he was too ashamed to go back and see everyone. Congratulations, Nabida, on becoming a silver swordsman. You've brought honor to our nobles. Sunio, who had been watching from the side, also stood up and praised Nabida. As a noble, he could still accept Nabida becoming a silver swordsman. After all, they were all nobles. However, when he thought that Nabida would probably have to slay the evil dragon, defeat the demon spirit emperor, and finally marry the princess of the Amaruman kingdom, and reach the peak of her life, although he had never seen the princess. But when he thought about his shattered dream, Sunio still felt uncomfortable. He thought he might as well go back to being a small noble. At least now he didn't have to worry about the demon spirit emperor's army. Thinking of this, Sunio picked up his bag and prepared to leave. What are you two planning to do? Nabida asked curiously, looking at Jayan and Sunio, who were suddenly carrying their luggage with a depressed look on their faces. Aren't they supposed to go on an adventure together? Why are they leaving just because of a disagreement? Isn't that what the script says? Jayan heard Nabita's doubtful voice, looked back at Nabida with a slightly lonely look and whispered, "Since we have failed, of course we should go back. What else can we do?" Honestly speaking, Jayan has suffered a big blow now. The reason why he came to challenge the sacred tree is that he is not willing to be a small hunter all his life. Otherwise, he would not have come thousands of miles to the sacred tree to fight for the silver suit that symbolizes the silver swordsman. But this is normal. Everyone wants to be the superior person, especially in this era of strict hierarchy. Everyone knows that as long as you become the legendary silver swordsman of the Amaruman kingdom, it means that you have become a superior person and will soar to the sky. I'm the same as Jayan. I have to go back too. I have a lot of things to deal with at home. I was worried that the demon spirit emperor's army would attack us. But since Nabida, you have become a silver swordsman, I don't have to worry about these things. You can be a little noble in peace. Sunio said with regret after hearing Jayan's answer, but he still had to look at Jayan after he finished speaking. It's just that he will have a better life than Jayan if he goes back. Although he is a viscount of the lowest rank, Sunio has not suffered much since childhood, so Sunio does not have any special expectations for becoming a silver swordsman. If he could not marry Princess Jingya played by Shizuka by becoming a silver swordsman, and if he was not under pressure from the demon spirit emperor, Sunio would not have come so far to snatch the silver swordsman. Nabida had no idea what Sunio and Jayan were thinking. He simply thought that everyone should go on an adventure together, so he asked this when he saw Sunio and Jayan preparing to leave with their luggage. Otherwise, he would not have asked the treasure chest for the other swords. Leaving? Why are you leaving? Nabida looked at Jayan and Sunio in surprise. He took back the silver sword, picked up the bronze sword and black iron sword that had just been placed aside, threw them to Jayan and Sunio respectively, and said with a smile, "Why don't you come with me to defeat the demon emperor and fulfill your dreams?" Swordsman Nabida, Jayan and Sunio were very moved when they caught the sword thrown by Nabida. Shizuka looked at Nabida happily without interrupting. She felt that Nabida was so handsome at that moment and she did not choose the wrong person. Thinking of this, her face turned red again. Let us four swordsmen swear an oath in front of the sacred tree. Let us work together to defeat the demon spirit emperor. The three of them picked up the swords in their hands and gathered the sword heads together. Oh, under the sacred tree, three people took an oath while holding swords of different colors. The picture seemed to be frozen at this moment. Under the witness of the sacred tree, the three swordsmen swore an oath, and an extremely cute boy witnessed it. At this time, there seemed to be a ray of light shining on the four people, making the picture unusually harmonious. Nabida, you should get up and go to school. Just when Nabida and the others made their vows, Nabida felt his consciousness suddenly blur. When he regained consciousness, he had returned to the real world, and all he saw was Doraemon's big round blue head. Doraemon, is it dawn yet? Nabida rubbed his eyes and said a little confusedly. He slowly got up but found that he seemed to have a little unfamiliarity with this room. He didn't have this feeling when he traveled through time. Could it be the influence of the cassette? There was a feeling that this was not her room, which made Nabida feel a little weird and puzzling. Nabida suddenly remembered that the world of the three swordsmen of fantasy was a small world, just like the real world. It should be able to affect reality to a certain extent. Even characters could get here through some methods, like the Birdman. Of course, there must be some restrictions, otherwise the demon spirit emperor would have come here long ago. Nabida, come down quickly and have breakfast or you'll be late. How come you're sleeping in again after 2 days of being fine? Just when Nabida was in a daze, Nobita Tamako's voice was heard downstairs. Nabida responded quickly, then quickly packed up and went downstairs with her school bag. Watching Nabida leave, Doraemon muttered worriedly, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for me to buy this dream maker. Forget it, I don't care. Let's not talk about Doraemon for now. Because of his trance, Nabida was still much later than usual. During breakfast, he was scolded by Nobita Tamako so that he would remember it and not return to his old state and be late again. After finishing breakfast, Nabida rushed towards Shizuka's house without stopping. Although he used instant teleportation, Nabida was still a few minutes later than usual. He thought Shizuka had gone to school by herself, but when he came to the entrance of the alley outside Shizuka, he found that Shizuka was standing at the door. She was wearing a pink skirt and carrying a school bag, and she was standing at the door looking around as if waiting for someone. Shizuka, Nabida waved and ran towards Shizuka. Hearing Nabida's voice, Shizuka quickly turned around, and when she saw Nabida running over, she smiled and said, Nabida, you're finally here. I thought you were sleeping in again. Well, I accidentally overslept. After hearing Shizuka's words, Nabida ran to Shizuka, touched his head embarrassedly and explained. You really are such a fool. Okay, let's go to school quickly or we'll be late again. Shizuka rolled her cute eyes and said to Nabida. After that, she took the initiative to hold Nabida's little hand, and the two of them walked towards the school happily. Although it's a little later than usual, I know that if I walk a little faster, Nabida and the others won't be late. However, if I leave now, that may not be the case. Today, like usual, Jaein and Sunio arrived at the classroom on time, and they both had smiles on their faces. The same was true for the other people in the classroom, because tomorrow was the weekend, the day they looked forward to most every week. Resting on the weekend means that you can have fun and sleep in comfortably. For example, you can have more time to use the Dream Machine to play the Dream 3 Swordsman cassettes. Nabida is looking forward to the next adventure that he did not complete last night. The plot has changed from the original, hasn't it? Sometimes time passes very slowly, but sometimes it passes very quickly. Under everyone's expectant eyes, time quickly passes and the afternoon school bell rings. Okay, that's all for today's classes. You can stay here for a while in the afternoon to rehearse the drama and then memorize your lines carefully over the weekend. You know, we'll be performing in a few days, so I hope everyone can be serious. The teacher said to the students after hearing the bell for the end of school, then he packed up his things and left the classroom. Why is that? I was thinking about playing a baseball game this afternoon. As soon as the teacher left, there was a sudden wailing in the classroom. They had already planned what to do after school in the afternoon, but all of their plans were disrupted by the teacher's words. To be honest, except for Nabida and Shizuka, no one particularly wanted to act in this play. After all, as the name suggests, the protagonists are the prince and princess, and the others are just extras. However, no one dared to disobey the teacher's words. Although they were reluctant, they still rehearsed for a while under the organization of Chu Mushin. Chu Mushin also knew that everyone was not very interested, so he let everyone go back after performing a few important scenes. Before leaving, he only asked everyone to familiarize themselves with the lines. Nabida, the teachers around here have assigned so much homework. After school, Shizuka said with a pout while tidying up her things, Shizuka is undoubtedly a good student, but she also worries and complains about homework. If she can choose not to do homework, Shizuka will definitely agree with it. I think the teacher is afraid that we will play too much on the weekend. Shizuka, let's work hard in the afternoon and finish all the homework first so that we can have a good time on the weekend. Nabida looked at Shizuka's cute face and smiled dotingly. To be honest, Nabida didn't like homework at all. I believe most people think this way, especially when facing the upgrade. The homework is simply, yeah, of course. By the way, Nabida, how is your comic going? When will it be published? I'm looking forward to seeing your comic in the bookstore. Shizuka nodded her cute little head after hearing Nabida's words. Then she remembered Nabida's comic and tilted her head to look at Nabida and asked curiously, "Comics? I heard from my beautiful editor that the first issue will be out next week. She will send the finished product to me in advance. I will show it to you, Shizuka, then." After hearing what Shizuka said, Nabida remembered that his comics would be released next week. This was a big deal. He had promised to take Shizuka around the world. Really? That's great, Shizuka said happily, clasping her hands together. Looking at such a cute Shizuka, Nabida said playfully, "Shizuka, you don't have to remind me. I still remember the promise to take you around the world." Ah. Shizuka was stunned when she heard Nabida's words, and then her face turned red like a frightened deer. "Ah, Nabida, you teased me again. I'm ignoring you." After saying that, Shizuka trotted out of the classroom with her school bag. Nabida saw her and quickly chased after her. Meanwhile, in Nabida's room, Doraemon was eating dorayaki while muttering, "HMPH, I don't want to guard the Dream Maker tonight. I want to play together. Why didn't I find this remote control earlier?" To be honest, Doraemon also wanted to play the Dream 3 Swordsman cartridge very much. But because last night was the first day to buy cartridges, he was worried that something might go wrong, so he didn't go with Nabida. But today he studied the Dream Maker again and found that this machine actually had a remote control, which he had no idea about. What happened next was very simple. Nabida and Shizuka spent a long time finally finishing their homework. Seeing that it was getting dark, Nabida hurriedly said goodbye and left, as she would miss dinner if she didn't hurry up. After explaining everything to Nobita Tamako, Nabida was able to get away. Of course, Nobita Tamako was also worried that Nabida would go out to play again, which would be a bad thing. She also asked about Nabida's drawing. Nobita Tamako was excited for a long time because of this surprise. But now she still feels a little worried when she thinks about it. After all, as a mother, she knows Nabida's character very well. She is afraid that Nabida will give up halfway, and her family cannot afford the penalty for breach of contract. "Hey Doraemon, what's wrong with you today? Why do I feel like you're in a bad mood?" Nabida, who was drawing the original comic manuscript, asked Doraemon without raising her head. Doraemon's mood was written on his face. As soon as Nabida got home, she saw that Doraemon looked a little unhappy. Doraemon, who was sitting on the ground organizing the props, sighed and said, "I was afraid that something might happen to you, so I kept guarding the Dream Maker. But I also wanted to play with you, and then I found out today that this thing actually has a remote control. I'm so p***d off." Nabida heard what Doraemon said, looked back at Doraemon in surprise and asked, "Can this be controlled by a remote control in a dream? So amazing. Yes, I will go with you tonight. With me around, you should be able to marry Princess Jinya, played by Shizuka, more easily, right?" Doraemon nodded proudly. To be honest, he was looking forward to the adventure in the Fantasy 3 Swordsman. "Got it," Nabida responded lightly. He knew that Doraemon must be trying to play. Although he didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor, there would be no problem in marrying Shizuka. However, with Doraemon's help, they would have a higher chance of winning against the Demon Spirit Emperor, which was also a good thing. As usual, after practicing superpowers in the canning studio, Nabida made the bed and prepared to go to sleep, because it was almost time for everyone to get ready for rest. Of course, Jayan and Sunio were probably still lying in bed reading comics or something, but since there were hypnotic waves, these were not a problem. Looking at Nabida, who has already fallen asleep, Doraemon felt a little helpless. Really, Nabida's sleeping skills are still so good, she can fall asleep almost as soon as she closes her eyes. Doraemon just grumbled a few words. Anyway, tomorrow was Sunday, so he was not afraid of being late. He did not set a wake-up time. Instead, he excitedly installed a sensing device on his head. After making sure that there was no problem with the machine, he went to play the story of the Fantasy 3 Swordsman. Although there is no way to use the Dream Maker to modify the plot and jump the plot in the world of the Fantasy 3 Swordsman, there is no problem in adding a person in the middle. Of course, as for what character he will become, no one knows. While Doraemon was making preparations, Nobita had already arrived in the world of the three fantasy swordsmen. However, what puzzled him was where Jayan and Sunio had gone. They had been here with him before. Could it be that the two of them had gone to kill the dragon with their bronze and black iron swords? That's weird. Where are Jayan and Sunio? After hearing Nobita's words, Shizuka looked around in surprise. In her impression, Sunio and Jayan should be here. This is really strange. Why did they suddenly disappear? Could it be the work of the demon spirit emperor? Shizuka ran to Nobita's back and hid in fear, guessing. After all, who in this world has the ability to take people away suddenly? The only person Shizuka could think of was the demon spirit emperor. Well, it's indeed a bit strange. Shizuka, you stand behind me just in case. If it was really done by the demon spirit emperor, it will be a bit tricky, Nobita said while protecting Shizuka behind him. Nobita only had a rough idea of the plot and had no memory of the plot here at all, and maybe it had been changed by him. After all, in the original plot, he remembered clearly that there was no bronze sword or black iron sword, only a silver sword. Nobita looked around vigilantly, and suddenly he saw an ugly, strange bird. It was standing on a big tree, looking at him and Shizuka, or rather, monitoring them. Nobita had no way of not recognizing it. This creature was clearly a bird, but compared to ordinary birds, this strange-looking bird was so ugly, even uglier than a vulture. In Nobita's words, it was ugly in appearance, and there was an unconcealable cunning in its eyes, as if it was a stingy and mean businessman who was sizing up a fat sheep that he was sure to slaughter. Now that Nobita has discovered that this strange bird is spying on him, it is impossible for him to just leave it alone. You have to know that this guy is a subordinate of the demon spirit emperor, and he cannot let this strange bird stay here any longer. Thinking of this, Nobita picked up a small stone of appropriate size from the ground, took a slight aim and threw it with all his strength in the direction of the strange bird. Although Nobita had not learned any professional techniques such as using parabolic objects, don't forget Nobita's natural shooting ability, which is no joke. However, when the strange bird saw the stones Nobita threw at it, it didn't move at all. Instead, contempt gradually appeared in its eyes as if it didn't take Nobita seriously at all. Gaw, 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 gaw. The strange bird made a strange sound as if mocking Nobita. After making a series of strange and weird laughs, it spread its wings and flew away. It probably knew that Nobita had discovered it, and there was no need to stay here to monitor it. As for the stone thrown by Nobita, it did hit the monster bird, but the distance was too far and it had no killing power at all. If Doraemon had the air cannon, he would probably be able to catch the monster bird. Shizuka saw Nobita suddenly hit the bird with a stone, and the strange bird made a creepy sound. He looked at Nobita with some confusion and asked, "What's wrong with Nobita? Is there something wrong with the bird?" Don't underestimate Shizuka. As a princess of the kingdom, although she is a little willful, she is not stupid. She can still guess something from Nobita's actions. I feel like that bird is watching us again. It might be a subordinate of the demon spirit emperor. We have to drive it away. Nobita explained with a serious expression after hearing Shizuka's words. He also knew that he was careless at this time. It is estimated that the demon spirit emperor knows everything that happened before, perhaps including the fact that he has superpowers. It seems that this demon emperor is more difficult to deal with than imagined. What, that strange bird is a subordinate of the demon spirit emperor? Why is he monitoring us? Shizuka said with some surprise after hearing Nobita's words. She was very curious. Could it be that the demon spirit emperor was really so powerful that he knew they could get the silver suit, so he had been monitoring them? Just when Nobita was about to answer Shizuka, a figure that Nobita was very familiar with suddenly flew towards them from the depths of the forest. However, his dress was very different from Nobita and the others, and it could be said that he was out of place. It was also because Nobita and the others were looking in the direction where the strange bird left that they were able to discover this person. The person who rushed over was Doraemon, who had just entered the dream world of the Fantasy Three Swordsmen. As soon as Doraemon arrived in the world of the Fantasy Three Swordsmen, he found that he had become a magician, and he also praised the cartridge for its intelligence. After all, in this case, his magical props can be explained as magic. For example, the flying broom Doraemon is using now is a prop from the future department store. Hey Nobita, Shizuka, wait for me. After seeing Nobita and Shizuka again, Doraemon waved and shouted loudly. With the remote control, he didn't have to worry about the machine having problems. You know, Doraemon had been following the development of the plot of the Dream Maker yesterday, so it was easy for him to find the location of Nobita and the others. He also knew that Nobita had changed Shizuka's name, so he just called Shizuka and Nobita directly. Who are you? How do you know us? Because of the strange bird just now, Shizuka looked at Doraemon, who flew to them on a broom with great vigilance, and asked. You know, the strange bird had just left, and Doraemon came over on a flying broom. It was impossible not to arouse suspicion. Moreover, the kingdom of Ammerman is a country where swordsmen are prevalent, but Doraemon obviously knows magic. According to what Shizuka knew, the only one who knows magic is the demon emperor Odoram, who is invading the kingdom of Ammerman. Of course, she has automatically ignored the fact that Nabida knows magic. Besides, the fact that Nabida was recognized by the silver set also shows that there is no problem with him, and Shizuka also trusts Nabida 100%. Therefore, Shizuka inevitably becomes wary of Doraemon, a man with magical powers, and suspects that Doraemon is a subordinate of the demon emperor. After all, no matter how you look at it, Doraemon does not look like a swordsman. Doraemon, why are you here? Aren't you living in seclusion in that place? Compared to Shizuka's vigilance, Nabida knew everything, and he quickly asked Doraemon. He had already figured out how to explain Doraemon's origins, and the fact that he could do magic could also make sense. Moreover, if Doraemon came, he could also help them deal with the demon emperor. Nabida is still very confident and sure about Doraemon's props. He knows that Doraemon has just inspected all the props, so there shouldn't be any big problems this time. Nabida, do you know this guy? Shizuka looked at Nabida with some confusion after hearing Nabida's words and asked. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Doraemon, a magician from the mountains. Thank you for your guidance since this is our first meeting. Doraemon first introduced himself to Shizuka with a smile, but he didn't understand what Nabida meant by the rest of her words. Huh. Didn't you say you were going to practice magic? Why did you suddenly come out again? Nabida blinked at Doraemon and then explained to Shizuka, Shizuka, don't worry, he is on our side. I learned magic from him. Doraemon finally understood what Nabida meant. He scratched his head and explained, I was just worried that you guys couldn't defeat the demon emperor, so I came out to help, hee. I see. Nice to meet you, Doraemon. Doraemon, is your magic as powerful as that of the demon king? Shizuka asked Doraemon curiously. She believed Nabida's words, but she was still unfamiliar with magic. She only knew about the demon king, so she could only compare him with Doraemon. You have to know that the demon emperor Odoram possesses an incredible power called magic. Since Doraemon calls himself a magician and is someone Nabida knows, Shizuka is naturally full of curiosity about Doraemon's abilities. Of course, I'm the magician Doraemon. I know all kinds of magic. Now that Nabida has become the silver swordsman, I have come here specially to help him defeat the evil demon emperor. Doraemon smiled and said after hearing Shizuka's curious inquiry. While speaking, he patted the position of the four-dimensional treasure bag on his belly, indicating that he was very reliable and there would be no problem. Because the Dream 3 Swordsman is a small world, compared to the dream worlds of other ordinary cartridges, Doraemon can bring in some things from reality in the dream world of the Dream 3 Swordsman. For example, Doraemon brought in the most important four-dimensional treasure bag in his belly. It is because of the four-dimensional treasure bag in his belly, filled with various magical props, that Doraemon is designed to be a magician with magical powers. The arrival of Doraemon successfully attracted Shizuka's attention and made her more confident in defeating the demon emperor. She no longer cared about the strange bird that just flew away. After all, they also had a magician who could use magic and the legendary silver swordsman, which was simply the strongest lineup. After some pleasantries, Nabida remembered that Jayan and Sunio had disappeared and quickly said to Doraemon, Doraemon, Jayan and Sunio are missing, can you find where they are? Oh right, I almost forgot about their sudden disappearance. Nabida, do you think they might have been captured by that strange bird just now? Shizuka reacted after hearing Nabida's words and said with embarrassed tongue sticking out. They weren't captured. If you're talking about the one that looks like a gorilla and the one that looks like a fox, they're not far away over there, but they seem to be asleep. Doraemon smiled and explained after hearing Shizuka's words and also described the appearance of Jayan and Sunio. Really? Where are they? We have to go find them as soon as possible. After saying that, Nabida prepared to walk in the direction Doraemon pointed. Doraemon quickly stopped Nabida and said with a mysterious smile, Nabida, Shizuka, just watch me show you my magic and my strength. I will let them come to us by themselves. Ah, really? Then Doraemon, you are really amazing. Shizuka said to Doraemon with admiration. Doraemon smiled proudly and said, of course, next Shizuka, just watch my performance, mommy coax, Jay and Sunio come back soon. Nabida looked at Doraemon, who was playing tricks there, without interrupting him. However, he saw that while Doraemon was chanting the spell, he secretly took out something like a remote control from the four-dimensional pocket under his magic robe and pressed a button on it. If Nabida guessed correctly, this should be the remote control that Doraemon mentioned before. If it was any other cartridge, it would really feel like a remote control of life. However, it doesn't work very well in the Fantasy 3 Swordsman. After all, this is a small world. But it is still possible to control the people who have joined. While Nabida and the others were watching Doraemon perform magic in a dilapidated and gloomy castle somewhere in the distance, this was the base camp of the Demon Emperor. However, it was a monster after all, and there was no life here at all. It looked dilapidated. However, the Demon Spirit Emperor was very unhappy today. He was not happy at all because he had conquered 44 cities of the Yamaruman Kingdom, because the Silver Swordsman who had made him afraid for a long time finally appeared. Hole, do you know why I went to so much trouble to send you to Earth? You're a piece of trash, the Demon Spirit Emperor said angrily as he looked at the strange bird in front of him that didn't dare to move. It can be seen that this guy is very afraid of the legendary Silver Swordsman, and he is trying every means to prevent the Silver Swordsman from showing up. Although his rule over the Dream Kingdom and attack on the Amaluman Kingdom have been going smoothly. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, his army will appear at the foot of the Amaluman Kingdom's capital in a few days, and by that time the entire Dream Kingdom will be his. But at this moment, an accident occurred. How could he not be angry? It stands to reason that the Demon Spirit Emperor, who is invincible in the fantasy world, should not be afraid of the Silver Swordsman, and he even scoffs at the legend of the sacred tree. However, just in case, he still took the time to go to the sacred tree of the Yamaruman Kingdom, intending to go to the top of the sacred tree to see what is placed there, and it would be great if he could snatch it away. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he approached the forest where the sacred tree was, he would feel a sense of suffocation, and his heart was palpitating, as if reminding himself that if he took another step forward, something terrible would happen. This forced him to leave the forest in embarrassment. At the same time, he also knew that the legend was true, so the Demon Spirit Emperor would be so wary of the legendary Silver Swordsman of the Amaruman Kingdom from then on. Because the Demon Spirit Emperor had confirmed the authenticity of the Silver Swordsman, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Finally, the Demon Emperor found out through some unknown methods that the Silver Swordsman was most likely not from this world, but from another world. However, he had no way to go to that world, so he used his powerful strength to send his smartest and most intelligent subordinate, the Birdman, who was the strange bird that had previously monitored Nobita, and the others to Doraemon's world to try to stop the Silver Swordsman from coming. Well, sir, didn't you say it? No matter what we do, the Silver Swordsman will appear. In that case, I made a decision on my own and selected the worst ordinary child from that world to be the Silver Swordsman. I believe that such a Silver Swordsman will be vulnerable. Then, your wise and mighty sir will be able to defeat him easily and rule the entire fantasy world. The Birdman looked at the angry Demon Emperor tremblingly and explained quickly. He looked very frightened and scared. As the most trusted subordinate of the Demon Spirit Emperor, the Birdman knew the temper of this old man very well. If he didn't explain things quickly and made him unhappy, it would be fatal. He might even be turned into a pile of fertilizer by the angry Demon Spirit Emperor. For the sake of his own life, the Birdman did not dare to tell the Demon Spirit Emperor what he had discovered, such as the fact that Nobita could perform magic. He probably thought that his words would become trash once they were spoken out. Well, it seems that it was a wise decision for me to send you. The appearance of the Silver Swordsman is irreversible, but if we choose a waste to be a swordsman, it will be much easier to deal with him, haha. The Demon Emperor was very satisfied with the Birdman's actions. If Nobita knew that the Birdman did not report the information on their side, she would definitely jump for joy. In this case, the Demon Spirit Emperor would definitely underestimate the enemy. After all, Nobita and the others are useless. But I think that useless swordsman seems to have become a little different after getting the recognition of the sacred tree. The Birdman looked at the Demon Spirit Emperor, who was looking very happy, and hurriedly added carefully. As the most favored younger brother, if he didn't say it now when the Demon Spirit Emperor was very happy, then when would he wait? The Birdman had a good grasp of the temper of his boss, the Demon Spirit Emperor. His words could be said to have completely shifted the blame to him. It was true that Nobita was a useless silver swordsman, but he became powerful because he got the silver suit. At least it was not because he chose the wrong person. In this way, even if the Demon Emperor finds out that the Silver Swordsman is very powerful later, he will not blame you because it is not your fault, but the reason of the silver suit, and I also told him in advance, but you didn't care. Sure enough, when the demon spirit emperor heard the Birdman's words, he was not angry, nor did he have any doubt, so he let the Birdman go out. After all, the silver suit would still make the waist a little bit stronger, but the demon spirit emperor didn't care. Waste is always waste. Well, my teammate Birdman successfully fooled the super boss, so I get 1 point. As for who will be unlucky in the end, it doesn't matter. After all, the demon spirit emperor can't kill all his subordinates, right? Then he will be left alone. Besides, the silver swordsman will come to kill him by then, so how can he have time to think about whose fault it is? The demon spirit emperor looked at the direction of the sacred tree with pride and said to himself, "Humph, silver swordsman, you will soon know how powerful I am, ha." After saying that, he looked at the other subordinates who were kneeling on the ground with fierce eyes. After all, it took so long to capture only half of the city, which made him very angry. Thinking of this, his mood that had just improved immediately became unhappy, and he cast an electric magic at the other kneeling subordinates. The kneeling subordinates dared not move and endured it, and then fell to the ground with white smoke still coming out of their bodies. Just when the demon emperor finished teaching his men a lesson, Jayan and Sunio also flew in front of Shizuka and the others under the summons of the remote control. "Wow, what kind of magic is this, Doraemon? It's amazing," Shizuka said in surprise as she watched the magic flying over her. This was the first time Shizuka had seen magic that could make a person fly by themselves. Doraemon was a little embarrassed by Shizuka's praise. After all, this was not magic. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and explained, "It's nothing." At this time, Jayan and Sunio also woke up. They looked around in a daze, and then Jayan looked at Doraemon and Nabida and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "I am still on my billion-person concert tour, and everyone in the world is watching my concert. Why did you bring me here? Send me back quickly." "That's right, did you know that I just booked the entire spaceship and was preparing to embark on a space journey?" Sunio looked at Nabida and the others with a grim expression and nodded in agreement. At this time, Doraemon realized that he seemed to have just pressed the button to release the memory block. He quickly took out the remote control and pressed one of the buttons for Sunio and Jayan. "Doraemon, what are you doing?" Sunio and Jayan watched as Doraemon suddenly pointed the remote control at them. Before they understood what was happening, they felt themselves surrounded by an electric current and then passed out. "Hey Nabida, why do I feel like Jayan and Sunio have become a little strange, always saying things that are incomprehensible to me? Have they been turned into fools by the magic of the demon emperor?" Shizuka wondered as he looked at Sunio and Jayan, who had been knocked unconscious by Doraemon's magic. Although their clothes and appearance had not changed much, the series of words that Jayan and Sunio had just said made Shizuka confused, and she had no idea what they were saying. This is because Shizuka did not recover her memory of the real world like Jayan and the others, so she definitely did not understand what Jayan and Sunio were talking about, such as the concert and the universe tour. If Shizuka read them word by word separately, she could still understand them, but if they were connected together, Shizuka could not understand them at all. It's possible that the strange bird just now did it. Look, isn't Doraemon using magic to heal them? "Don't worry, Shizuka, everything will be fine." After hearing Shizuka's question, Nabida held Shizuka's little hand and signaled her not to worry. Shizuka's face suddenly turned red, but she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she frowned at Jayan and Sunio, who were still unconscious, and said, "Will they be fine when they wake up? Will there be any sequelae?" "Of course not, didn't you see it? Doraemon's magic is very powerful." Nabida explained with a smile while looking at Jayan and Sunio, who were about to wake up. "Well, that's good. Otherwise, we would have to bring 2 stupid swordsmen with us, and there would be no way to defeat the dragon." Shizuka's brows relaxed after hearing Nabida's explanation, and he finally felt relieved. After all, if Jayan and the others really became like that just now, they would not be helpers but burdens. They also had to defeat the evil dragon and deal with the demon emperor, so they had no time to take care of the 2 of them. When Nabida and Shizuka finished explaining, Doraemon was almost done. Jayan and Sunio were no match for Doraemon, who held the power of life and death. When they opened their eyes, they would become Fat Jiansheng and Zio. "Okay, they are both fine, everything is settled." Doraemon put away the remote control and explained to Sunio and Jayan, who woke up with puzzled eyes. He was careless just now and let Sunio and Jayan recover their real memories. "But as long as we have the remote control, everything will be fine." Why did I faint? And swordsman Nabida, who is this guy who is dressed in fancy clothes and looks like a raccoon? Jayan sat up from the ground with a confused look on his face, pointing at Doraemon in front of him and asked Nabida. That's right, could it be the mascot given to us by the sacred tree? But wouldn't it be a bad idea to use a raccoon cat? How about we drive him away? Sunio said hesitantly he didn't like raccoon cats very much. Zero requesting flowers. Before Nabida could speak, Doraemon's face turned red and then he roared. I am not a raccoon cat nor a mascot, I am the magician Doraemon, I am a cat, magician. Hearing Doraemon's words, Jayan and Sunio drew out their bronze swords and black iron swords and looked at Doraemon warily. In their understanding, anyone who can use magic is a subordinate of the Demon Emperor. Jayan was even more direct, raising his sword and yelling, How dare you, the lackey of the Demon Spirit Emperor, appear before my master Jayan? Prepare to die. After saying that, he chopped towards Doraemon's head. Jayan, wait a minute, Nabida said when she saw Jayan about to attack. Jayan quickly put away his sword when he heard Nabida's words. He staggered because he used too much force. He looked at Nabida in confusion and asked, What's wrong, swordsman Nabida? Shizuka smiled and explained to Jayan, This is the magician Doraemon who came to help us. He is not a subordinate of the Demon Emperor. You were attacked by the Demon Emperor's subordinates just now. It was he who saved you. So that's how it is. I'm so sorry, I thought you were a subordinate of the demon servant Muti. After hearing Shizuka's explanation, Jayan and Sunio quickly apologized to Doraemon. Well, we can't stay here for long. I think we should leave here quickly because we have to go to Dragon Valley. Nabida said quickly when she saw that the misunderstanding was over. They had already wasted a lot of time here. In addition, a strange bird that was monitoring them just left. It must have gone back to report to the Demon Spirit Emperor. If they didn't quickly let the Demon Spirit Emperor prepare, it would be troublesome. Nabida is right, we should hurry there. Everybody run. Doraemon agreed with a smile after hearing Nabida's words. But at this moment, a huge black bear suddenly appeared behind Nabida and Shizuka, scaring Doraemon so much that he swallowed back the words he had not finished saying and quickly changed his words to tell everyone to run away. You know, Doraemon is not very good at dealing with such emergencies. When he saw the bear with a bloody mouth popping out of the bushes behind Nabida, he panicked and didn't even think about taking out his props to deal with it. He just told everyone to run quickly. Shizuka, be careful behind you. Doraemon shouted loudly at the huge bear standing behind Shizuka, then turned around and ran towards the back, searching for usable props in the four-dimensional treasure bag while running. Jayan and Sunio were a little puzzled when they saw Doraemon, the mysterious and powerful magician, suddenly ran away screaming. Then they looked behind Nabida, and without thinking he turned around and ran away following Doraemon's back. This scene left Shizuka and Nabida confused. Because Shizuka 650 was standing behind Nabida, she turned around curiously and looked behind her and said, Doraemon, what's behind you? Nabida. Before Shizuka could finish her words, she saw a bear standing up in the bushes behind her, ready to attack them. The bear's sharp teeth were full of impact. Shizuka was frightened and wanted to pull Nabida to run away, but she slipped and fell to the ground after taking just one step. After all, Shizuka is a princess. She has never seen such a scene before, so it is normal for her to be frightened. When Nabida saw that Shizuka was about to fall, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Shizuka's little hand, and then pulled hard. Shizuka turned around and came into Nabida's arms. The posture felt like dancing. Shizuka, stand behind me, I will protect you and won't let this guy hurt you. Nabida looked at the huge bear that was so close to him and pulled Shizuka, who was still in his arms, behind him and drew out the silver sword. Then he said to Shizuka, who was still a little dazed. Nabida was not very afraid of the sudden appearance of the bear. Not to mention that he could use teleportation to take Shizuka away at any time, and with the silver suit, it would be easy for him to kill the bear. Nabida, you have to be careful. It looks very fierce and is not cute at all compared to the baby bear. Shizuka frowned as she looked at the huge bear in front of her that looked particularly scary. Because she was behind Nabida, Shizuka was not as scared as before. Now she trusted Nabida 100%. Shizuka felt sweet in her heart when she thought of Nabida's actions just now and looked at Nabida confronting the bear. Don't worry, Shizuka, we are going to defeat the Demon Spirit Emperor. If we can't even beat a bear, we might as well just find a tree and die. Nabida comforted Shizuka after hearing her childish words. Nabida couldn't remember anything about the bear. What he thought now was that if he couldn't even beat this bear that suddenly appeared, then why would he fight the Demon Spirit Emperor? Not to mention that Shizuka was here, how could he escape? Thinking of this, Nabida couldn't help but tighten the silver sword in his hand. Although he was not worried about not being able to defeat the bear, he couldn't help but feel a little scared when he saw such a big bear appearing in front of him with such courage for the first time. This was normal. Nabida was not from a fighting nation. At least he hadn't been scared to the point of falling to the ground, right? Jayan and Sunio, who were running several dozen meters away, stopped when they saw Nabida actually drew his sword to confront the big bear. Jayan looked at the bronze sword hanging on his waist and said to Sunio, "Sunio, it would be bad if we just abandoned Nabida and run away. We swore an oath together. But we can't beat that bear, right?" Sunio looked at the bear not far away, then looked at his skinny self and said hesitantly. Jayan was still very loyal. He gritted his teeth and said, "We have the legendary sword. How can we be a match for a bear? We are the three swordsmen. We must advance and retreat together. Do you want to go back with me?" After that, Jayan also talked to Sunio, drew his bronze sword and rushed back, shouting, "Swordsman Nobita, I'm here to help you. Let's defeat this bear together and then destroy the demon emperor." Seeing Jayan rushing forward, Sunio was obviously a little shaken. He looked at Nobita and then at the sword on his waist. Then he stomped his feet, drew his sword and rushed forward. "I will fight you." Perhaps it sensed Nabita's intimidation, so the big and powerful bear did not attack immediately. It has lived in the forest for many years. Naturally, there will be some innate or acquired abilities such as danger perception. Obviously, the bear also realized that Nabita might be difficult to deal with. At this time, two more guys ran up to him with swords in their hands. The three of them stared at him with great momentum, and he did not dare to move for a moment. Besides, the bear came here with no intention of hurting anyone. He just wanted to teach a lesson to the human who wanted to catch his baby son in the morning. Just to scare him would be enough. It would not be worth it if he risked his life here. After all, his baby son was still very young, and he couldn't let anything happen to him before he grew up. For a moment, the atmosphere froze and no one dared to take the initiative. "Dad, wait a minute." At this moment, the cute little bear ran out from the bushes where the bear had just appeared and shouted to stop the bear. Shizuka was originally delighted when she saw the little bear running out, but when she heard the little bear speaking human language, she was completely stunned. She opened her mouth slightly but couldn't utter a word for a while. The bear, actually spoke. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Nobita finally remembered this part of the plot at this time. This bear can indeed talk, and they can also help lead the way and take them to Dragon Nest, so Nobita was not as surprised as Jayan and the others. Then the little bear explained to the big bear that Nobita and Shizuka were his saviors. Then, in the surprised eyes of Jayan, Sunio, and Shizuka, the big bear bowed repeatedly to thank them. "I'm really, really sorry. I didn't know you were my child's savior. Please forgive my rudeness just now." The bear looked at Nobita and Shizuka with a little humility and apologized. It can be seen that the bear's IQ is not low, otherwise he would not say such words. Because Nobita and Shizuka were the saviors of his children, Bear had no doubts about Nobita and Shizuka's companions Doraemon and the others. He would never have thought that the guy who set the trap was among Nobita and the others, right? "I'm sorry, I hope my dad didn't scare you just now." Little Bear bowed slightly to Nobita and Shizuka apologetically and said very politely. After that, Little Bear turned around very humanely and gave his father a reproachful look. "It's okay, it's okay." Fortunately, there was no conflict, otherwise it would be troublesome. Nobita looked at the cute little bear in front of him, shook his hand and said with a smile. Nobita didn't care much about what happened just now, he even wanted to thank the big bear. If it weren't for him, Nobita and Jayan would not have been able to unite so quickly. This can be considered a good thing. After all, it is better not to have a teammate who can only share the good times but not the bad times. You can actually talk. Compared to Nobita's calmness and talking to the bear, Shizuka was very surprised and shocked. You know, this is the first time Shizuka has seen an animal that can speak human language since she was a child. It completely overturned her cognition. It would be better if she had real memories. After all, Doraemon's props can really make animals talk. Compared to the shock caused by the bear just now, Shizuka was more surprised that the little bear could talk to the big bear. "Of course I can talk. Is there anything strange about being able to talk? By the way, thank you so much for saving me this morning." After hearing Shizuka's slightly surprised words, Zioxing was a little surprised. In Zioxing's opinion, being able to talk should be a very normal thing, but he didn't care. Wen Jing, a very gentleman, bowed solemnly to express his gratitude. "So that's how it is. You don't have to take what happened this morning to heart. If I see any small animals caught in animal traps, I will release them," Shizuka said with a little realization after hearing the little bear's answer. She was so naive that she really believed that it was normal for animals to talk. "Hey Jayan, did you see that? Those two bears can actually talk and they look like they can talk normally." Sunio touched Jayan's arm and said softly. Compared to the pure surprise, Jayan and Sunio were not so easy to believe this. "Sunio, you are not stupid. Now that even the magic emperor of the spirits has come out, what's so surprising about a few talking animals? After hearing Sunio's words, Jayan looked at Sunio with an expression that said you are an idiot. Jayan didn't think there was anything wrong with the bears being able to talk. It was like they had a magical companion Doraemon, and their country was now being attacked by the magic emperor of the spirits. Compared with these, it was still acceptable for animals to be able to talk. More importantly, Jayan now felt a little guilty because he knew that the little bear must have been caught in the trap he set. Actually, you don't have to be so polite, Mr. Bear, you don't have to blame yourself so much. We are not blaming you, we want to go somewhere. Do you know the way? Nabida said with a nonchalant smile as he looked at the big bear sitting in front of him with his head down and a cute look on his face. If they were left to look for it by themselves, it would take who knows when they would find the Dragon Valley. He also remembered that the original plot was about the bear father and son taking Nabida and the others to the Dragon Valley. My benefactor, where do you want to go? Let me tell you something else. I am very familiar with this forest. The bear looked at Nabida and answered very seriously. It can be seen that the bear is really grateful to Nabida and the others for saving his son. It has to be said that sometimes animals are more grateful than humans. In that case, I won't be polite. Do you know where the Dragon Valley where the evil dragons live is? We want to go there. If possible, could you please tell us where it is? When Nabida heard the bear's agreement, he scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. Not to mention that he only saved the little bear with a little effort, the little bear was still injured by Jayan's trap. And it is clear that the Dragon Valley where evil dragons live is not a good place. However, if Nabida and the others want to go, the bear father and son will definitely tell them if they know and maybe even lead the way. Nabida was really embarrassed to say so. Huh, Dragon Valley, benefactor, what are you going there for? You must not go there, it is extremely dangerous. The bear looked at Nabida and the others in disbelief. He knew very well whose territory that was. Having lived here for so many years, the bear had seen many humans who overestimated their own capabilities go to the Dragon Valley and try to kill the evil dragon to gain immortality. Unfortunately, none of them returned and were turned into stone statues. Besides, Nabida and the others were his son's benefactors. If there was no compelling reason to go, Guxing actually didn't want to stay with Nabida and the others. He also didn't want his child's savior to never come back. Although Nabida and the others gave him a very powerful feeling, Bear did not think that the three of them could defeat the dragon. After all, they were not that strong. He saw people who were stronger than him go in, but unfortunately they did not come out. Because we have our reasons to go, don't worry. Besides, we have been approved by the silver suit, so there won't be any danger. Nabida looked at the bear who was a little worried about him and comforted him with unusual confidence. In order to make the bear believe, Nabida patted his armor. Jayan and Sunio also cooperated and waved their swords. That's right, don't worry, the super powerful magician Doraemon will help them. Doraemon put his head in front of the bear, patted his magic bag and said with a smile. In order to make the bear believe in his identity as a magician, Doraemon also flew a few circles in the sky on his flying broom. Okay, since you benefactors have said so, then I will take you to Dragon Nest. But there is one thing I must tell you in advance. I will only take you to the outskirts of Dragon Nest. I don't want to take my son into Dragon Nest for adventure. He is too young. The bear looked at Nabida and Doraemon and nodded in agreement. Originally, Bear was hesitating whether to take Nabida and the others to Dragon Nest. After all, no matter how you look at it, they are going to die. However, after seeing the silver sword on Nabida that symbolizes the silver swordsman and Doraemon floating in the air on a flying broom, Bear 623 slightly dispelled the idea of refusing and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Maybe they can really be defeated. You have to know that the bear has been living in this forest. As for the legend about the silver swordsman that has been passed down in the kingdom of Amaruman since ancient times, the bear can also hear some of it from the conversations of the swordsmen who come here every year to challenge the sacred tree, eavesdropping of course. In addition, there is a light source at the top of the sacred tree that emits soft light day and night, so the bear naturally believes in the legend of the silver swordsman. In addition, the legendary silver swordsman and the mysterious magician might really be able to defeat the dragon. After all, he had heard the name of the demon emperor from the animals who had fled. This was one of the reasons why the bear agreed to lead Nabida. Those animals said that they were all waiting for the silver swordsman to appear, defeat the demon emperor and bring peace back to the fantasy world. Don't worry, you just need to take us to the outskirts of Dragon Valley. This is our business and we don't want to implicate you, Nabida explained happily while looking at the bear. Then my benefactor, let's get on the road now. In this way we will probably reach Dragon Valley tomorrow. The bear looked at Nabida and thought for a while before saying, after all, this is still the center of the forest, while Dragon Valley is on the outskirts of the forest. No problem, let's go. Nabita took Shizuka's hand and said to Jayan and Sunio. Because they were going to the Dragon Valley, the big bear gave some instructions to the little bear before taking Nabita and the others to the Dragon Valley. However, the Dragon Valley was at the edge of the end of the forest, and it would still take a long time to travel, so Nabita and the others might not arrive until tomorrow and had to camp in the forest today. We will probably reach Dragon Valley tomorrow, so let's rest here tonight. Do these fish suit your taste? The big bear glanced at the fish being roasted next to the campfire and said to Nabita and the others with a smile. By this time it was already dark, and it was dangerous to travel at night, so the big bear found an open space with a river nearby for everyone to rest. Then he went to the stream to catch a few live fish and some wild fruits, which was Nabita's and the others' dinner for tonight. It must be said that both the fish and the fruits were extremely delicious. After all, they had not been polluted. How could that happen? We should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, we don't know when we would be able to find the way to Dragon Valley. Nabita thanked the bear while eating grilled fish, as long as it suits your appetite. After dinner, everyone gathered around the fire to rest, but Shizuka, who was leaning next to Nabita, couldn't fall asleep. She looked up at the starry sky and sighed. Ah, Nabita, who was not asleep, heard Shizuka sighing and asked quietly, Shizuka, what's wrong with you? Why are you sighing again suddenly? Shizuka turned around slightly, looked at Nabita and asked softly, Nabita, what do you think of my father now? Has the demon spirit emperor's army already reached the capital? I'm a little worried. Nabita rubbed Shizuka's head lovingly and whispered to comfort her. You don't think too much. It will take time for the demon king to reach the capital. And as long as we defeat the dragon and gain immortality, we can deal with the demon king. Okay, you should rest quickly. We have to travel tomorrow, Tilda. Yeah, Shizuka nodded, leaned her head against Nabita's chest, then closed her eyes calmly and quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Nabita and the others got up and continued to head towards the Dragon Valley under the leadership of the big bear. As they had walked a long way yesterday, they arrived at the junction of the forest and the Dragon Valley before. Perhaps because all the animals around are afraid of this Dragon Valley, the surrounding area including the Dragon Valley is extremely desolate, which is completely different from the lush forest not far away. My benefactor, the Dragon Valley is not far ahead, and the evil dragon is inside. I can only send you here. Although I have advised you many times, if possible, I still advise you not to go in, because no one has ever left here. The big bear looked at the gloomy and desolate valley not far away and advised Nabita and others again. Maybe in his heart he still felt that the evil dragon was more powerful, so the bear wanted to persuade his benefactor again. Of course, this is the only thing he can do. If Nabita and the others insist on going, he can only pray that they can return safely. There is nothing else he can do. Thank you so much for trouble, Mr. Bear. We are very grateful that you can send us here. You don't have to worry about us. You should go back quickly. The little bear is home alone. Hearing the big bear's consolation, Shizuka was not afraid. Instead, she urged the big bear to go back quickly, lest anything happen to the little bear at home. In Shizuka's opinion, no matter how powerful the dragon is, it can't be as powerful as Nabita, who is already a silver swordsman, right? Maybe the legend has been around for too long. In the Yamaruman kingdom, the silver swordsman has long been deified and can be said to be a symbol of invincibility. That's why Shizuka doesn't worry about whether Nabita and the others can't beat the dragon, not to mention that they have the help of the magician Doraemon. Dealing with the dragon is no piece of cake. That's right, Mr. Bear, you don't have to worry about us. We have the legendary silver swordsman and me, the magician Doraemon, here. It will be easy to deal with the dragon, Doraemon echoed from the side. Even if he can't defeat the dragon, Doraemon has a way. He has a lot of props here. Any one of them can be used to deal with the dragon, right? For example, Momotaro's meatballs. Yes, the evil dragon is nothing. We still have to defeat the demon emperor. Jayan said confidently while waving the bronze sword. Well, no matter what, you better be careful. I'll take my leave now. The big bear looked at Nabita and the others who were determined and could only shake his head helplessly and give them a warning, then turned around and ran in the direction they came from. He has been out for the whole day. The little bear is alone at home. If he is attacked by hunters or other wild animals, he will have no power to resist. He has already said everything he should say. If Nabita and the others insist on going, the little bear will have no choice. Thank you so much, Mr. Bear. Please be careful on the road. We will be careful. Nabida waved in the direction where the big bear left and then looked at Shizuka and Doraemon behind him and said, "Okay, let's go in quickly. The demon emperor is waiting for us behind. Then let's go quickly. We are the three silver swordsmen. It's no small matter to deal with the dragon." Sunio waved the black iron sword in his hand with high spirits and walked ahead. They seem a little inflated now. There is a saying that goes, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." Nabida and his group, who have just come out of their homes to see the world, have no concrete concept of the evil dragon that the bear mentioned. No matter how powerful the evil dragon described by the bear is, Nabida and his group do not feel much. At most, they just feel, wow, the evil dragon is pretty powerful. This was especially true for Jayan and Sunio. After the confrontation with the giant bear, their courage had been boosted a lot. With the support of the bronze sword and the black iron sword, they felt that in this world, no one except the silver swordsman could be their opponent. Nabida did not underestimate the enemy and was still vigilant. After all, this evil dragon had lived for so long without being killed, so it must still have certain abilities, so it was better to be careful. But not long after, Sunio, who was walking in the front with a heroic and confident look, became strange and took smaller steps forward. The deeper he went into the cave, the more people turned into stone statues and he began to become timid. "Well, how about I go outside and keep watch with you guys? Let's all run inside. In case something happens, no one will know. What do you think?" Sunio stopped and said, holding the sword while looking at Nabida and the others behind him. It seemed that Sunio was a little scared. Actually, Sunio was not afraid at first, but when he saw more and more stone statues, he started to feel a little scared. This was no joke. If they didn't defeat the dragon, they would be turned into stone statues and no one could save them. Naturally, Sunio was a little scared to go in. After all, the dragon was no joke. "Sunio, you're not scared, are you? Really, you're not like a man at all. You know, if we kill the dragon, we can have immortality. Besides, we have Nabida, the silver swordsman, and Doraemon, the mysterious magician, here. We also have the sword given by the sacred tree. There is nothing to be afraid of." Seeing that Sunio was about to retreat, Jayan walked up to him and pushed Sunio deeper into the cave, comforting him as he walked. Compared to Sunio's fear, Jayan seemed much calmer. With such powerful teammates around, and of course also because he himself was very powerful, he didn't take the evil dragon seriously. Maybe at this time, the evil dragon knew that they were coming and was hiding in the corner trembling. On his side, he also had the legendary silver swordsman and the mysterious magician of the Amaruman kingdom. No matter how he looked at it, Jayan felt that his side had a better chance of winning and there was nothing to be afraid of. That's right. With my mysterious magician Doraemon here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Doraemon patted his chest confidently after hearing the conversation between Sunio and Jayan. In Doraemon's opinion, the evil dragon was nothing in front of his magic props and could be dealt with in one go. "Sunio, don't worry. Doraemon and I will definitely protect your safety. And Sunio, don't you want to improve your title? You know, if you kill the dragon, you will have immortality. Then we will defeat the demon emperor and your dream will come true." Nabida also added fuel to the fire. He must encourage Sunio to be brave. If he is afraid before he even sees the dragon, won't he be scared to death when he sees it? That's right. We don't have to be afraid of the evil dragon. "All right, Jayan, let's go in and kill the evil dragon." "Evil dragon, where are you, Abi? Come out quickly." After hearing what Nabida and Jayan said, Sunio felt that it made sense. He immediately regained his confidence and started shouting at the evil dragon, waiting for the other party to beg for mercy. Seeing that Sunio had recovered, Nabida didn't say much. He took Shizuka and Doraemon and followed Sunio and the others into the depths of Dragon Valley. Cuckoo. After walking for a while, they heard a loud snoring sound. "Okay, it looks like the dragon is very close to us. The four of us will go in and take a look at the situation and find a chance to kill the dragon. Shizuka, you just hide here and wait for us. You can come out after we get rid of the dragon." Nabida drew out the silver sword and looked at Shizuka seriously while assigning tasks to them. After all, the dragon was still very powerful, and Shizuka didn't have much fighting power, so it would be better for her to find a safe place to hide now. After all, the four of them still have some fighting power, and it is still a little dangerous for Shizuka to face the dragon. Thinking of this, Nabida still thinks it is better to let Shizuka stay here. Wouldn't it be better and safer to call her in after they have dealt with the dragon? "I don't want to stay here. I want to go in with you guys, Nabida. How can I run away now that I'm here? I want to fight together with you, Nabida." Shizuka refused directly after hearing Nabida's words. She looked very excited, which attracted the attention of Jayan and others who were observing in the front. You have to know that Shizuka has no memory of the real world now, which means that in Shizuka's eyes, the current world is the most real world. That's why Shizuka was so excited when Nobita said those words just now. Shizuka didn't want to leave Nobita alone and run away. Even if she died, she wanted to die with her beloved. Okay, Shizuka, don't be so excited, let's go together, I'm just worried about your safety. Nobita looked at Shizuka's excited expression and her eyes that seemed to be becoming a little crystal clear and quickly agreed. If Shizuka cried here, it would be all over. And with Doraemon here with me, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the dragon. Anyway, Nobita, you can't say this to me in the future. If you leave me alone, I will never talk to you again. Shizuka calmed down a little after hearing Nobita agree not to let her hide, but she was worried that something like this would happen again, so she added. I don't know when it started, but Shizuka, or Princess Jingya played by Shizuka, had a feeling that Nobita was not from this world and that he would abandon her alone one day. So Shizuka became so excited after Nobita said those words just now. Jayan and Sunio looked at Shizuka strangely. You know, when Shizuka said those words just now, both his expression and actions gave them goosebumps all over their bodies. In the eyes of Jayan and Sunio, Shizuka is not Princess Shizuka, but a swordsman named Shizuka. Most importantly, swordsman Shizuka is a man. Is he in the same situation as Nobita? Especially since Shizuka's behavior just now was somehow a bit like a girl acting like a spoiled child. Jayan and the others were instantly confused, especially Sunio, because he knew that some nobles had some special habits. Hey Jayan, do you think Shizuka's behavior just now was like that of a girl? Sunio glanced at Shizuka and asked Jayan in an unusually low voice. After saying that, Sunio touched his arms as if he had goosebumps. Well, it is a little bit, but maybe we are overthinking it. It may be because Shizuka and Nobita are good friends, Jayan said without much care after hearing Sunio's words. He didn't think about it in other ways, but as a man, he didn't like Shizuka's shy way of speaking. That's right, Nobita doesn't look like that kind of person. Sunio scratched his head embarrassedly after hearing what Jayan said. He felt that he was overthinking. Nobita doesn't look like a homosexual person. Let's go in, everyone be careful not to get sprayed by the dragon's flames. Nobita didn't know what Jayan and Sunio were thinking. He drew out his silver sword and spoke to everyone in a serious manner. Then he took the lead and walked in front. Shizuka hid behind him, Jayan and Sunio stood on the left and right sides. Doraemon was at the end, and the group walked carefully in the direction where the sound came from. As Nobita and the others went deeper, the temperature around them began to rise slowly, and some hot springs began to erupt randomly from time to time. It seems that we have entered very deep into the Dragon Valley. Everyone be careful. I think the evil dragon is not far from us. Nobita felt the temperature around him getting higher and higher, and the steam was becoming slightly thicker, so he whispered to Shizuka and others behind him. The higher the temperature, the tighter the center of the Dragon Valley is, and they are not far from the evil dragon. Nobita had just finished speaking when the 5 people who had just turned a corner saw the legendary evil dragon, with green skin and scales and a body shape similar to that of a lizard. No need to guess, you know this is the evil dragon in Western legends. Evil. Evil dragon, is it so big, could this be the legendary evil dragon? Sunio began to stutter as he looked at the huge creature not far away. Seeing the evil dragon that seemed to be sleeping in front of him, Sunio began to regret following Nobita and the others in. Looking at the evil dragon lying on the ground and sleeping not far away, no matter how Sunio looked at it, he felt that they could not defeat this huge evil dragon. The size difference was too great and they were not even on the same level. Compared to the evil dragon, they were like ants. Sunio felt that the evil dragon could crush them to death with just one step. Thinking of this, Sunio's body softened and he was ready to turn around and run away. Little, Sunio no. Aren't they just some evil dragons? Don't be so startled, I'm sure we will be fine. After hearing Sunio's voice, Jayan also stuttered while looking at the huge evil dragon in front of him. Although Jayan said that he didn't care about the evil dragon at all, it can be heard from his tone that Jayan is just pretending and he is also scared. Nobita, I think we should take a long-term view. Can we win if we rashly fight the dragon like this? Shizuka said with some fear and worry. The morale of the team, which was so high just now, dropped to the lowest point the moment they saw the legendary dragon. There was nothing they could do, they were just children after all. Shizuka, don't worry. We can definitely defeat the dragon. Jayan and Sunio, be brave. You are swordsmen recognized by the sacred tree. Nobita looked at Shizuka's extremely worried eyes and comforted her quickly. After that, he encouraged Jayan and Sunio, who were obviously planning to escape. They want to escape just because of the evil dragon, but when they face the demon emperor later, they will have to surrender. That's right, you don't have to be so scared. With a magician like me here, everything will be fine. It's just a dragon. I can get rid of it in one go. Doraemon looked at the demoralized Jayan and Sunio, patted his belly and said confidently, as long as they have the treasure bag, dragons are not a problem. Doraemon, are you sure there's no problem? You know this guy is too big. Jayan looked at the confident Doraemon with a puzzled look. In Jayan's opinion, Doraemon was not on the same level as the dragon, and he had never seen the power of Doraemon's magic. What made Jayan hesitate even more was that when he encountered the big bear before, Jayan remembered clearly that Doraemon was the first to run away. However, what Nabida and the others didn't know was that the dragon, which seemed to be sleeping, had actually woken up when they entered the valley. 10 had been secretly listening to what Nabida and the others had said the day before yesterday. Because of the legend that dragons can gain immortality by killing themselves, dragons rarely get a good rest. They have to deal with humans who try to kill them to gain immortality from time to time. The dragon had been listening to Nabida and the others' conversation. To be honest, he was a little wary of the silver swordsman and the magician. The former was a legend in the Amaruman kingdom like himself, and he was also wary of the latter magician because the demon emperor who had invaded half of the Amaruman kingdom was a magician. After hearing that Nabida and the others were indeed here to kill it in order to gain immortality, the evil dragon naturally would not sit still and wait for death, especially when Nabida and the others were having an internal conflict. It suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and then spit out a breath of dragon's breath at Nabida and the others. The evil dragon has woken up, Sunio shouted in fear as he watched the evil dragon open its eyes. Looking at the flames flying towards him, Sunio didn't even have the strength to escape. He instinctively wanted to take out the black iron sword to block it, and at this moment, the green flames of the dragon's breath that were covering the sky were blocked by a small black iron sword in Sunio's hand, as if there was a mysterious power on the sword that prevented the dragon's breath from moving forward. Why am I okay? After waiting for a long time, Sunio didn't feel anything unusual. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the sword in his hand with a little surprise, which perfectly blocked the dragon's breath. Sunio had never thought that this sword had such magical power that it could actually block the dragon's fire. If that's the case, then what's there to be afraid of? Sunio looked at the flames blocked by the sword and said proudly, "Haha, damn dragon, I'm not afraid of you. Your flames are useless to me." Oh, so this sword can withstand the dragon's fire, then why should I be afraid of you? You are just a little bigger than me. Died dragon. Seeing that Sunio was fine, Jayan excitedly drew out his sword and rushed forward. The dragon also noticed this. He was just stunned for a moment, then continued to spit out flames with more force. Sunio was obviously unable to withstand it, and Jayan rushed over to help. With Jayan's help, the two of them barely blocked the dragon's breath. But judging from the situation, they won't be able to hold out for long. After all, they can't keep fighting the dragon like this, right? If they just passively defend, they'll be doomed if they're not careful. Jayan, who was obviously beginning to feel a bit exhausted, quickly shouted to Nabida, "Nabida, can you think of a solution quickly? We can't hold on any longer. If this continues, we'll all turn into stone." "Zero, it doesn't matter, just look at me at this time. Look at my shrinking light." Before Nabida could speak, Doraemon looked at the situation in front of him and confidently took out the shrinking light from his pocket, the 10-light light, which is facing the direction of the evil dragon. Then he looked at the evil dragon that was breathing fire with pride. If nothing unexpected happened, the evil dragon would soon turn into a lizard that could breathe fire. Deed. That's strange, why is there no response? However, Doraemon pressed the shrinking light button several times, but there was no response, and the dragon did not become smaller, which made Doraemon wonder. "Doraemon, have you used up the energy of the shrinking lamp?" Nabida asked hurriedly when he saw Doraemon's expression. He remembered that Doraemon was sorting out the props some time ago. Oh right, Doraemon remembered at this time that he had planned to charge the props that day, but he forgot because he encountered the Dream Maker. He scratched his head embarrassedly. "I seem to have forgotten to charge the shrinking lamp." "Don't worry about those things for now, we can't hold on any longer. Nabida, think of a solution quickly." Seeing that Nabita and the others were still talking about these things, Sunio shouted loudly. He didn't want to turn into stone. "I'm here, you two hold on for a minute." Nabita drew out his silver sword and shouted at Jayan and the others. He asked Shizuka to hide aside and prepared to rush forward. "Nabita, be careful." Shizuka shouted worriedly as she looked at Nabida rushing forward. She was hiding behind a stone statue and she couldn't hold Nabida back at this time. The dragon looked at Nabida with disdain. He was on a high platform. Unless Nabida could fly, there was no way he could get up there. In the dragon's opinion, there would be 4 more stone statues to collect in his cave soon. Thinking of this, the dragon was in a good mood and could not help but increase the intensity of the flames, ready to get rid of Jayan and Sunio immediately. On this side, Nabida, who rushed to Jayan, Sunio, and the others, did not help them resist the flames, but suddenly disappeared. The evil dragon, who was always observing, was stunned when he found that Nabida disappeared. Before he could react, Nabida suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the evil dragon, 623, so close at hand, Nabida didn't hesitate at all. He simply raised the silver sword in his hand and cut off the 2 dragon whiskers of the evil dragon 2 times with great efficiency. As Nabida cut off the dragon's whiskers cleanly, the evil dragon seemed to have no strength left at this moment. The huge head that had been raised suddenly slammed to the ground, and the cave trembled. At the same time, the fierce green flames of the dragon's breath in the sky dissipated into the air like a tree without roots and water without a source. Nabida, you are really awesome. You really defeated the legendary evil dragon. Shizuka shouted excitedly as he looked at the evil dragon that fell heavily to the ground. You know, as long as you defeat the evil dragon and bathe in his blood, you can become immortal. This is also a long-standing legend in the kingdom of Amaruman, just like the Silver Swordsman. Moreover, the title of Dragon Slayer is very famous. Even if she doesn't want to, she knows that immortality is very tempting to everyone. Shizuka doesn't care about these things. She cares more about the fact that the person who defeats the dragon is the one she has loved for a long time. Thinking of this, Shizuka becomes even happier and more excited. The person she is about to marry is a dragon slayer and a brave man who will save the kingdom of Amaruman. Huff, Nabida, you're so annoying. Why didn't you use your secret weapon earlier? I'm almost dying of exhaustion. Finally, they no longer had to block the flames. Jayan and Sunio sat on the ground, gasping for breath and complaining. That's right, that's right. If we had known it was that simple, we wouldn't have had to do so many fancy things. I was scared to death when the flames came towards me just now. Sunio nodded and complained with lingering fear. He couldn't help but shiver when he thought of the green flames that just rushed towards his face. He almost peed himself with fright just now. You have to know that they didn't understand the power of the swords in their hands. Just now, the evil dragon had the upper hand in terms of power and appearance. They didn't expect that these 2 swords were no worse than the one in Nabida's hand. Not only were they fine, they also defeated the legendary evil dragon. Sunio, you're going to say something nice now. I don't know who it was just now, but he wanted to run away as soon as he saw the dragon. Really, look, I'm not afraid at all. Jayan said unhappily after hearing what Sunio said, and then he stood up and waved the bronze sword in his hand. No matter what, Jayan, defeated the dragon and would soon become immortal. This is an immortal body. I don't know how many people dream of getting an immortal body. As long as you have an immortal body, you can be at ease no matter what you do. Even the demon spirit emperor doesn't care. Oh, and there's immortality. If I have immortality, I won't have to fear any danger anymore. Sunio curled his lips when he heard Jayan's words. Considering Jayan's fighting ability, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked like he was looking forward to gaining immortality. You know, Sunio cherishes his life very much. If he has the legendary immortality, then it means he won't have to fear all kinds of dangers and accidents anymore. Even if you meet the Demon Emperor Odoram or the demon army under the Demon Emperor Odoram, there is no need to be afraid. Thinking of this, Sunio immediately felt full of energy. If he had been able to get onto the platform where the dragon was, he would have rushed up to cut open the dragon's skin and let its blood flow. He couldn't wait to soak in the dragon's blood-hot spring to gain immortality. Compared to the joy and excitement of Shizuka, Jayan and Sunio, Nabida and Doraemon were much calmer, because they both knew that this was just a dream. How could they bring the immortality they gained in the dream into reality? Just think about it and you will know that it is impossible. And there is one more thing. Doraemon is a little embarrassed now. He almost turned Jayan and the others into stone statues just now. When he thought of the boast he just made, he couldn't help blushing. The reason why Shizuka, Jayan, and Sunio are so happy is that the memory of reality has been temporarily sealed by Doraemon using the Dream Maker. Because Shizuka, Jayan, and Sunio regard the world of the 3 fantasy swordsmen as the real world, they are so happy because they are about to gain immortality. Okay, what should we do with this dragon next? Nabida asked after taking a look at the giant dragon lying motionless on the ground. To be honest, he couldn't bear to bathe in dragon blood. He felt sick just thinking about it. Of course, if he could really gain immortality, he could still give it a try. But now he was in a dream. Even if it was a small world, he couldn't bring it to the real world. Besides, he really couldn't bring himself to kill the dragon. To be honest, he had only heard that there was a dragon here, but he hadn't heard that it had done anything bad. Instead, it was humans who came here to kill him for the sake of immortality. Of course we have to kill it, and then we can become immortal in 3-3, and then we can deal with the demon emperor. Sunio said without thinking after hearing Nobita's words. That's right, with an immortal body and this sword, we can give the demon spirit emperor a good beating. Jayan nodded excitedly in agreement, waving the sword in his hand as he spoke. In Jayan's view, having an immortal body was like having a cheat, and with the magic weapon in his hand, he was simply invincible. Shizuka didn't say much. To be honest, Shizuka didn't like killing, but the predicament faced by the Yamaruman kingdom made Shizuka unable to think too much, so Shizuka just stood by, neither supporting nor opposing, but she couldn't bathe in dragon blood. I think we should just forget it. This dragon hasn't done anything bad, and we don't need immortality to defeat the demon spirit emperor. Nobita said with some pity as he looked at the unconscious dragon. I don't care. Anyway, I won't bathe in dragon's blood with you guys. It's really disgusting. Shizuka, who had not intended to interrupt, said with disgust as if she thought of something after hearing Nobita's words. Although Shizuka, as a princess, likes to take a bath very much, forget it, asking her to take a bath in dragon's blood. It's too disgusting. Jayan Sunio, who was still excited, was stunned after hearing what Nobita and Shizuka said. They stared at Nobita blankly and murmured, Are we just going to give up our immortality like this? Especially Sunio, he looked very unwilling. We are just going to give up the immortality that is within our reach. Then what is the purpose of coming here? That's right. Jayan looked at Nobita and Shizuka with a puzzled look on his face. Nobita looked at the two of them helplessly. There was nothing wrong with their behavior. After all, the temptation of immortality was too great. If she didn't know that this thing could not be taken out of the dream world, Nobita really wanted to try it. However, since it was impossible, it was better not to do such a disgusting thing. How about you guys do it? Shizuka and I will go out and wait for you, Nobita said as he saw Jayan and Sunio still refusing to give up. After he finished speaking, he planned to take Shizuka out. Shizuka would of course not object. Not to mention how disgusting that incident was, Shizuka almost obeyed Nobita's words now. There is no need to talk about Doraemon. He is a robot and does not need these things at all. Naturally, he has no interest in taking a dragon blood bath. Let us do it ourselves, Sunio said blankly as he looked at Nobita, who was about to leave with Shizuka and Doraemon. He didn't understand why Nobita would give up his immortality, but he was obviously a little afraid to do it himself. After all, as a noble, he had never killed even a chicken, let alone such a big dragon. Thinking of this, Sunio turned to Jayan and asked, Jayan, what should we do? I don't know either. Jayan also looked confused and didn't know what to do. Just as everyone was struggling, no one noticed that the dragon's whiskers that were cut off by Nobita had grown back during their discussion. The dragon's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened, but this time he did not rush to attack Nobita and the others. Instead, he was listening to what these humans were going to do with him. When the dragon heard Nobita say that she would not kill him, he was really stunned. It was the first time he met someone who could resist the temptation of immortality, such as the countless stone statues in the cave. Why don't we just give up? Jayan said hesitantly as he looked at Nobita and the others who were already walking out of the cave. Although he was a hunter, he had never killed anyone before. The little bear he caught was the first prey he had ever caught. Give it up. Sunio felt that this world had gone crazy. People didn't even want the immortality that was within their grasp. But when he saw Jayan also started to walk out, Sunio could only follow him unwillingly. He didn't want to take action, not to mention that the dragon might wake up at any time. Warriors, please wait a moment. The giant dragon, who had been pretending to be unconscious, hesitated for a moment and then shouted when he saw Nobita and the others were about to leave. The dragon has woken up. Sunio was startled by the dragon's voice. She quickly drew her sword and turned around to prepare to resist the dragon's attack. The dragon's breath before left a deep impression on them. However, Nobita did not react violently when hearing the dragon's words. After all, if the dragon wanted to attack them, this was a great opportunity. They didn't know that the dragon had woken up. Nobita turned around and looked at the dragon in confusion and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Dragon." Warriors, you are the people with the purest hearts I have ever seen. To be honest, I don't want to turn these people into stone, but there is no way. If I don't attack them, they will kill me. The temptation of immortality is too great. The dragon raised its head and looked at Nobita and the others and said with a very respectful tone, I used to think that no one could resist the temptation of immortality, but now it seems that I was wrong. You are all true warriors. I believe you can defeat the demon spirit emperor. Nobita scratched his head a little embarrassedly when he heard the dragon's praise. If he didn't know that his immortality would disappear after leaving this world, Nobita might have really given it a try. But now he was misunderstood by the dragon. In that case, we won't bother you anymore. We still have to go and find the demon spirit emperor. Haha, young warriors, don't be anxious. Although I can't make you immortal, I can give you a chance to be reborn. This is a gift of gratitude for not killing you and my respect for your pure hearts. The dragon looked at Nobita and the others and said slowly, Really? But why haven't we heard of this? Shizuka said with some surprise after hearing the dragon's words. The legend did not say that dragons had this ability, but Shizuka also hoped that this was true. You know, they still had the demon spirit emperor to deal with, and it would be good to have one more chance to be reborn 123 times. At least she wouldn't have to worry about Nobita dying in the battle with the demon spirit emperor. Of course it's true. If you use my sweat in the hot spring to take a bath, you can get a chance to be reborn. And if you don't use this chance of rebirth, your various abilities will be strengthened. How about it? Although it's not as good as immortality. The dragon looked at Shizuka and explained, It sounds pretty good. Jayan and Sunio looked at each other and said with some surprise, Is that so? Then let's go take a hot spring bath together. After hearing what the dragon said, Nobita said to everyone with a smile, although it was useless, just think of it as relaxing in a dream. Oh. Jayan and Sunio cheered, then started to take off their clothes and rushed into the hot spring pool. At this time, the dragon also walked into the hot spring pool. Nobita saw this and prepared to take off his clothes to go in. Looking at the shy Shizuka, he remembered that Shizuka was pretending to be a man and it was impossible for him to take a bath with him. So he pretended to be disgusted and said to Shizuka, Shizuka, don't you have mysophobia? Then go there. Nobita pointed to a remote place which was just out of sight of others. People who stayed there could see the surroundings, but others could only see what was going on there. I got it. Shizuka, who was struggling, was delighted when she heard Nobita's words. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of Jayan and the others, she pretended to be very embarrassed and left the group and came to the place Nobita pointed out. Jayan didn't think anything of Nobita's words. It was normal for others to have mysophobia as they were nobles. Doraemon just chuckled because he knew the reason. Sunio, on the other hand, looked at Shizuka, who was leaving thoughtfully. He had a bold guess in his mind. Shizuka and Nobita don't have hobbies in that direction, do they? Soon, after soaking in the hot spring, the group said goodbye to the dragon and left the cave refreshed. Okay, now everyone has got a chance to be reborn, so next we have to deal with the demon emperor. The information we got before we came was that the monster army was besieging the Dark City, but because of the heavy rain, they stopped. Nobita looked at Doraemon and the others and said, With a chance to be reborn, it means that Nobita and the others can be a little more relaxed in confronting the demon emperor and his monster army. Nobita had already made the decision to go to the Dark City before defeating the dragon, which should not have been breached by the demon emperor's army yet. Are we going to Crest City now to fight against the monster army of the demon spirit emperor? Isn't it a little too fast? How about we talk to the dragon and let him bleed a little so that we can soak in the dragon blood hot spring? Wouldn't that be more reliable? Sunio said a little worriedly after hearing Nobita's decision. As a noble of the Amaruman kingdom, Sunio knew very well how powerful the demon army of the demon spirit emperor was. Even if they had a chance to be reborn and the blessing of the black iron sword given by the sacred tree, there were only 4 of them after all, and they had to face the army of the demon spirit emperor. No matter how you look at it, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Not to mention that from the very beginning, even the most elite soldiers and swordsmen of the Amaruman kingdom had been in a one-sided situation when fighting against the monster army of the demon spirit emperor. From the beginning of the war to now, the monster army of the demon spirit emperor has always suffered 0 casualties. Even the most elite soldiers or swordsmen could not cause even a little damage to the monster army. At most, they could only slightly hinder the monster army's advance. The final result would still be the city's destruction. So even if he obtained 2 treasures, Sunio would still be so hesitant and indecisive in this situation. Even 2 lives are not enough for Sunio. Removing the eyes can gain true immortality. What are you afraid of? If you try to run away again, I'll beat you to death first. Jayan said unhappily after hearing Sunio's words and clenched his fists. Don't worry, Sunio, we can definitely defeat the Demon Emperor and his monster army. You are also very powerful, you just underestimated yourself. You didn't see how powerful you were when you dealt with the dragon just now, right, Doraemon? Nabida praised Sunio. He knew Sunio's character very well. That's right, Sunio, you were very brave just now. Doraemon heard Nabida's words and nodded in agreement. Am I really that good? Of course, let's discuss now how we can get to the Dark City as quickly as possible. If we are slow, the city might have been breached by the time we get there. Nabida nodded. His expression suddenly became serious as he looked at everyone and said, it may be because the reputation of the Demon Emperor and his demon army has long been known throughout the entire Amaruman kingdom. So the city's resistance and morale have become weaker and weaker as time goes on. If Nabida and the others had not gone to Craster City for support as soon as possible, Craster City might have been conquered and occupied by the monster army by the time Chu Mushin arrived. As for the route, there is a big river nearby that leads directly to the Dark City. But the river is very fast, and there is a waterfall along the way. Jayan recalled a little after hearing Nabida's words and said that before coming to the forest, Jayan specially visited an old hunter nearby to ask about some things about the forest. Hey Jayan, you even know this, that's amazing. It would be much faster if there was a river leading directly to the Dark City, but if there was a waterfall in the middle, it would be too dangerous. Doraemon, do you have any better idea? Nabida's eyes lit up when she heard Jayan's words, and then she looked at Doraemon and asked. It would be right to throw the question to Doraemon at this time, because Doraemon was a mysterious magician. If he was unreliable, everyone would doubt him. Of course, Nabida also has a way, but it is too time-consuming, so it is better to use Doraemon's props. What? Nabida, you suddenly asked me if I have any good ideas. If you want to quickly go to some dark city, well, how about using this? Take copter. Doraemon was stunned after hearing Nabida's words. Then he took out a take copter from his pocket and said, if we want to reach Dark City as quickly as possible, as Nabida said, there is no doubt that using take copter, which can fly in the sky, is the fastest way Doraemon can think of now. Doraemon explained how to use the take copter again, but when he introduced it, he described the take copter as a magic tool he made. Can you really fly with this thing? Sunio was skeptical about what Doraemon took out. No matter how you look at it, this little thing can't possibly lift a person up, right? Sunio, what nonsense are you talking about? You should know that Doraemon is a mysterious magician. He will definitely not lie to us. Are you saying this on purpose because you are afraid? Jayan said angrily when he heard Sunio's words. In his opinion, Sunio just wanted to find an excuse not to go to the Dark City. I didn't. Sunio waved his hand and denied it when he saw Jayan was about to do something. Then he quickly put the take copter on his head. Okay, everyone should know how to use take copter, right? Doraemon said with a smile as he looked at the two people who were bickering as usual. Even if the memory of reality is gone, promise, the way they get along has not changed. Of course, let's set off quickly. Just thinking about dealing with the demon spirit emperor makes my blood boil. Jayan said excitedly, patting his chest. Without waiting for everyone to say anything, he drove the take copter into the sky. Okay, in that case, let's set off, head towards the Dark City. Looking at Jayan, who had already flown into the sky, Nabida encouraged him, and then he took Shizuka's hand and flew into the sky as well. Ah, Shizuka, who was still a little uncomfortable, was startled by the sudden lift off the ground. She quickly hugged Nabida's arm for fear of falling. When she saw the forest below her feet, she couldn't help but sigh. It's incredible that you actually flew up. Doraemon, you are amazing. You are worthy of being a magician. At the same time, in the Dark City, a captain on a dilapidated castle was looking at the dark tents of the demon army not far away. Although he didn't know why the demon army suddenly stopped attacking, maybe it was because they didn't want to attack the city when it was raining. The soldiers guarding the city kept looking at the densely packed tents not far away. They looked worriedly at the gloomy sky with heavy rain. If the heavy rain could stop the advance of the demon army, it would be better not to stop forever. Otherwise, they really would not be able to defend the castle. What they don't know is that the Demon Emperor's army has different life elements, and ordinary physical attacks are ineffective. Otherwise, there wouldn't be almost no casualties so far, while the human side has suffered heavy casualties. After all, who wins when an egg hits a stone? And these demon armies all have one thing in common, that is, their attributes are mutually restraining. Metal restrains wood, and wood restrains water. This is also the reason why they will stop attacking and order a retreat when it rains. After all, there are still some people in their army who are afraid of water. especially the earth element army, as rain will turn it into mud. What's more, for the leading general, the city is already his, and he just needs to wait for the rain to stop. It's raining so heavily. Based on my experience as a hunter, this heavy rain will not stop in the short term. In a cave some distance away from the dark city, Jayan stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the dark clouds outside, and said to Nabida and others who were roasting a fire in the cave. This kind of sudden heavy rain will either stop after a while or last for a long time. Judging from the fact that the heavy rain has not subsided but has become heavier, it seems that this heavy rain will not stop in the short term. This heavy rain has bought us some time to rest. I think the army of the demon spirit emperor has not yet broken through the dark city. We can take a break for a while. After hearing Jayan's judgment, he smiled and said, according to the original plan, they were going to rush to the dark city overnight, but because of the heavy rain, everyone can take a break. Tomorrow they might have to go to war with the army of the demon spirit emperor. This is all thanks to Doraemon. If we hadn't used this take-copter but a small boat, we would have all become drowned swordsmen by now, haha. Jayan walked slowly to the campfire and joked. Fortunately, Doraemon took out this magical prop, otherwise everyone would have been waiting to get wet in the rain. Moreover, the river water on their side was very fast, and they might not be able to get ashore immediately. Haha, that's nothing, let's eat something, Doraemon said when he saw that everyone looked a little tired. After all, only when you are full can you rest better. After saying that, Doraemon took out the retrieval bag from his pocket and began to take out various delicacies from it. Jayan drooled as he looked at her and said, Doraemon, you really are the most powerful magician. From now on you are my close friend. After all, Jayan is always passionate about food. Haha, no way, these are just little tricks. Doraemon said a little embarrassedly when he heard Jayan praising him like that. After all, Doraemon is not a magician, and the things he used are not magic, but just some props from the 22nd century. So Doraemon felt embarrassed when he was praised by Jayan, who had no memory. Well, let's eat while we discuss what to do after the rain stops. Nabida looked at the food Doraemon brought out and said to everyone, to be honest, Nabida was actually very hungry. After all, they entered the Dragon Valley in the morning, and it was almost evening when they came out. He hadn't eaten during this period because he was worried about the fall of Dark City and forgot that he was hungry. Well, this tastes very good, better than what my chefs cook. Doraemon is indeed a magician, he can do everything so well. Sunio said with approval while eating the food on the ground. Although Sunio has no memory now, his temper is still the same, he likes to flatter, and Doraemon takes out modern delicacies, which are a beat compared to the food of the era of the fantasy Three Musketeers. This can be seen from Shizuka, after all, she is a princess who has eaten all kinds of delicacies. It's delicious. Big brother, what did you say you wanted to discuss with us? How to teach the Demon Spirit Emperor's army a lesson. Give them a good beating and dampen their fighting spirit, Jayan said to Nabida excitedly while biting the chicken leg in his hand. Jayan is a warlike person, which is even more evident in this fantasy world. He likes to use his fists to talk about everything. Come on, Jayan, you don't know how powerful the army of the Demon Emperor is. I think we should prepare for the worst. Maybe the Dark City has been breached by now. Sunio heard Jayan's pessimistic words. After all, the Demon Emperor's army is indeed very powerful, otherwise they would not have breached so many cities in such a short time. Therefore, Sunio is not very optimistic about the upcoming war. Although Sunio couldn't beat Jayan and didn't dare to say anything bad about him, Jayan was just a commoner after all. He couldn't see as much as Sunio, a noble. After all, they received different education and his knowledge was not as good as Sunio. After all, as a noble, he still learned a lot. Moreover, Sunio must have heard more detailed information than Jayan. At least Zai Ocean knew more about the army of demons than Jayan. It is estimated that the Dark City can only rely on the terrain of the castle to conduct offensive and defensive battles. After all, according to the current war situation, it is impossible for the human side to counterattack if they do not have something to restrain the army of demons. They can only passively defend. It is unknown how long they can hold out. Maybe by the time they arrive, the Dark City will have been broken. Sunio didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that the more he thought about it, the less he would dare to fight the army of demons. After all, princesses and nobles were not as important as his own life. Thinking of this, Sunio became a little scared. He touched the black iron sword beside him as if only this could give him a sense of security. Sunio, don't be too pessimistic. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe the four of us can really resist the attack of the Demon Emperor. We have the sword given by the sacred tree and a chance to be reborn. Don't underestimate yourself. Nobita looked at Sunio and counseled him. Although he was still vague about the plot in the middle, he still remembered the ending. I'm not underestimating myself, I just don't have the confidence. After all, the Demon Spirit Emperor's army is almost reaching the capital. Sunio became even more excited after hearing Nobita's words. Shizuka next to him also looked gloomy after hearing this. After all, what Sunio said was true. Thinking of this, Shizuka looked at Nobita again, hope rekindled in his eyes. As long as Nobita was there, they would definitely win the final victory. After all, Nobita was the legendary Byakugan Sword King. Hey, why are you so pessimistic? Can't you believe that we can defeat the Demon Emperor? In that case, let me tell you about the Demon Army. Everyone says that the Demon Army is immortal, but that's actually not true. Nobita looked at Jayan and Shizuka, whose faces had dimmed when they heard Sunio say that, so he was ready to tell them something to boost their morale. He knew that the Demon Army was not immortal, and they also had weaknesses. After all, no one is perfect, let alone demons. Everyone has weaknesses, just like Doraemon's love for dorayaki is a weakness. Doesn't Sunio often use these to tempt Doraemon to get fun props? Really? Nobita, the Demon Army is really not immortal. Shizuka asked in surprise when she heard Nobita say that. After all, as a princess, she didn't know this. If she knew, the war would not have developed into the current situation. Thinking of this, Shizuka held Nobita's hand and looked at him intently. Jayan and Sunio were stunned when they saw Shizuka suddenly holding Nobita's hand. They both thought Shizuka was a man. After all, there are still men getting together in this era. Especially when they saw Shizuka's affectionate eyes, they both looked at Nobita with an "I understand" look. They thought there was big news here, but they still took a few steps back honestly. Doraemon didn't react much because he knew Shizuka was the princess. Well, cough cough, yes, for example, the fire element army of the demon army is afraid of water. They will die when they encounter water, and their earth element army is also very afraid of water. They will turn into mud when they encounter water, so, Nobita said with an embarrassed cough. However, although he did not break away from Shizuka's hand, he did not understand the meaning of Jayan and Sunio's eyes, otherwise he would have jumped up long ago. After all, he is a real man. The naive Shizuka did not notice that Jayan and Sunio were looking at her strangely. After all, what Nobita said now is too important to the kingdom of Amaruman. Oh, so that's how it is. Maybe the Dark City hasn't been breached yet. After all, it's raining so hard. I thought the Demon Spirit Emperor's army was really invincible. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Jayan heard Nobita's words and waved his hand holding the chicken leg excitedly. He was already full of confidence, and after knowing this, he became even more confident. Is it really like this? Nobita, you are not kidding me, are you? Sunio returned to normal, looked at Nobita with suspicion and asked. After all, in Sunio's impression, the demon army had too many terrifying aspects. Suddenly, he knew that a little bit of water could destroy the two opposing legions, and that the kingdom would not have had such a hard time fighting. It sounded like a scam. Moreover, the people in the Earth Element army were all big and strong. It was impossible that all swordsmen would just carry a bucket of water when they encountered the Earth Element or Fire Element army. They would probably be killed before they even poured the water on them. Don't worry, how could I lie to you? Besides, don't we have the super powerful magician Doraemon? Nobita said with a smile and patted Shizuka's hand that was holding hers to signal her not to worry. Jayan and Sunio had been staring at Nobita, and now they saw the movement of Nobita patting Shizuka's hand just now. It didn't seem like Nobita wanted to knock her hand away, but rather wanted to comfort her. This made Sunio and Jayan feel that there was something wrong here, a big problem. Sunio blurted out, Shizuka, you and Nobita, the two of you, hee, don't worry, we won't discriminate against you. As he said this, his fox-like eyes swept back and forth between Shizuka and Nobita. Ah, Sunio, what are you talking about? Shizuka looked at Sunio with some confusion. After all, she didn't understand what Sunio was saying. Seeing Shizuka say this, Sunio looked at Shizuka still holding Nobita's hand, glanced at Shizuka's hand, and smiled without saying anything. Jayan also looked at the two of them with a gossipy look on his face. Shizuka also looked in the direction Sunio pointed, and when he saw that he was holding Nobita's hand, he immediately shouted, Ah, sorry, I can't help it, don't get me wrong. After saying that, he pulled his hand back and glared at Nobita fiercely, as if asking why he didn't tell him. After all, everyone thought he was a boy now, and Nobita kept grinning there. Jayan and Sunio were even more certain that the two were gay and laughed even more unscrupulously. Shizuka kept explaining, but some things became more and more unclear the more he explained. Sunio and Jayan listened to Shizuka's explanation with a smile and said slowly, Shizuka, you don't have to explain. We all understand. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Haha. You guys are really making me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Doraemon couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh when he heard what Jayan and Sunio said. The expressions on their faces will definitely be very funny when they know the truth. The tension caused by the impending confrontation with the demon spirit emperor's army disappeared during this conversation. It was late at night and the heavy rain was still falling outside. Jayan, Sunio, and Doraemon had already fallen asleep. Nabida, who couldn't sleep, opened her eyes and saw Shizuka sitting in front of the fire in a daze. Nabida asked in confusion, "Shizuka, why don't you rest?" "We have to travel tomorrow. Are you homesick?" Shizuka smiled slightly when she heard Nabida's voice, then shook her head and whispered, "I can't sleep. Tomorrow we will face the army of the demon emperor. I am worried. 0. Before Shizuka could finish her words, Nabida covered her pink lips with her fingers. Nabida touched Shizuka's head and comforted her. "You just think too much every day. It's easy to get old and you won't be able to get married. DS." Then Nabida pulled the dizzy Shizuka aside, let her lean on her shoulder, and then coaxed Shizuka to sleep like coaxing a baby to sleep. Soon, Shizuka fell asleep leaning on Nabida's shoulder, and they didn't talk all night. The next day, everyone woke up very early because they went to bed early. When Jayan and Sunio opened their eyes, they were stunned with their mouths wide open. Jayan, am I dazzled?" Sunio rubbed his eyes hard and asked in disbelief, "What are these two doing?" It was normal for Jayan and Sunio to be surprised because they were seeing this scene. Shizuka was sleeping sweetly with her head resting in Nabida's arms with a smile on her lips, while Nabita was hugging Shizuka's back. It was a very warm scene, but it was a bit eye-catching in the eyes of Jayan and Sunio. Because Shizuka is a boy, however, Jayan and Sunio tacitly did not wake up the two of them, but sat there laughing and discussing something from time to time. Even after Nabida and Shizuka woke up, they always looked at Nabida and Shizuka and couldn't help laughing, making Nabida think that they were crazy. After a quick breakfast, the group continued on their way to the Dark City. Perhaps because they had traveled a long way yesterday, it didn't take them long to see the outline of the Dark City. "Nabita, look, that's the Dark City, right? It looks like it hasn't been captured by the Demon Emperor's army yet. Let's go there quickly," Shizuka said with a little excitement as he looked at the huge and majestic castle in front of him. After running around outside for a while, Shizuka really missed the days of living in the castle. "You lackeys of the Demon Spirit Emperor, I will take care of you in the future." At the same time, because of the heavy rain yesterday, the road outside the gate of the Dark City was blocked by rain. It looked like Atlantis in the water. However, because the heavy rain has stopped, the accumulated water on the ground is slowly receding. It is estimated that when the rain recedes, it will be time for the army of demons to attack the city. Is this the Dark City? It looks really grand but a little dilapidated. Jayan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the castle in front of him. You know, in the fantasy world, Jayan was born a hunter. He had been hunting and farming in remote villages and had never been to the city. It was inevitable that Jayan was surprised when he saw such a magnificent castle for the first time. It's not only magnificent, but also very solid. You know, our Amaruman kingdom relied on such a castle to resist the demon emperor and his monster army. If 867 didn't have such a solid castle, our capital would have been breached. Sunio said proudly after hearing Jayan's praise. As a Viscount noble of the Amaruman kingdom, there is nothing wrong with praising his country as if praising himself. But it seems that the heavy rain yesterday flooded the castle. Jayan looked at the castle surrounded by rain in surprise and said in confusion, "Maybe being flooded is not a good thing under normal circumstances, but it is necessary to be flooded now." "Jayan, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? The demon army attacking the Dark City has the most feared Earth army. I think if it weren't for the heavy rain yesterday, we might be greeted by the attack of the demon army now," Nabida explained with great relief after hearing Jayan's words. "I understand. That is to say, it is the water that flooded the castle that protected the castle from the attack of the monster army, but I see that the accumulated water is slowly receding. In this case, even if there is no monster army attacking the castle now, won't the castle be in danger when the accumulated water completely recedes?" Shizuka said with great concern as he looked at the water tide that was not obvious but was receding by 10 o'clock. "Well, if I'm not mistaken, the monster army is also waiting for the flood to recede. Let's go down and say hello to the people in the castle while there is still time. Otherwise, it will be bad if a fight breaks out and there are misunderstandings. We should also make some preparations in advance," Nabida said slowly as he looked at the soldiers who were patrolling on the castle and noticed that they were staring at him vigilantly. If they didn't go down, they would probably be mistaken for the Demon Emperor's men and attacked. Shizuka and Doraemon may have noticed this and nodded in agreement, then they flew towards the wall of Dark Castle. What are those? How can these people and a raccoon cat fly in the sky? Are they subordinates of the Demon Emperor? The soldiers who were patrolling on the castle naturally noticed Nabida and his men flying towards them from the sky and hurriedly shouted nervously to report, but their expressions were obviously panicked, and their hands holding swords were shaking. It seems that he was frightened by the army of demons. It's no wonder they misunderstood. The fact that they could fly was definitely a strange thing in the eyes of these patrolling soldiers. You know, in the kingdom of Yamaruman, no one could fly. In addition, there was something among Nabida and the others that didn't seem to be human. These soldiers directly judged that Nabida and the others were subordinates of the Demon Spirit Emperor. Only the subordinates of the Demon Spirit Emperor have such an amazing skill of flying, and only the terrifying Demon Spirit Emperor can make people fly, something that only gods can do. Thinking of this, the soldiers quickly took up their weapons and pointed them at Nabita and the others. Although they were very scared, they did not think of surrendering. Basically, no soldier who fell into the hands of the Demon Spirit Emperor or the monster army survived. Wait a minute, I'm Viscount Nobita from the Kingdom of Yamurua. I've successfully challenged the sacred tree, and now I'm here to support you. Nobita looked at the soldiers who were reacting a little too strongly and shouted loudly. If they didn't report their origins quickly, they might really start a fight, and it would be funny if they were fighting each other. Of course, if these soldiers still didn't believe it and wanted to attack them, Nobita would have no choice but to subdue them, but this was a situation he didn't want to see. Viscount Nobita, could it be? At this moment, a man who looked like the captain of these soldiers came over and said in a somewhat happy voice. It seemed that he knew Nobita Zero. It's really you, Master Nobita. Perhaps you have forgotten me. I was the captain of the guard of Liuxia City. If it weren't for your father, I might have died. Your father was a great duke. The captain walked forward happily, half knelt in front of Nobita and said with the etiquette of a swordsman. Nobita quickly stepped forward and helped the captain up, saying, Captain, you don't have to be like this. My father was just doing what he was supposed to do. Nobita's father, could it be? Sunio was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two and then exclaimed. If he remembered correctly, there was only one Grand Duke in the kingdom of Amaruman who died in the battle. He led all the soldiers to fight and one time for the people in the city to evacuate. This captain was the one responsible for leading everyone to evacuate. Yes, Nobita's father is the duke, but it seems that many nobles do not agree with his father's actions because they think that the lives of common people cannot be compared with those of nobles. Shizuka spoke softly. As the princess of the kingdom, she certainly knew more, but she didn't think Nobita's father did anything wrong. Instead, she thought Nobita's father was a hero. Nobita also started to greet the captain. The captain looked at Nobita happily and said, Viscount Nobita, I never thought that you would get the silver suit. I believe that the Grand Duke would be very happy in heaven. You can also avenge the Grand Duke on May 3. Well, Captain, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's get ready. The enemy should be attacking soon, right? That's right, let's take you to see the city lord. I think he will be very happy to see you. The captain's expression suddenly became serious when he heard Nobita's words. The situation is imminent now. The army of the Demon Emperor may attack at any time, and this city is still under the jurisdiction of the Dark City. After hearing the conversation between Nobita and the captain, the other soldiers lost their vigilance and contempt, and were instead filled with admiration. Not to mention that Nobita had already become a silver swordsman, and a good father will have a good son. Although Nobita had never met his father, this was a plot setting after all, and he had no way to change it, but this setting did save him a lot of trouble. Afterwards, the captain did not exchange any more pleasantries with Nobita and the others. He turned around and led Nobita and the others into the castle. The castle could be breached at any time, so there was no time to lose. Led by the captain, Nobita and his companions met the ruler of Dark City, the Lord of Dark City. The Lord of Dark City was of course extremely happy and enthusiastic about the arrival of Nobita and his friends. At this moment, he was extremely happy to have such strong reinforcements as Nobita and his friends arrive. You know, if Dark City was captured and occupied by the monster army, the Lord of Dark City would definitely not have a good fate. Normally, the Lord of Dark City enjoyed various privileges and benefits because of Dark City. But as long as Dark City was breached, the one who suffered the most would be the Lord of Dark City. He would either have to fight to the death with the Demon Emperor or flee back to the capital and become a destitute noble. After all, he no longer had any fiefdom, which meant he had no source of livelihood, and his status might just be better than that of some commoners. Afterwards, Nabida told the city lord the general plan they had discussed in the cave. After all, they would still need their cooperation. The city lord agreed to all the requests made by Nabida and his friends, and even guaranteed the implementation of their plans without any objections. This made Nabida, who had prepared a lot of speeches, a little stunned. But he didn't want to think about it. It seemed that the city would be breached anyway, so he might as well let Nabida and the others try. So the Lord of Dark City agreed with this mentality. Besides, Nabida is the son of that adult and a silver swordsman. This is his wish, so how could he not obey? I didn't expect the city lord to be so easy to talk to. Sunio sighed as he looked at the city lord who was busy arranging things. After all, as a noble, he knew the nature of these city lords. Most of them would not be so easy to talk to. After all, this was not a small matter. If they were not careful, they would fall into an irretrievable situation. I guess he also regards us as his last straw. After all, if he fails, the outcome will be the same. But if he succeeds, it will be different. That would be a great achievement. This matter has only advantages and no disadvantages. In addition, with Nabida here, he still trusts us very much. Shizuka analyzed what Sunio said after hearing it. After all, as a person born in a royal family, how could she not see the little thoughts of this city lord? Okay, let's not worry about this. Now that we've said everything we need to say, let's find a place to rest for a while. After all, we've traveled for such a long time, let's recover our strength and prepare to face the demon army. Nabida said to everyone while looking at Shizuka, who was indignant. Jayan was extremely excited. If he didn't know that he was not very powerful, he would have dared to rush into the camp of the demon army. As time passed slowly, the accumulated water outside the castle began to decrease until it disappeared completely, which meant that the natural barrier protecting the Dark City was gone. The soldiers guarding the city trembled a little as they watched the accumulated water recede. After all, this meant that a fierce battle was about to begin. Even with Nabida, the silver swordsman, they would still be afraid in their hearts. Fear had already occupied their hearts. At the same time, not far from the Dark City, the camp where the demon army was stationed was still muddy due to the rain. After all, it was impossible for all traces to disappear in such a short time. At this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from a seemingly ordinary empty quagmire, and then a strange figure jumped out from it. The person who jumped out was none other than the general of the demon army who had rested in the quagmire because of the rain yesterday, General Spider. He was the one who was about to lead the demon army to fight against Nabida and others. Haha, the rain has stopped and the accumulated water in front of the Dark City has receded. The wet land will not cause any harm to the soldiers and will only strengthen their fighting ability. Just go around a few small puddles. Notify them to prepare for the siege. General Spider looked at the surrounding environment and gave orders loudly. After all, a lot of time had been wasted, and he could not bear the wrath of the demon spirit emperor if he waited any longer. Because the heavy rain would cause huge damage to the earth and fire soldiers and make them disappear, General Spider had been waiting for the rain to stop. He was already a little impatient, but now the time has finally come. There is nothing threatening his army anymore, and it is time to launch a final attack on the Dark City. Following the order of Spider General, the Earth army that had been standing still began to move, and the originally quiet surroundings became noisy, like a charge in the silent night sky, echoing around the Dark City, making the soldiers defending the city very nervous. Looking at the Earth-type soldiers around him who had already awakened, Spider Studio nodded with satisfaction and shouted, "Let's go." Afterwards, dense groups of soldiers marched towards Dark City in a mighty manner. Moreover, General Spider seemed to be sure of winning Dark City. He didn't even have the most basic detectives. It didn't seem like they were going to fight, but rather to sightsee. Look, the demon army is moving. Nabida, who heard the noise, quickly woke up everyone who was resting and said. After hearing this, everyone hurriedly stood up and lay on the city wall to watch the approaching demon army. Compared with the soldiers' worries, they were much happier, especially when they saw the burly Earth-type soldiers, who were dancing like gorillas to avoid the puddles formed by the heavy rain. Everyone couldn't help laughing. "They are almost there. It looks like they are the Earth-type army, Doraemon, watching you," Nabida said to Doraemon while looking at the army of spirits moving awkwardly. After all, they were about to reach the city gate, which meant the battle was about to begin, but they didn't need to take action against these minions at all. "Okay, I'll take out the magic items to deal with them right away." Doraemon nodded quickly as he looked at the army of demons that were approaching. After that, he took out a machine with a little revolver from his pocket and started operating it. What kind of magic weapon is this? It looks so weird. Sunio said curiously as he looked at the props Doraemon was fiddling with. Why did he feel that the magician Doraemon was very different from the demon emperor? This is a weather controller. It's very powerful, just wait and see. Doraemon explained while operating the machine. Doraemon, this time it's up to you. Whether we can restore everyone's morale depends on today's battle. Nabida looked at the approaching army of demons and then at the soldiers who had no will to resist. If they win this battle, everyone's morale will probably be greatly improved, but if they lose, the entire Dream Kingdom will probably be finished. Of course, Nabida will definitely not let this happen. This requires everyone's help. He certainly can't do it alone. Nabida did not say much to the soldiers. Yesterday's battle had brought their morale to the lowest point. If the city had not been breached because of the sudden heavy rain, and if it had not been for their joining today. Plus the solid city walls and the faith in their hearts, who knows how many people would have fled, and how many would have been so scared that they fell to the ground without even the courage to resist. After all, the gap in strength between the enemy and us was too great. Nabida looked seriously at the approaching demon army. The battle situation will be rewritten at this moment. But just when everyone was looking forward to Doraemon's magic, he had a problem. He kept searching in his pockets. Wonderful, where is the card of the rainstorm? I remember I put it in this place. Nabida helplessly looked at Doraemon, who was looking for a card. It seemed that Dorami was indeed more reliable. However, now was not the time to talk about this because the monster army was almost here. It's no use. The monster army is coming. We have to go down and stop them to delay time. Doraemon, you should think of a solution quickly. Shizuka, you should stay here and don't move. Jay and Sunio, come with me. I'll take care of the general and you guys deal with those minions. Don't let them get close to the castle. Nabida said quickly while looking at Doraemon frantically searching for props in his pocket. After that, without waiting for Shizuka to reply, he took the take copter and flew down, standing less than 10 meters away from the monster army. Nabida, wait for me. Jayan also drew out his bronze sword and followed with his take copter. Sunio hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, drew out his sword and followed, shouting, I will fight you, you damned fellows. Shizuka said nothing but just clasped his hands together and looked at the three people who had gone down with concern. Seeing Nabida and the other two slowly landing in front of his army with take copter from the top of the castle, the spider general looked at them with doubtful eyes. He wondered who Nabida and the others were. How dare they rebel against the great demon spirits? What surprised him even more was that Nabida and the others could actually fly. You know, flying was an ability that Spider General had never seen in humans before, and even he himself didn't have the ability to fly. Now seeing humans who could suddenly fly, he couldn't help but become alert. Of course, he was only a little bit alert as he still looked down on weak humans. In the Spider General's opinion, there was definitely nothing special or mysterious about these humans except that they could fly. Perhaps they were just ordinary human swordsmen. Moreover, the Spider General was not blind, as he clearly saw the take copter on Nobita and the others' heads. He guessed that Nobita and the others could fly because of the take copter on their heads. But for some reason, the Spider General had an instinctive sense of vigilance towards Nobita, who looked ordinary and harmless. He looked at Nobita carefully but did not even look at Jayan and Sunio. Haha, have you humans come to this point? You actually sent out a few kids. The Spider General looked at Nobita and the others and shouted at the castle with laughter. After that, he looked at Nobita and the others with contempt. Hey kid, you better leave quickly. If you leave like this, I won't deal with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Spider General said this just to test Nobita and the others to see if they really have the ability. Don't be so arrogant, wait and see how I'll deal with you. Jayan shouted angrily when he heard what Spider General said. He was not afraid at all. Hey Spider, I'll let you know who is more powerful later. Now I can let you go. Nobita looked at the Spider General and chuckled twice. After that, Nobita pulled out the silver sword and waved it in the air a few times. Jayan, Sunio, the others are up to you. Just don't let them get close to the castle. Nobita said to Jayan and Sunio in a low voice while looking at the Spider General jokingly. Okay. The two nodded and stood behind Nobita with swords in hand with serious expressions. Boy, do you know what you are saying? I have given you a chance. Since you don't want to leave, then stay here completely. Earth Elemental Army, come on. The Spider General was furious when he saw Nobita look down on him, and then he rushed towards Nobita with his weapons in hand, while the other Earth Elemental troops also rushed towards the castle. Jayan and Sunio looked at each other, then rushed towards the Earth Elemental troops separately and started fighting with them. The Spider General looked at Jayan and Sunio running towards him and was about to charge at them, but was stopped by Nabida, who rushed over. "Your opponent is me." Spider General looked at Nabida with some fear. He felt that this human must have some secret weapon, but he could not retreat at this time. Compared with the unfounded secret weapon, Spider General was more afraid of his object of loyalty, the Demon Emperor. So Spider General made an attacking gesture, but he did not take the initiative to act. On the other side, due to the order of Spider General, all the Earth elements rushed towards the castle frantically. Because the Earth element ignores ordinary physical attacks, there is no room for them to maneuver. They rush forward one after another, and all of a sudden there is a feeling of endlessness. Looking at the burly Earth elementals, Jayan and Sunio couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then swallowed their saliva. However, there was no way to escape now, and they instinctively swung their swords at the first Earth elemental that ran in front of them. Maybe because he felt that their attacks were no threat to him, the Earth element rushed to Jayan and Sunio without dodging or avoiding, and tried to trample Jayan and Sunio to death with the tip of his sword. After all, the Earth Element Legion had fought many battles, and neither spears nor swords nor bows and arrows could cause even the slightest damage to them, so they ignored the swords in the hands of the two men. When the swords in Jayan and Sunio's hands chopped at the Earth Element that looked very brave just now suddenly paused, stared blankly at the swords that chopped at him, and then turned into a pile of liquid. He didn't even have a chance to resist. As the sword touched his body, the Earth Element seemed to have all its strength disappear, and then it turned into mud. Until his death, the Earth Element never understood how he, who was not afraid of any physical attack, could be killed by a mere sword. With the death of the Earth Element, several Earth Elements closer to Jayan and his men suddenly stopped. This was the first time that the Earth Element army suffered casualties. You must know that the Earth Element army had never suffered even a single casualty in the past, and it was always victorious. Basically, all humans would be terrified and afraid when facing them, because in their eyes they were immortal and invincible. But today, one of my companions was defeated by two weaklings, Jayan and Sunio, and he looked very relaxed, Zhao, without any pressure at all. "Sunio, it turns out that this sword is so powerful. You see, these guys don't dare to go up. Let's charge forward," Jayan said with a smug smile as he looked at the stagnant Earth elements. Without waiting for the reaction of these Earth elements, he directly rushed towards the direction of the Earth element army with the sword in his hand. "Doraemon, you have to think of a solution quickly. Nabida and the others have already started fighting with the army of demons." Shizuka looked anxiously at Nabida, who was confronting the Spider General. Both of them had not made any move and remained in an attacking posture. However, the Earth Elemental army was already rushing towards Nabida, and Shizuka was worried that Nabida would be besieged. I know, I'm looking for it right now. I think I'm almost there. I found it. No, this is the Sunny Day card. It's almost there, just a little while longer," Doraemon said in a panic after hearing Shizuka's urging, and his originally orderly movements suddenly became faster, just when the Earth Element army was about to approach Nabida. "Found it, Heavy Rain card. With this, the weather can be as heavy as yesterday or even stronger than yesterday," Doraemon said, happily holding the card in his hand, and then quickly inserted the card into the weather control machine. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered and rain began to fall, gradually getting heavier. The Earth Elemental army was filled with utter despair, and the war was over in less than 3 minutes. "Rain? Why is it raining?" Spider General wiped the rain off his face and looked at the sky in disbelief. "You know, isn't water what the Earth Elemental army fears the most? A rainstorm that came without any sign could definitely kill all of his Earth Elemental army. How dare you, a stinky boy, to trick me?" In an instant, the Spider General's 8 already blood-red eyes became even redder, like a volcano about to erupt. At this time, he could not care less. His Earth Element army was doomed. If he didn't kill this guy, he would have no way to explain himself. He could not bear the wrath of the Demon Spirit Emperor. The Earth Elemental army wailed and melted in the sudden rainstorm, turning into puddles of mud that emitted a pungent stench. Jayan and Sunio watched with great excitement. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that these disgusting-looking puddles of mud were the Earth Element Legion, known as the Undead Legion, which had defeated the soldiers of the Amaruman Kingdom without any chance of fighting back. "HMPH, damn human, I guess this strange rainstorm has something to do with you. Now that the Earth Elemental core is gone, I don't think about going back alive. You'll die with me." The Spider General yelled hysterically at Nabida as he watched the Earth Elementals turning into mud, emitting a pungent stench. As a subordinate of the Demon Emperor Odoram, General Spider knows how difficult it is to talk to the Demon Emperor. As the only general who has suffered a terrible defeat so far, General Spider knows, without guessing, what kind of end he will face. Apart from a painful death, he will have no other choice. Rather than being punished to death by the Demon Emperor, it is better to die on the battlefield. This is why General Spider fought so hard. Since he will die anyway, he might as well choose a very decent way to die for a general. After the Spider General roared, he waved various weapons in his hands and rushed towards Nabida madly against the fierce rainstorm. The Spider General, as his name suggests, Abj, has 8 arms like a spider, and each of his 8 arms holds 8 different melee weapons. Swords, knives, guns, axes, sticks, hammers, spears. It's dazzling to look at, and the attack angles are extremely tricky. Nabida looked at the spider that kept rushing towards him, waving various weapons without getting anxious. This guy was out of control at this moment. After all, he was emotionally out of control because the army of demons was annihilated. Although the attack seemed clever, it was actually full of flaws. Thinking of this, Nabita's mouth curled up slightly and he slowly responded to the attack of the Spider General. Well, it seems that you, as a human, are just like this. You can only use some little tricks. Are you ready to admit defeat? Spider General saw that Nabita was just defending continuously. Thinking that Nabita was no longer able to do it, he began to mock him. Little did he know that Nabita was just taking the opportunity to kill him with one blow and was preparing to attack to get rid of him. HMPH, let's wait and see. Nabita was not angry when she heard what the Spider General said, but just replied lightly. While he was talking, Nabita found an opening and swung the silver sword quickly a few times. Then, in his surprised eyes, she retracted the sword and looked lightly at the Spider General, who didn't know what was going on. Damn it, you actually underestimated. Underestimated. How could I lose? I won't accept this. I actually lost to, Spider General roared angrily after hearing Nabita's words. He felt his body begin to fall uncontrollably halfway through his words, and finally closed his 8 eyes with an unwilling voice. Seeing the Spider General, who was already dead, Nabita called Jayan and Sunio, who were covered in mud, and flew towards the castle with the take copter. Doraemon, did you see that? Nabita won, we finally won. Shizuka jumped excitedly as he watched Nabita fly back. After 44 defeats, they finally won again. The dawn of victory will protect the kingdom of Amurua. Long live the Silver Swordsman. Good job. The soldiers on the castle cheered and welcomed Nabita's return. Their confidence was finally restored. Nabita, are you all right? Seeing Nabita and the other 2 lying on the ground, Shizuka quickly ran forward and carefully looked at Nabita's whole body to see if he was injured. Shizuka, I'm fine, it's raining so hard, let's go back to the castle to take shelter. Nabita looked at Shizuka and gently wiped the rain off her forehead, then smiled at Doraemon and the others and said, now that we have dealt with the Spider General, I believe the rest of the monster army won't be here in a short time. Nabita. Shizuka, who had been able to control her emotions, suddenly had red eyes and screamed when Nabita touched her forehead, and she threw herself into Nabita's arms. Nabita, I'm really worried about you, Shizuka sobbed as she looked at Nabita. Just now, when Shizuka saw the Spider General rushing towards Nabita, her heart was in her throat, and she was more nervous than when she was fighting herself. Okay, stop crying. It won't look good if you keep crying, I'm fine. Nabita looked at Shizuka, who was lying in her arms, patted Shizuka's back gently and comforted her. Jayan, Nabita and Shizuka, those 2 men have stopped hiding it now. There are so many people here. Sunio said with some concern as he looked at Nabita and Shizuka hugging each other. After all, most of these things would not be made public, but now Shizuka and Nabita were hugging each other. You have to know that Shizuka is now wearing a swordsman's costume, with her long hair tied into a ponytail. At first glance, she looks like a handsome swordsman, and now the 2 men are hugging each other so intimately. Sunio, who already knows everything, still feels like goosebumps are falling all over his body. Why do you care so much? Isn't it better this way? No one will compete with you for the princess. Jayan said nonchalantly. He had seen it several times and was no longer surprised. It seems like what you said is right. Sunio said happily. Maybe he still has hope of marrying the princess. At this moment, under the heavy rain, such a scene appeared. A handsome swordsman was lying in the arms of a handsome swordsman with long arms erected, and 2 people and a cat were watching all this with a smile on their faces. There were also soldiers cheering around them, and the scene had an indescribable harmony. Okay, Shizuka, the rain is still a bit heavy, let's go into the castle to take shelter from the rain. Nabita patted Shizuka's shoulder and said, after all, it would be strange if you don't catch a cold if you keep getting wet in such heavy rain. After saying that, Nobita took Shizuka and Doraemon and walked into the castle. The only thing that puzzled Nobita was that Jayan and Sunio had been looking at him with strange eyes during this period. Whenever he looked at them, the two of them looked at him with very strange eyes. This made Nobita very confused and he couldn't understand what they meant. The Lord of Dark City welcomed Nobita and his companions very warmly. You know, because of Nobita and his companions, Dark City did not fall in the end and won a great victory. The Lord of Dark City was happy with his own wisdom and even arranged a grand banquet to reward them. After all, this was a victory and there would be great benefits for him. Maybe he could even be promoted. While Nobita and the others were enjoying the food, the Demon Spirit Emperor also learned that Spider General was killed by Nobita and the Earth Element Army was completely wiped out. He was extremely furious. HMPH Birdman, get out of here, you dead guy. One, explain to me what's going on. The incompetent silver swordsman you mentioned actually caused my army to be annihilated, and a magician even showed up to help them. Is this what you call good for nothing? What kind of useless swordsman? The Demon Emperor roared angrily in the gloomy palace. After all, his army was gone and it was completely annihilated. How could he not be angry? The Birdman looked at the angry Demon Spirit Emperor and knelt on the ground tremblingly, not daring to say a word. He didn't dare to offend the Demon Spirit Emperor who was angry. If he said something that would displease the Demon Spirit Emperor, wouldn't his bird life be over? He didn't want to die so early, he hadn't lived enough. The Demon Spirit Emperor is very angry now. He has fought with humans for such a long time, and this is the first time he has suffered such a heavy loss. Moreover, these are the fresh troops he used to break through the human castle. How can he not be angry? After all, now that he has no Earth army, his offensive pace will be delayed. If this goes on, who knows what accidents may happen. Moreover, it seems that this silver swordsman cannot be underestimated. Your Majesty, this. Looking at the Demon Spirit Emperor, who had been looking at him angrily without saying a word, the Birdman raised his head and stammered to the Demon Spirit Emperor with some trembling. He didn't know how to explain it now. After all, he was the one who chose the Silver Swordsman, but now there was a problem. Although he had known that Nobita had some changes, he didn't expect Nobita to be so powerful and to destroy Spider General and others in such a short time. HMPH, why are you hesitating? Just say what you want to say. The Demon Emperor snorted angrily at the Birdman who was speaking hesitantly. He waved the magic cane in his hand, and a purple electric light came out of the cane and shot directly at the ground not far from the Birdman. When the Birdman saw the actions of the Demon Spirit Emperor and the lightning shooting towards him, he thought he was dead. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and thought his bird life was over. However, when he saw the lightning that was about to shoot towards him finally landed on the ground not far in front of him, the ground instantly became charred black. The Birdman was frightened, and at the same time he was very glad that it was not him who was shot, otherwise he would have been turned into a roasted bird. As for the other generals, they knelt beside him, not daring to go out. The Demon Emperor still values his subordinate Birdman very much. After all, Birdman has done a lot for him, and there are some things that these subordinates who only know how to fight can't do, so he tries his best to suppress his anger. If it were someone else, he might have turned into a pile of scorched earth long ago. After all, as a demon, he is not that merciful. HMPH, the Silver Swordsman's increased strength might be related to the silver suit, but Birdman, explain to me why a magician appeared among them. And as far as I know, most of my Earth army was destroyed because of his magic. The Demon Emperor glared at the Birdman angrily and shouted, scaring the Birdman so much that he trembled. In fact, the Demon Spirit Emperor didn't care about Doraemon at first, but this time Doraemon actually created a rainstorm. You know, even the Demon Spirit Emperor himself couldn't make it happen, so the Demon Spirit Emperor began to feel a little afraid. After all, the person who could use such magic was many times more powerful than him. If he really confronted him, he might be killed instantly by the other party. This was the real reason why he was angry. Thinking of this, the Demon Spirit Emperor became angry again. After all, anyone would feel uneasy if they suddenly knew that there was such a big and unknown powerful enemy. Thinking of this, and looking at the smart and capable Birdman subordinate in front of him, the Demon Spirit Emperor's eyes suddenly became murderous. If the Birdman cannot give himself a reasonable explanation, even if the Birdman is smart and capable, he will still die. The Birdman looked at the Demon Spirit Emperor in front of him, whose expression became even uglier and angrier. Especially when his sinister eyes looked at him, the Birdman felt like he had been to hell several times. Your Majesty, the respected Demon Spirit Emperor, please calm down. I know about the magician you are talking about. The Birdman hurriedly explained for the sake of his future bird life. Looking at the look on the demon spirit emperor's face, he knew that if he didn't speak, it would be really over, and he would have to accompany the dead spider general. I have to praise the Birdman, he is indeed good at grasping the timing and people's hearts. After all, he always says the most important things at such critical moments. Otherwise, he would not be valued by the demon spirit emperor. If it were anyone else, he would have died countless times. Oh, really? The demon emperor was a little surprised when he heard the Birdman's words. After all, only when you know yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Yes, my respected and great majesty, the magician you are talking about is actually just a blue civet cat that can use magic props. The Birdman calmed himself down and said seriously. After all, this was news that could save his life, so he must take it very seriously. A blue civet cat that can use magic props, the demon spirit emperor said slowly after hearing the Birdman's words. If it was really just a civet cat that could use magic props as the Birdman said, then the demon spirit emperor would have nothing to be afraid of. After all, it was just a magic prop and not a really powerful magician. After hearing the Birdman's explanation, the demon spirit emperor's anger finally subsided a little. At least he no longer had the intention to kill the Birdman. After all, the key now was how to deal with the silver swordsman and the others. The Birdman carefully observed the look of the demon spirit emperor, and when he saw that his angry eyes had improved a lot, he knew that his words had worked and his bird life could continue. After all, it was not easy for a bird to live once, and his little heart was beating fast out of fear. Doraemon, who was enjoying all kinds of delicacies in Dark City, suddenly began to sneeze continuously. He rubbed his nose and wondered, I am a robot, why would I sneeze? Is it because Tai Zio me missed me? Hey Doraemon, what happened to you? Are you okay? Jayan, who was eating happily at the side, asked in confusion when he heard Doraemon sneeze. In his understanding, magical magicians should not catch a cold or get sick. Maybe they don't even know what illness is. Well, someone must be talking about me. I usually don't get sick. Doraemon heard Jayan's words and told him not to worry. After all, as a robot, he couldn't catch a cold unless there was a machine malfunction. Besides, who would talk about him in this dream world? Could it be that some beautiful cat in Dark City has taken a fancy to me? Hey, do you think that maybe the Demon King knew that it was Doraemon who used magic to destroy most of the Earth Elemental Army, so he was complaining and angry? Sunio said with a smile while drinking juice. After all, at this time, maybe only the Demon King would miss Doraemon, right? Hey Sunio, what you said seems to make sense, but how come Nabida is fine? You know, the Spider General, the right-hand man of the Demon Emperor, was killed by Nabida. It's normal for him to be talked about. After hearing Sunio's words, Jayan took a big bite of the chicken leg and said with some confusion. After that, he glanced at Nabida, who was talking to Shizune. Jayan shuddered when he saw this scene and then quickly turned his head to look at the food on the table, no longer looking at Nabida and Shizuka. I don't know about that. Maybe it's because Doraemon is also a magician. They are natural enemies. Sunio guessed with a smile when he heard Jayan's question. Of course, he was just joking. After all, everyone just won a victory and excitement is inevitable. Sunio's words make sense. Maybe the Demon Spirit Emperor is thinking about how to deal with us. We'd better be careful. Nabida thought for a while after hearing what Sunio said. He didn't believe that the Demon Spirit Emperor would suffer in silence. Nabida's words make sense. If I had suffered such a big loss, I would also find a way to retaliate. But I don't know what the Demon Spirit Emperor will do. Will he send more troops to attack us? Sunio said with some concern after hearing Nabida's words. After all, he was the type who would always retaliate in various ways after suffering a loss. However, he was only afraid of the Demon Spirit Emperor. As for those troops, he simply didn't take them seriously. After all, he had the black iron sword in his hand. That's right. It would be great if there was something that could see what was going on with the Demon Spirit Emperor. Shizuka said somewhat whimsically after hearing what Sunio said. If there was such a thing, they would be able to see the movements of the Demon Spirit Emperor and be able to prepare early. Jayan and Sunio were stunned when they heard Shizuka's words, and then they looked at Doraemon in surprise and expectation as if they had thought of something. After all, Doraemon might have some good ideas at this time. After all, he is an omnipotent magician. Doraemon, who was eating, froze when he felt everyone's gazes on him. Why are you all looking at me like that? Let me think, it seems that there really is such a prop. Doraemon felt embarrassed being stared at by everyone and quickly put down the food in his hand. He crossed his arms and began to think. Doraemon, do you really have such a thing? You are so powerful. Even the Demon Spirit Emperor doesn't have such magic, right? Shizuka said with some surprise after hearing Doraemon's words. After that, she looked at Doraemon with admiration. She felt that Doraemon was much more powerful than the demon spirit emperor. Oh, Shizuka, don't praise me like that. I'm not that powerful. I just remember there was a prop, a magic prop. I don't know if it can be used. Doraemon said a little embarrassedly after hearing Shizuka's words. After all, he was not a magician at all, but just a robot using future props. Hey Jayan, look, Doraemon is embarrassed by a boy's compliment. Could he be the one who likes that? Sunio saw Doraemon's embarrassed face after hearing Shizuka's words and whispered in Jayan's ear. No way. Jayan said stupidly after hearing Sunio's words and stopped biting the chicken leg. Nabida and Shizuka, who were watching Doraemon, looked over after hearing Jayan's words. Sunio quickly covered Jayan's mouth and waved his hands to explain to everyone. It's okay, Jayan's reaction was a little slow, and now he knows that Doraemon has such a magical prop. I'm surprised, what exactly is Doraemon? Take it out quickly. Shizuka and Nobita didn't think much about it and continued to look at Doraemon. They were also curious about what props Doraemon would take out. Jayan looked at Sunio angrily, not knowing why he suddenly covered his mouth. Jayan, you are such a fool. How can you say such a thing out loud? What if we anger Doraemon and Nobita? We will both be in trouble. Sunio hurriedly explained when he saw Jayan's angry look. After all, he couldn't beat Jayan. Oh yes, it's not nice to say that. Sunio, you are really my close friend. Jayan said happily after hearing Sunio's explanation and patted Sunio's shoulders with his greasy hands. Of course. Sunio looked at the grease on his shoulders and agreed with a smile. Ah, we found it, the spy satellite combination. While the two were whispering, Doraemon's voice suddenly rang out, and then he took out something the size of an ant from his pocket. Doraemon, what kind of magic item is this? Can it really see what's going on with the demon spirit emperor? Shizuka heard Doraemon's words and looked at the small thing in Doraemon's hand and asked in confusion. Of course there's no problem, Shizuka. Let me tell you, this is a device for monitoring people, just like a lookout for crew members or castle guards, observing situations in the distance. This just can see farther than them and can also hear the other party's voices. Doraemon explained with a proud look on his face after hearing Shizuka's words. Really? He seems very powerful, so what should we do now to see what's going on with the demon spirit emperor? Shizuka said with some enlightenment after hearing Doraemon's words, while Jayan and Sunio were still at a loss. It's very simple, now we just need to send this up to the sky. Doraemon looked at everyone and explained with a smile. After all, how can we observe if the satellite is not put up into the sky? If Jayan and the others had memories, they would definitely understand. Nobita looked at the satellite in Doraemon's hand with curiosity, wondering if the electronic components inside had reached the nanometer level or above. Can this little thing fly into the sky? Jayan asked puzzledly as he looked at the thing in front of him that looked like a castle watchtower. After all, he had never seen it before. Just wait and see. Seeing this, Doraemon walked to the balcony, installed the satellite, and pressed the launch button. The mini rocket carried the satellite straight into the sky. Wow, this thing can fly. It's really amazing, worthy of the magician Doraemon. Jayan exclaimed loudly when he saw the flying rocket. After all, he had never seen such a magical thing. Oh, it's nothing. Doraemon scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard Jayan's praise. Nobita, why do I feel like I've seen this thing somewhere before? Shizuka looked at Jayan and Sunio next to her and whispered in Nobita's ear. Ah, Shizuka, that shouldn't be possible. Why don't I feel that way? You must be overthinking it. Nobita said in surprise when he heard Shizuka's words. He was not lying, he really had not seen Doraemon use this prop. It might be because of his vague memory, but Shizuka was different. She might have really seen it, but she just had no memory of it now. It seems so. I've never seen a magician, so it must be my illusion, but Doraemon is indeed very powerful. Shizuka nodded in a silly way. She only had a slight impression, but because of the influence of the dream maker, she didn't think too much about it. And after Nobita said that, she would not think too much about it. That's right, let's take a look at Doraemon's magical items to see if we can find out what the Demon Emperor will do next. Nobita said to Shizuka with a smile and then motioned for everyone to look at Doraemon. Okay, that's it. Now we can use this to see the situation of the demon army. At this time, Doraemon also adjusted the monitor's picture. Jayan and the others didn't think much about it and looked at the picture on the monitor curiously. What? Where is this? Why is it so dark? Sunio looked at the picture on the monitor in surprise. He only saw a dark area with no one there. Could there be something wrong with this magic prop? Jayan speculated, pointing at the dark screen. Really? I checked, it shouldn't be. Ah, Shizuka heard what Sunio and Jayan said and moved closer to watch the screen. However, before she finished her words, a face that didn't look like a bird suddenly appeared on the screen, which scared Shizuka. After all, she was a girl. Besides, if a scary-looking person suddenly appeared on the black screen, she would be scared and scream. What the hell is this? Is he not a human? Shizuka pointed at the face of the demon emperor in the picture with trembling fingers. It was normal for her to be scared when she watched a horror movie for the first time. Her heart was pounding. This ugly guy is the demon spirit emperor. He looks so disgusting. Jayan said with disgust as he looked at the face on the monitor. He has seen many monsters, but this is the first time he has seen such an ugly one. It is so ugly. Really. This is the demon spirit emperor. Isn't there anything special about him except that he's a little ugly? I really want to know what his parents look like. Tusk tusk. Sunio heard Jayan's words. He also looked at the screen slowly, sighing from time to time. Really. Look at his nose and mouth. They are so weird. Shizuka also recovered at this time and looked at the demon emperor in the picture with curiosity. From time to time, there were exclamations, as if they were watching a comedy movie instead of the demon emperor. I wonder if the demon spirit emperor would be furious if he knew someone was watching them and constantly commenting on his looks and strange behavior. HMPH, in that case, then tomorrow, Birdman, Flying Elephant, you lead all the remaining troops to attack the Dark City. Kill the so-called Silver Swordsman. The demon emperor said angrily to his subordinates. Since he already knew that the so-called magician was just a civet cat who could use magic props, he had nothing to be afraid of. It would be better to directly eliminate the Silver Swordsman and others to avoid any more trouble. Yes. Nabida, what should we do? According to the demon emperor, all the demon armies will come to Dark City tomorrow. Shizuka said anxiously after listening to the sound from the monitor. After all, if all the demon armies were dispatched, it would be difficult for the 5 of them. Abd, what should we do? How about we run away? Go to a bigger city and prepare and then fight them to the death. Sunio said while looking at the monitor with some fear. Although he won a battle, after all the sisters' great fortune still made him retreat with fear. Sunio, what nonsense are you talking about again? Jayan heard Sunio say such irresponsible words again, and he punched Sunio on the head and said angrily, "Don't be afraid, it's not the demon spirit emperor coming. Besides, we all know the weaknesses of the demon spirit army. We don't have to be afraid of what they may do, but we must be prepared in advance this time, and we can't let the same problem as today happen again." Nabida said confidently, "It's useless to escape, it's better to fight face to face." After getting rid of the demon spirit army, they can concentrate on preparing to deal with their big boss, the demon spirit emperor. On the other side, the person sent by the Lord of Dark City to announce the good news finally arrived at the royal capital in the early morning. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The messenger from the Dark City rushed into the palace while shouting. Because it was a special moment, the king allowed messengers to report the situation to him directly without obstruction, otherwise who would let him shout like that? It's so noisy, what's going on? Has another city been breached? The king said angrily as he listened to the sounds constantly coming towards him. It was obvious that the king was in a bad mood and was very angry. The consequences would be serious. In addition, the princess ran away from home and the legendary silver swordsman has not appeared yet. The king is in an even worse mood. It is conceivable that if this messenger brings bad news and is so jumpy, the outcome is probably foreseeable. Your Majesty, it's a great victory, a great victory. Dark City won a great victory with the help of the Silver Swordsman and even wiped out the entire army of demons attacking the city. The messenger from Dark City came to the hall, knelt down and said excitedly to the king, "You know, this is the first great victory. The king will definitely reward a lot of things, and he has worked very hard to get such a good job." The Dark City was also breached. What? The Silver Swordsman appeared and helped the Dark City to destroy the army of demons that attacked the city. The king subconsciously thought that another city was breached, but he realized something was wrong halfway through and asked hurriedly, "Yes, Your Majesty, the Silver Swordsman and his companions arrived at the Dark City today and helped us destroy the demon army." Seeing that His Majesty was a little surprised, the messenger quickly repeated his words loudly again. On the tower of Dark Castle, Nabida and the others stood there and looked at the demon army rushing towards them from a distance. There were 5 or 6 kinds of densely packed demons, with almost no end in sight, which made people feel chilly just by looking at them. They are really here. Doraemon, your magic items are so powerful. If we didn't know, we would have really given up on Dark City. Jayan said to Doraemon with admiration as he looked at the army of demons that were constantly coming from a distance. "It's nothing, Jayan. I feel embarrassed if you say that." Doraemon felt embarrassed and scratched his head when he heard Jayan's praise. After all, he didn't know magic at all. It was all thanks to the props from the future world. Okay, it looks like they are going to attack. Doraemon, have you prepared your stuff? Nabida said seriously while looking at the demon army not far away. Although he knew the weakness of the demon army, he still felt numb all over when looking at so many people. After all, it was the first time for Nabida to see so many troops. If he didn't know how to deal with those guys, Nabida would have the urge to run away. There must be at least 100,000 people, right? It's been prepared a long time ago, Nabida, don't worry. I'm well prepared this time and nothing will go wrong, just wait and see. Doraemon looked at Nabida and patted his belly confidently and said, because they use spy satellites, Doraemon and his team knew the deployment of the opposing demon army very well and knew exactly how to attack the city and who would attack first. So everyone had already discussed countermeasures, and Doraemon was also ready to attack Meikang's army at any time. Nabida nodded after hearing Doraemon's answer. After all, the last time he fought against the demon army, Doraemon was scrambling to find things. This time, the enemy's situation is so clear, and Doraemon has made corresponding preparations, so he shouldn't be so flustered, right? When Nabida was observing the demon army, he suddenly noticed two strong auras appearing among the marching demon army. They looked over there with cold eyes. They should be the elephant and the birdman. Tisk is the little brat in white armor opposite the legendary silver swordsman. I must kill him today to wash away the shame brought by that spider guy. Flying Elephant said disdainfully while looking at Nabida on the city wall not far away. Flying Elephant, you'd better be careful. After all, Spider was defeated by him because he underestimated him. Don't be careless. The birdman next to him reminded Feixiang quickly when he saw that Feixiang looked down on Nabida. After all, they were all colleagues and he knew very well who Feixiang was. He didn't want to lose his life because of a reckless man who only knew how to fight. HMPH, Birdman, I don't know what you are afraid of. Just wait and see how I deal with them. Get ready to attack the city. Feixiang said with disdain when he heard the birdman's words and then gave the order to attack the country. In Feixiang's view, Nabida and the others on the opposite side were just a group of human children. They just got the silver suit and there was nothing to worry about. They were probably using some trick to kill the spider, so Feixiang felt that he just needed to kill the silver swordsman directly. Following General Flying Elephant's order, the Fire Element Legion launched several huge fireballs in the direction of Dark City. Among the several elemental legions, the Fire Element Legion was the one that defeated and captured the most cities. The fire element possesses long-range attack capabilities that the other elemental legions do not have. Of course, its weakness is relatively more obvious than that of the Earth Elemental Legion. The fire element hates and fears anything that contains water, such as blood. Looking at the huge fireball flying towards them, Nabida and the others were not worried at all. Jayan directly drew out his bronze sword to protect Shizuka and the others. He was not afraid of the fireball, but was on guard against other conspiracies and tricks of the Birdman and the others. Abuogio, Sunio and Nabida split the huge fireball with their swords like chopping a watermelon. The two split fireballs quickly dispersed and turned into tiny points of fire before disappearing. Doraemon, don't waste time with these guys. Let's just use the rainstorm to kill them and save Nabida and the others some energy. Shizuka suggested to Doraemon while looking at Nabida and Sunio who were constantly slashing fireballs with Take Copter. Okay, I understand. I'll do it right away. Doraemon nodded and quickly took out the weather controller from his pocket, preparing to create a small rainstorm. This time they were prepared and there was no need to search in a panic. Doraemon calmly put the weather card representing heavy rain into the weather controller. Since he had experience in controlling it once, Doraemon only needed to control the range of the heavy rain to General Flying Elephant and his men's side. In this way, he would not become a drowned chicken because of the heavy rain. Dark clouds. The enemy's magicians are out, water elemental army charge. General Feixiang muttered to himself as he looked at the dark clouds that suddenly appeared above his head, then his face changed and he shouted, "Zero request flowers." General Feixiang knew why the Earth Element Legion was destroyed, and he did not dare to underestimate the magician on the Silver Swordsman's side. General Feixiang had already thought of a way to deal with it in advance. He was a reckless man, but not stupid. Unlike the Fire Element and the Earth Element Legions which are afraid of water, the Water Element Legion loves rainstorm weather the most. As long as there is water, the Water Element Legion will definitely accept it. As long as the Water Element Legion absorbs all the rain from the rainstorm will not be able to threaten the Fire Element Legion. Following General Feixiang's order, all the water elements rushed up excitedly, then raised their hands to create a layer of mist above the fire element army. All the rain that fell on the mist was absorbed by the water elements without a single drop left, and not even a drop of rain broke through the barrier of the mist. Ah, how could this happen? Nabida, Doraemon's magic doesn't seem to work. Why don't we go down and hide first? Sunio said with some fear while flying in the air and looking at the situation not far away. After all, if Doraemon's props are useless, then they would be exhausted to death before they can kill all the monster army. Doraemon was also stunned when he saw the situation. He never expected that the opponent would come up with such a trick. At this time, he really didn't know how to attack. Haha, I've seen through your tricks a long time ago. Now let's see what you can do. You still want to use the same trick you used on spiders on me? Dream on, haha. Feixiang laughed as he watched the water element army showing off their power. After all, this was his wise decision. Let's see if others dare to say that he was a reckless man. Flying elephant, don't be too careless. After all, they are very cunning. Birdman looked at the complacent flying elephant and reminded him again. After all, Nabida on the opposite side still made him feel a little worried. He even regretted choosing Nabida. HMPH, Birdman, don't you see that we have the advantage now? You are simply disrupting the morale of the army. I really didn't know that the Emperor would send you here. In this case, you'd better leave. Feixiang was originally happy to see that the threat to the fire element was solved, but the Birdman poured a basin of cold water on him and said unhappily, HMPH, you can do whatever you want. The Birdman said angrily when he saw that the flying elephant did not listen to his advice and asked him to leave. After all, he said this for the flying elephant's good, but who knew that his kindness would be taken as the bird's liver and lungs? After saying this, the Birdman turned into a crow and flew away. What should we do now, Doraemon? It seems that they have cracked our rainstorm attack. Jayan turned back to Doraemon worriedly. Although the rainstorm was still falling, he could clearly see that the rainstorm not only did not harm the fire elemental army, but also made the enemy's water elemental army more excited. I don't know either. I'm not sure what the weakness of the water element army is, but they should be afraid of losing their own water like other water. Doraemon said uncertainly as he looked at the water element army blocking the rainstorm in the distance. Although he knew the weakness of the fire element, Doraemon was not particularly sure about the weakness of the water element. Now Doraemon was suddenly asked to come up with a solution immediately, and he didn't know what to do. These guys are so cunning. It's not unfair that humans lost. Nabida murmured, holding a silver sword and looking seriously at the water element army that was constantly absorbing the heavy rain. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He looked at the heavy rain that was falling, and suddenly his eyes lit up and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew how to deal with these guys, and he had to deal with them all at once. Doraemon, do you have a snowy weather card, preferably one that can instantly freeze them into popsicles? Nabida quickly flew over Doraemon's head and whispered, if all the water vapor above the water element's head turned into ice, it would be a good show. Turn into ice. Want to turn into ice element? Forget it, let's give it a try. Anyway, I can't find a better way at the moment, Blizzard card. Doraemon muttered a little confused when he heard Nabida's words, but now he thought about it, there is really no better way, and Nabida's method is feasible. Thinking of this, Doraemon directly adjusted the power of the weather controller to the maximum and finally put in the weather card symbolizing the blizzard. Huh, what is the Silver Swordsman doing again? Could it be bad? The Fire Element Legion is preparing to protect the Water Element Legion. A General Flying Elephant looked at Nabida, who suddenly flew back to the castle, then looked at the heavy rain in the sky that was slowly stopping, and said with a little confusion. However, when he saw the dark clouds in the sky becoming even more gloomy and the air was obviously getting colder, he immediately reacted and gave orders loudly. Flying Elephant's reaction was very timely, but unfortunately it was of no use. Although General Flying Elephant was quite good at leading troops in battle, he was a reckless man after all. This time, in order to deal with the attack of the mysterious magician Doraemon on Nabida's side, General Flying Elephant specially brought the Water Element Legion and the Fire Element Legion. However, he did not think that there were too many ways to deal with these elements, so his orders were in vain. Because of the mutual promotion and restraint relationship between the Water Element and the Fire Element, the attacks that the Fire Element cannot handle are handled by the Water Element. And now the problems that the Water Element cannot handle can be handled by the Fire Element. It seems very smart, but what the truth is, no one knows. Following General Feixiang's order, the Water Element Core took back the mist that had just protected the Fire Element Core. The Fire Element, like the Water Element just did, set up a layer of high-temperature flame shield to protect itself and the Water Element Core. The Fire Elemental Army had just finished their preparations when white crystals floated in the sky and fell on them, becoming more and more dense and violent. At the same time, the air suddenly became cold, as if a breath of hot air could freeze in an instant. The weather controller's most powerful blizzard is coming. Unlike the heavy rain just now, the heavy rain caused by the weather control machine is the best supplement for the Water Element Army, so it can perfectly protect the Fire Element Army. But the blizzard that the Fire Element Core is facing now is not a good thing for the Fire Element Core. With the air around them getting colder and colder and snowflakes flying all over the sky, all the fire elements in the Fire Element Core feel uncomfortable, and the flames burning on their bodies are not as strong as before. However, the Fire Element Legion still managed to hold on. After all, the Fire Element Legion itself was a huge heat source. Although it became a little exhausted due to the cold air and the snowflakes flying in the sky, it still managed to hold on. For a while, a large amount of water vapor filled the area around the Fire Element Legion and the Water Element Legion. Flying Elephant, who was originally smug, knew that things were not going to go well when he saw this scene, and his face turned ugly. Although it seemed that the Fire Element Core was on par with the blizzard, as a general who knew the fire element very well, how could Flying Elephant not see that the Fire Element Core was getting worse because of the blizzard? He clearly felt that the blizzard was still getting stronger. Once it reached a certain level, the Fire Element Core would collapse. Moreover, the vaporized mist from the Fire Element Core would rise to a position far away from the Fire Element Core and would immediately freeze and fall down again due to the cold air, making the Fire Element Core face even greater pressure. More importantly, as soon as the Fire Elemental Core vaporized this wave of enhanced blizzard power, they would immediately face the next wave of even more powerful blizzard, and the cycle would repeat over and over again in an extremely vicious cycle. Damn humans, the Gold Element Legion, come with me and destroy these damn humans. General Feixiang roared at the Element Legion behind him. At this time, General Feixiang did not want to waste time. As a veteran, he obviously knew that if he continued like this, he might have to sacrifice the two major legions of Fire Element and Water Element. At that time, he would face the wrath of the demon Spirit Emperor, and that would not be a joke. He would definitely be tortured to death by him. After the roar, Flying Elephant took the lead and rushed towards the Dark City, followed by the majestic army of gold elements. Now General Flying Elephant only had one idea, which was to quickly break through the Dark City, so that the blizzard could stop, otherwise the armies of water elements and fire elements would be finished. Thinking of this, a hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the Flying Elephant General who was rushing towards Nabida and the others. Victory or defeat depended on this one move. Nabida, that Nabida is rushing towards us, what should we do now? Looking at the Flying Elephant General who was leading the Golden Element Army rushing towards him, Sunio was a little scared, but he didn't run away immediately. Instead, he raised his sword and got ready for fighting. It seems that Sunio has changed a lot, at least he is not as timid as before. If it was before, Sunio would have run away long ago, or he would not even be able to hold his weapon steady. Now he is indeed much better, but I don't know if he will change in reality. Sunio, it's okay, you have a sword given divine power by the sacred tree, how can you be scared by them? Have you forgotten how you defeated the Earth Element Army? Nabida smiled at Sunio while looking at the flying elephants and the Gold Element Army rushing over. He only cared about the flying elephants. They had already discussed a countermeasure for the Gold Element Army. Yes, I don't have to be afraid of them, they should be afraid of me. Sunio suddenly realized what Nabida said, as if he had regained the feeling of yesterday's battle. His eyes were full of confidence and he waved his sword ready to kill. At this moment, Nabida glanced at the turret above Doraemon and the others. He saw a familiar bird. It was probably the only ugly bird in the world, but his eyes seemed to be directed at Doraemon. Could that guy be planning something bad? Nabida thought for a moment and waved to Sunio, then whispered something in Sunio's ear. Sunio glanced at a certain place without leaving a trace, nodded, and then controlled the take copter to fly towards Jayan. Sunio, why are you back? Is there something wrong? Shizuka, who was always paying attention to the battlefield situation, asked with some confusion when he saw Sunio suddenly come back. Sunio shook his head and said, "It's okay, I just want to say a few words to Jayan." Sunio, what's wrong? Jayan was a little surprised to hear Sunio's words. After all, General Feixiang and his men were about to rush over. Why did Sunio run back instead of dealing with the enemy? If it wasn't for preventing the demon spirit emperor and his men from doing anything bad, Jayan would have rushed over long ago. Jayan is like this. You. Sunio whispered a few words quickly in front of Jayan. Jayan's expression became more and more serious, and he kept nodding to indicate that he understood. After that, Sunio flew back to Nabida without saying a word. The birdman hiding in the dark was alerted by such a strange scene, but he guessed that Nabida and his team were trying to deal with the flying elephant again, and he didn't think that they were trying to deal with him. At this time, Doraemon was looking through the things of the enemy's gold elemental army, and Shizuka was anxiously looking at Nabida and his team. The birdman thought to himself, good opportunity. Thinking of this, he dived towards Doraemon and prepared to snatch his extra-dimensional pocket. He had been observing for a long time that all of Doraemon's magic props were taken out from that pocket. The birdman who was about to snatch Doraemon's pocket showed a smug smile, but before he could feel proud, he felt a green light flash before his eyes. The birdman finally understood that Nabida and the others were just planning how to deal with him, but it was too late now. He felt that his vitality was disappearing quickly. At the last moment before he lost consciousness, Birdman felt that he might have chosen the wrong person. This guy was simply playing the pig to eat the tiger, but it was too late to say anything now. It was estimated that his boss would not escape death. Huh, Jayan, what are you doing? What? Isn't this the strange bird that was spying on us before? Shizuka was stunned by Jayan's actions. She didn't see anything just now. When she noticed Jayan's actions, there was a motionless corpse of the strange bird on the ground. Jayan waved his sword and said proudly, Sunio came here just now to tell me this. Nabida found this guy sneaking around in the dark and thought he might be going to deal with Doraemon, so he told me to be careful. I thought they were overthinking it, but a little while later this guy showed up at my door. Ah, deal with me. Doraemon was a little surprised to hear Jayan's words. He didn't understand how the Birdman was going to deal with him. Just when they were dealing with the Birdman, the fire elemental core could no longer stop the increasingly severe blizzard. All the water elements without exception turned into ice elements because of the cold air brought by the blizzard, but this ice element was just ice, without any life characteristics. The fire elemental army also became extremely weak due to the increasingly cold air. Doraemon didn't even need to deliberately change the weather card to a rainstorm card before the fire elemental army was extinguished by endless snowflakes. With the destruction of the fire element legion and the water element legion, the eyes of General Flying Elephant, who was the first to rush towards Nabida, turned bloodshot. Originally, General Flying Elephant had the idea of attacking Wei to save Zhao, but he did not expect that the Fire Element Legion and the Water Element Legion were destroyed before long. General Flying Elephant had a premonition that today might be his last battle. No. You all must die, Feixiang roared unwillingly as he looked at the two armies that had disappeared and then rushed towards Nabida. At this moment, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, causing General Feixiang to stop moving forward. He looked at the gold element army behind him with red eyes. I finally guessed it right. These gold elemental armies are afraid of lightning. Doraemon wiped the sweat from his forehead after watching the gold elementals that were struck by lightning and then became motionless. He sighed and said, just now, I saw General Feixiang leading the gold Wusu army to rush towards me with a fearless attitude. 570 was really shocked by Doraemon's I was shocked. 067304301 Feilu 141,203,171, but in the end, Doraemon was right. The weakness of these gold elements was indeed lightning. When Doraemon put the weather card symbolizing lightning in, everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. They were bound to lose. General Feixiang looked at the scattered golden elemental army that was struck by lightning one after another with extreme despair. In just a short while, more than 100 golden elements had died because of lightning. General Feixiang felt the terror of the magician and the despair of facing him. He remembered the Birdman's advice, but now everything was too late. Gold Element Legion, follow me and charge, we will win, for Emperor Odoram. Charge, General Flying Elephant said furiously as he looked at the army that rushed out of the lightning area. After that, he rushed towards Nabida without looking back. He didn't plan to leave the Dark City alive. Because of General Flying Elephant's furious voice, the Gold Elemental Legion, which had become a little panicked because of the lightning that fell from the sky, calmed down again. They quickly formed a team and rushed towards the gate of the Dark City. However, after they rushed through the lightning strike zone, there were only a few of them left, but they were not something that humans could handle. Well, they are too close to us. If we continue to use lightning strikes, there might be accidental injuries, so... Doraemon smiled bitterly as he looked at the gold elemental army that had rushed to the city and started attacking the city gate. He had no other choice now. Doraemon, you are already very powerful. Leave the rest to me and Sunio. Jayan heard Doraemon looking back and saying with a smile and then jumped down from the city wall. He then used his body of gold element to quickly land in front of the city gate, constantly waving the sword in his hand. Jayan, let me help you too, Sunio shouted loudly as he watched Jayan fighting with the Gold Element Legion, and then he rushed towards the city gate. As for the Flying Elephant Grand Prize, it was given to Nabida. You bunch of scum are such good-for-nothings, just go to hell. The two men coordinated well and chopped at the Golden Elemental Army near the city gate. It looked as if they were not fighting but just cutting tofu. Damned humans, you all deserve to die, you all deserve to die. Flying Elephant roared as he looked at the Golden Elemental Army that kept falling under the swords of Jayan and Sunio. Then, Flying Elephant rushed towards Nabida waving his sword. Nabida looked at the Flying Elephant rushing towards him with a vigilant look. Are you the legendary Silver Swordsman? I must kill you. Feixiang came in front of Nabida and said with red eyes. He believed that he lost not because of these damn humans, but because of this damn Silver Swordsman and his companions, otherwise he would not have been defeated so badly. Now Feixiang really wants to kill Doraemon. After all, this can reduce the burden on His Majesty the Demon Spirit. At least it will not be so easy for them to deal with His Majesty the Demon Spirit. Now Feixiang no longer underestimates Nabida and the others. He always feels that His Majesty the Demon Spirit may lose to them. He doesn't know why he has this feeling, so he feels that for the sake of His Majesty the Demon Spirit, he must kill the Silver Swordsman or that raccoon cat. Oh, really? See if you have the ability to do it. Nabida said lightly while looking at the Flying Elephant with red eyes. Looking at the Flying Elephant who was determined to die, to be honest, Nabida still had a little admiration for the Demon Spirit Emperor. After all, he could actually cultivate such loyal subordinates. Humph, damn it, Silver Swordsman, I will definitely kill you. Fei Xiang looked at Nabida and said viciously, Your Majesty the Demon Spirit, this is all I can do for you, Fei Xiang thought to himself. Then he took the sword and slashed towards Nabida. Feixiang is now determined to die in order to kill Nabida or Doraemon, so he has no intention of defending. Feixiang only wants to kill them to reduce the burden on His Majesty the Demon Spirit, so even if Nabida avoids his sword, Feixiang will continue to attack without any defense. Feixiang is very confident in his strength. If he hits Nabida in the crotch with this sword, it is estimated that Nabida's bones will be broken. When Feixiang's sword finally came down, but to Feixiang's surprise, Nabida actually caught his sword, and his expression looked very relaxed as if he was not struggling at all. How is it possible? Feixiang said to Nabida with a shocked expression. After all, it was impossible for Nabida with his small arms and legs to have so much strength. After all, strength was something he deserved to show off. But the current situation made Feixiang very angry, but he also felt a bit helpless. Now let's not talk about Nabida's swordsmanship, his strength alone was probably on par with his. Moreover, what he was most proud of was his strength, but now it was useless. Feixiang didn't know what to do now. Fighting like this would just be a waste of time and he would still be the loser. When Feixiang was hesitating, he saw a gleam of light in Doraemon's eyes. He decided to ignore Nabida for the time being and find a way to kill Doraemon, the mysterious raccoon. Thinking of this, Feixiang pretended to swing his sword at Nabida. Nabida did not notice Feixiang's abnormality and raised his silver sword to prepare to meet the enemy. But just as Flying Elephant's sword was about to strike, Flying Elephant suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Doraemon. Die, you damned raccoon cat. With a roar, Feixiang used all his strength in this sword, and he was determined to split Doraemon in half with one blow. Thinking of this, Feixiang was delighted. Damn it, Doraemon, get out of the way. Nabida thought to herself that she was careless and shouted hurriedly as she looked at the Flying Elephant rushing towards Doraemon. Surprise on the side didn't know how to get out of the way but closed her eyes out of fear. She didn't dare to watch Doraemon being split in half by the Flying Elephant. Damn it, I already told you I'm not a raccoon cat. Dang, stalk, Shizuka heard a loud noise like the sound of two huge pieces of iron colliding, but there was no sound of Doraemon's scream. Shizuka opened his eyes in confusion and carefully glanced at Doraemon who was not far from him. I was scared to death. Seeing that the Flying Elephant's sword chopped Doraemon's head but didn't hurt Doraemon, Shizuka took a long breath and said, after all, Doraemon is her friend to her if anything happens. How is it possible? How is it possible? Fei Xiang looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. Now he felt fear. He finally knew why he was defeated. He thought that even the power he was most proud of could not kill the raccoon cat. "Oh, come on, you suddenly pointed a sword at my head. What if it gets scratched? Come on." Doraemon said speechlessly as he looked at the flying elephant in front of him. After all, his iron head was a product of the future, so how could it be so easily chopped off? But it would not look good if it got scratched. What if Zio-Mi didn't like him anymore because of this? Damn it, why is this happening? Flying Elephant roared in despair as he looked at Doraemon, who was unharmed. He was really desperate now because he found that he couldn't kill the person he wanted to kill. "Oh, I'm going to kill you." Flying Elephant raised its sword and slashed at Shizuka, who was next to Doraemon. Nabida, who had arrived, rushed over and blocked the sword of Flying Elephant. Shizuka was glad that Doraemon was fine and completely forgot that there was an enemy beside her. She was frightened by the sudden attack of Flying Elephant, and she stood there stupidly without moving. Fortunately, Nabida arrived. After blocking the Flying Elephant's sword, Nabida quickly chopped off the Flying Elephant's 2 ears. The Flying Elephant immediately lost the ability to fly. Just as he was about to continue resisting, Nabida stabbed him in the chest with a sword. "You shouldn't have hit her." "Nabida, Shizuka, Doraemon, are you all okay?" At this time, Jayan and Sunio had also dealt with all the remaining Gold Elemental Legions. They did not even take a rest and quickly flew back to the city wall. They had just seen the Flying Elephant rushing up. "Huh, is this the Flying Elephant just now? Nabida, you have defeated him." Sunio said excitedly as he looked at the Flying Elephant lying on the ground without a sound. He felt that he was one step closer to his dream. Soon he would be able to marry the princess and reach the peak of his career. Anyway, the Silver Swordsman is a good person and will definitely not marry the princess. He doesn't even take Jayan, the rough man Sunio, seriously. He will definitely be the consort. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. "Humph, stupid human, do you really think you have won? Have you forgotten about me?" Just when Sunio was imagining that everyone was very happy to have defeated the army of the Demon Spirit Emperor, a gloomy and fierce voice came from not far away, and everyone's excited faces suddenly changed. Nabida and the others' faces also became serious, and the faces of other ordinary soldiers became terrified. "Ah, this emperor, could it be that the Demon Spirit Emperor has come? What should we do now, Nabida?" Sunio said panikedly after hearing the Demon Spirit Emperor's voice. After all, he had heard of the Demon Spirit Emperor's vicious reputation before. Although he already had confidence, he couldn't help but feel scared when he heard his voice. After all, the confidence that had just been built up was still insignificant compared to the fear that had accumulated for a long time. "HMPH, the legendary Silver Swordsman, you really deserve to die." Just when everyone was thinking different things, the Demon Spirit Emperor suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dark City, staring at Nabida with cold eyes and said, "If it weren't for Nabida, he would have conquered the kingdom of Amulman long ago. It wouldn't be like this now. Almost all of his men are gone, and his army only has the last wood element army left. All this is because the legendary Silver Swordsman, also known as the Birdman, is dead. Otherwise, the Demon Emperor would have tortured him to death. Is this the idiot swordsman he carefully selected? If all of them are like this, then wouldn't other smart humans be invincible? Is this the Demon Spirit Emperor? He's so ugly, even uglier than the one I saw yesterday." Jayan stared at the Demon Spirit Emperor with a look of disgust. Jayan was full of confidence now and was not afraid of the Demon Spirit Emperor at all. Instead, he felt a little disgusted seeing his appearance. "HMPH, lowly human, do you want to die?" The Demon Emperor was originally trying to test Nabida's strengths, but suddenly he heard Jayan say that he was ugly, and he immediately glared at him. "Tusk, I'm not afraid of you, and what I said is the truth, you are really ugly." Jayan continued to speak without fear of the threat from the Demon Spirit Emperor. Nabida just stood aside without saying anything, but he was looking for another opportunity to prepare for a surprise attack, trying to kill the Demon Spirit Emperor with one blow. When the Demon Emperor saw that Jayan was not afraid of him at all, he looked at him with red eyes. After all, it was the first time in such a long time that someone dared to provoke him like this. He moved the magic wand in his hand, and a red light shot out, and the direction of the light was where Jayan was. "Be careful, Jayan." Nabida saw that the situation was not good and rushed forward to block the red light with his silver sword, then looked at Emperor Mailing seriously and said, "Your opponent is me. HMPH, let me see how powerful you are, Silver Swordsman." Nabida. Shizuka looked at the ferocious-looking Demon Spirit Emperor. Facing the culprit who invaded her country, Shizuka felt no anger but only hatred and endless worry. She was afraid that Nabida would be hurt. After all, this was the Demon Spirit Emperor. Nabida looked at the Demon Spirit Emperor very vigilantly. He had to find an opportunity to kill the demon spirit emperor, and he also had to be careful of that guy cheating. After all, Shizuka and the others were all here. It would be bad if he was targeted by the demon spirit emperor. Shizuka, don't worry, everything will be fine. Jayan, Sunio, and Doraemon, you guys should be careful to protect Shizuka and prevent this guy from playing any tricks. Nabida said to the 4 people behind him without turning his head. Haha, I didn't expect that the princess of the kingdom of Amalumen would be here. It seems that I have good luck today. Don't worry, you will all die here and no one can escape. Looking at Shizuka standing not far behind Nabida, the demon emperor said with a happy face. After all, if the princess of the kingdom of Amalumen could be captured, the human army could be defeated faster. For the demon emperor, Shizuka's crude disguise was completely dispensable in his eyes, and it was probably only used to deceive Jayan and others. Princess? After hearing what the demon spirit emperor said, Jayan and Sunio all exclaimed in surprise. They never thought that Shizuka next to them was actually a princess. They always thought that Nabida and Shizuka were gay, but it seemed that they were wrong. It turned out that Nabida was a winner in life from the beginning. I'm sorry. Everyone, because Nabida and I ran away from the palace secretly, I never told you. Looking at Jayan and Sunio, who looked incredulous, Shizuka explained embarrassedly. That means my dream is shattered, Sunio murmured as he looked at Shizuka with some sadness. He thought he had the victory in his grasp, but who knew that the princess had always been by their side? No wonder Shizuka's eyes were full of disdain when he said he was a noble. HMPH, damned human, do you think I don't exist? Seeing that Jayan and the others had ignored him because of Shizuka's matter, the demon spirit emperor, who had no sense of existence, roared angrily. This time the demon spirit emperor was completely furious. It was the first time in his entire life that someone dared to treat him like this, ignoring him again and again and being a thorn in his flesh. Looking at Nabida and the others, the demon spirit emperor said nothing more, waved his hand towards the dark city gate, and the remaining magic elemental army appeared in front of everyone. That Birdman guy also died in your hands, right? Silver Swordsman. The demon emperor looked at Nabida with a gloomy face and said, after all, he was connected with his subordinates and he rushed here because he sensed that the Birdman had died suddenly. Oh, you mean the strange bird that looks as ugly as you? Yes, I killed him. It was because he had bad intentions and used sinister tricks. Jayan looked at the demon spirit emperor and rubbed his nose with his hand and replied lightly. HMPH, my subordinates as the demon spirit emperor are not so easy to kill. My 3 most capable generals all died in your hands, so you should pay for their lives. The demon spirit emperor said angrily while looking at the extremely calm Jayan. After all, his subordinates as the demon spirit emperor were not blown by the wind. After saying that, the demon spirit emperor pointed the magic wand in his hand towards the city wall where Nabida and the others were. Then, black light appeared under their feet, forming black waves that rushed towards them. HMPH, prepare to die. The demon spirit emperor looked at Nabida and the others and sneered. Not good, Shizuka, you guys quickly step back. Nabida looked at the ripples on the ground that were not particularly conspicuous. His face changed drastically and he shouted to Shizuka and Doraemon. Nabida guessed that the demon emperor would take action, but he didn't expect that he would use such exaggerated magic. However, he was not afraid. Nabida didn't even think about it. He knew that the silver sword could definitely block the magic of the demon spirit emperor. He directly stabbed the silver sword towards the ripples that were rushing towards him on the ground, and half of the sword body pierced directly into the ground. What kind of magic did that guy use? No, there's something strange underground, everyone be careful. As soon as they finished talking, they saw black masses rushing out from the ground one after another and then exploding in the sky. Fortunately, Nabida used the silver sword to block the magic of the demon emperor, otherwise one can imagine what would happen if everyone was hit by these things. Numbers, no way, demon spirit. How can the emperor's magic be so powerful? Sunio said with a trembling voice as he looked at the black objects that kept exploding in the sky. Sunio had already started to imagine the scene when he was hit by these things. In an instant, Sunio's whole body began to tremble. However, when he thought that the sword in his hand could break his magic, his expression looked a little better. Doraemon looked at the black objects that kept exploding in the sky and frowned. He didn't expect that the magic of the demon emperor was so powerful. Everyone had no chance to resist it. Thinking of this, Doraemon said to everyone, Shizuka, it's too dangerous here. You should leave here quickly with me. Be careful not to be caught by the demon emperor. Let Nabida and Jayan deal with the demon emperor. After all, the Silver Swordsman is a legendary figure who can defeat the demon spirit emperor. and Jayan and Sunio are also blessed with the swords bestowed by the sacred tree, so Doraemon is still very confident that they can defeat the demon spirit emperor. After all, Shizuka staying here will only distract them. Smart Shizuka also thought of this, and she nodded as soon as Doraemon finished speaking. She didn't want to see Nabida get hurt or even die because of her, so after hearing Doraemon's suggestion, Shizuka nodded and followed Doraemon and the others into the castle. HMPH, Silver Swordsman, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You can actually dispel my magic. But let's see if you can take my move next. The Demon Emperor said with a sinister smile while looking at Nabida. After all, he thought that Nabida was just like that. The Demon Emperor didn't pay any attention to Doraemon and the others who were running away. After all, as long as he killed Nabida and the other three, wouldn't Shizuka and the others be caught by him in a minute? Thinking of this, the Demon Spirit Emperor smiled triumphantly, waved his magic wand and muttered a magic formula, and then saw several huge fireballs appear in the sky and fly in the direction of Nangsheng. Nabida, be careful. Shizuka, who was hiding in the castle, watched the huge fireball flying towards Nabida and the others, clenched her fists and said worriedly, the fireball looked like it was quite powerful. Haha, Demon Spirit Emperor, don't you find a problem yet? Nabida looked at the flying fireball and was not afraid. Instead, he looked at the Demon Spirit Emperor with some sarcasm and said, Jayan Sunio, use the sword. After saying that, Nabida swung his silver sword and chopped at the huge fireball that was flying towards him. The huge and scorching fireball slowly disappeared after being touched by the silver sword, as if the fireball had never appeared before. Jayan and Sunio also blocked the fireball flying towards the back of the castle. Looking at the slowly disappearing fireball, the Demon Spirit Emperor frowned. After all, this was a high-level magic he used. How could it be cracked so easily? Looking at the silver sword in Nabida's hand, the Demon Spirit Emperor finally understood why he could not get close to the sacred tree when he wanted to destroy the silver suit, and why his magic power always disappeared for no reason whenever he was near the sacred tree. HMPH, Silver Swordsman, maybe the silver sword in your hand can dissolve my magic, but it's not so easy for you to kill me with the silver sword. The Demon Emperor looked at the calm Nabida and said insidiously. After all, Nabida could dissolve his magic attack, but as long as he couldn't attack himself, he wouldn't lose, and he had plenty of time to waste with him. Looking at Nabida below, the Demon Spirit Emperor suddenly had a good idea. If he transformed into a dozen of himself, Nabida would not be able to tell which one was the real one, right? At that time, he only needed to hit him from behind and the Silver Swordsman would be finished. 0 request flowers 0. Thinking of this, the Demon Spirit Emperor took action. He raised his magic wand and recited more difficult words. Suddenly, the magic wand emitted a purple light that enveloped the Demon Spirit Emperor. The purple light made it difficult for everyone to see the situation. Then the purple light continued to increase, 1, 2, 3, and soon dozens of purple lights appeared in the air where Nabida was, surrounding Nabida. Then the purple light slowly disappeared, and identical demon emperors appeared before everyone's eyes, wearing the same clothes and looking the same. It was impossible to tell who was real and who was fake. Humble human, what are you going to do now? Although these are my phantoms, each of them can cast magic. Let's see what you can do now, ha ha ha. More than a dozen demon emperors spoke at the same time, looking very proud to Nabida. After all, no matter how powerful Nabida and the other three were, they couldn't attack so many of him at once, right? 0. While thinking of this, the demon emperor was happy that he used this magic. After all, this was one of his most proud magics. Its greatest advantage was that each phantom could release magic, making it difficult for the enemy to defend against it. After all, no one could withstand attacks from all directions at the same time. What should we do? What should we do? Doraemon, Nabida, and the others are in danger. Doraemon, you must have a way, right? You are a magician. Shizuka said anxiously as she looked at Nabida and the other two who were surrounded by a dozen demon emperors. Shizuka was really worried about Nabida now. After all, no matter how you look at it, the demon emperors have the upper hand. Nabida, Sunio Jayan, and the other two stood back to back, looking warily at the demon spirit emperor who surrounded them, not knowing what to do for a moment. Shizuka, don't worry, I'm trying to find a solution. Don't worry, Nabida will be fine. Doraemon looked at Shizuka and said helplessly. After all, he was not a magician at all, but just a robot. However, Doraemon kept rummaging through his pockets, trying to find items that could deal with the demon spirit emperor. After all, the current situation showed that the demon spirit emperor was powerful, and he himself had no way to deal with such a powerful magic. While Doraemon was anxiously looking for props, Jayan and Sunio looked at the demon emperor who surrounded them with different expressions, but neither of them had any intention of escaping. Nabida, what should we do now? Jayan asked Nabida behind him with a serious expression holding the sword. Although Sunio was a little scared, he didn't say anything about running away. He just looked at the enemy in front of him, the demon spirit emperor, without saying a word. Ah, found it. I found the tool that can help Nabida and the others. Just when Nabida and the others didn't know how to deal with the demon spirit emperor, Doraemon's sudden voice attracted everyone's attention, including the demon spirit emperor. I don't know when Doraemon ran out. He took out something from his pocket and gestured excitedly, as if this thing in his hand could solve the current predicament of Nabida and the others. Just when everyone was happy that Doraemon had come up with a solution, the demon spirit emperor also noticed the situation here. Seeing Doraemon dancing with something in his hand, the demon spirit emperor knew that Doraemon was going to play some tricks again. After all, the monster army was defeated by the magic props of this blue raccoon. So when the demon spirit emperor saw Doraemon dancing with something in his hand, he directly used his magic wand to send out a black lightning to strike the thing in Doraemon's hand. And instantly the thing in Doraemon's hand turned into 10 piles of charcoal. Maybe the demon emperor was too complacent and used himself to attack Doraemon without any concealment, which was seen by Nabida, who was looking for an opportunity. Sunio and Jayan also saw this scene, and the three of them smiled. Haha, you have lost your support. What do you think, Silver Swordsman? I think you should surrender quickly. I can spare your life as long as you agree to be my puppet. The demon spirit emperor has not yet realized that he has been exposed. He is still smiling triumphantly. After all, he has the upper hand no matter how you look at it now. Wow, what should I do, Doraemon? Shizuka looked at the props that turned into ashes, and then at Nabida, who was surrounded, and she was so anxious that she almost cried. Shizuka, don't worry, Nabida will definitely find a way. He is the Silver Swordsman, you have to believe in him. Doraemon looked at the crying Shizuka and didn't know what to do. He could only comfort her. After all, he didn't know what to do now. Everything depended on Nabida herself. There were no more props that could be used. Oh really? Then we'll see if you have what it takes. Nabida looked at the proud demon spirit emperor and said calmly, not showing any fear at all. HMPH, damn human, I must kill you and make you my puppet. The demon emperor said angrily when he saw Nabida looking calm even when he was about to die. Thinking about how he, the great demon spirit emperor, was forced into this state by humans, and the human was just a child, he was very hurt. After all, in order to kill Nabida, he had already used advanced magic. Although it seemed light, he had actually almost exhausted his mental power. The reason why he had not attacked for a long time was that he wanted to recover and give Nabida a full-strength blow. Oh really? Then come on, I'm not afraid of you. I'm your grandpa waiting for you to take action. Jayan looked at the already angry demon spirit emperor and continued to shout provocatively. That's right, we are not afraid of you. Sunio also echoed, but his trembling hands betrayed him. Damn human, how dare you insult me? I will kill you. The demon spirit emperor was furious at Jayan's words. He didn't care whether his mental strength had recovered or not and was ready to attack Nabida and the others. After all, no one had ever forced him to this point, and no one dared to treat him like this. As soon as the demon spirit emperor finished speaking, more than a dozen demon spirit emperors raised their magic wands, and it seemed that they were ready to use magic. Good opportunity, Nabida said softly as he looked at the demon spirit emperor who was about to release magic. In an instant, Nabida appeared in front of the demon spirit emperor. The demon spirit emperor, who had already chanted the spell and was ready to attack, suddenly felt that there was another person in front of him. When he reacted, he already felt that his vitality was rapidly fading away. All the clones have disappeared. The demon emperor tried hard to open his eyes and looked at the silver sword on his chest. He shouted at Nabida, who had already landed, "No, how could it be? How could you find me? How could you teleport magic?" Do I need to tell you in advance what I know? Nabida shrugged helplessly as he looked at the demon emperor who had finally regained his vitality. That's right, it's you who's stupid. You attacked Doraemon without any concealment. Do you really think we are all fools? Sunio saw that Nabida had succeeded and was no longer afraid of the demon spirit emperor who was about to die, so he spoke directly to him. However, in order to prevent the demon slave emperor from struggling in his death, he still held the black iron sword in front of him to protect himself. Puff, damn human. When the demon spirit emperor heard what Nabida and the others said, he felt a tightness in his chest and a sweetness in his mouth. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then slowly fell from midair and fell heavily to the ground. When it fell to the ground, the wood elemental army he summoned slowly turned into petals and flew away in all directions. It was so beautiful, like a rain of petals. Nobita, you are so awesome, you defeated the demon spirit emperor. Shizuka looked at the demon spirit emperor falling from the sky and ran quickly to Nobita, who had already landed on the city wall. She grabbed Nobita's arm and kept talking while jumping. She didn't look like a princess at all, but just like a girl in love. We won, we finally won. Silver swordsman, boom, silver swordsman, boom. The soldiers on the tower cheered and slapped their armor on their chests to show their respect and excitement. I'm sorry for making you worry, Shizuka. Nobita reached out and wiped the tears that had not yet dried on Shizuka's face and said gently. He knew that Shizuka must be very worried about him. He understood it all. Wow, I'm really scared. I'm so scared that you guys will just do this. Woo. After being treated like this by Nobita, Shizuka threw herself into Nobita's arms and burst into tears. She had just been under tremendous pressure, both towards Nobita and towards the entire kingdom. She had been enduring it before, but she couldn't help but burst out in front of the person she liked. On the wall of Dark Castle, Nobita, who was wearing handsome armor, was holding a petite figure whose face could not be seen clearly. And behind them were soldiers who kept hitting their armor and cheering, and Jayan, Doraemon, and Sunio, who were looking at them with smiles on their faces. Okay, Shizuka, don't cry. We are fine, aren't we? And you should be happy because we defeated the demon spirit emperor. Nobita looked at Shizuka, who was crying in her arms, and patted her shoulder to comfort her. After a series of interesting adventures, they also defeated the final boss. But I am very worried about you and. Shizuka said with a sob after hearing Nobita's words. Shizuka felt a pang of fear when he thought of the situation where Nobita was surrounded by the demon spirit emperor just now. Don't worry, everyone is watching. Now that we have dealt with the demon emperor, I think those captured cities in the kingdom of Amaruman can be reclaimed soon. Besides, we have been out for so long and it is time to go back. I wonder if the king will punish me if he knows that I abducted his precious daughter. Nobita looked at Shizuka and smiled and said jokingly, Ah, of course not. Besides, I wanted to run away on my own. It has nothing to do with you, Nobita. Shizuka 01 face turned red when she heard Nobita's words. She quickly broke free from Nobita's arms and stood aside. Then she responded in a very low voice. After all, she was a princess, and it was indeed a very embarrassing thing to throw herself into Nobita's arms in broad daylight. There are so many soldiers watching around. Things became simple afterwards because even the demon spirit emperor was dead. So in the following battle for the lost territory of the Amaruman kingdom, the army of the Amaruman kingdom won continuous victories, and it seemed as if the positions of the Amaruman kingdom and the monster army had been switched. Those who stayed behind to guard the city were all small monsters, and they had no fighting power at all. After recovering all the lost territory, Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon rushed to the capital of the Amaruman kingdom. After all, they worked so hard for so long just for the king's reward. At least that's what Sunio thought. If he could raise his noble title, it would be perfect. Therefore, before that, Sunio needs to please Princess Shizuka. If Shizuka is upset, his noble title will not be promoted. It is not impossible to fall down or even become a pauper. Of course, Sunio was just overthinking this. Not to mention that Shizuka would not do this, even the king would not agree. After all, Sunio and his team's achievements could not be erased. Hehe, Princess Jingya, I wonder if swordsman Nobita has anything else you want me to do. As long as I can do it, I will do it immediately. All you have to do is say a few good words for me in front of the king. Sunio said to Nobita and Shizuka with a mercenary look. Ah, but I don't think there's anything I want you to do. Shizuka blinked her cute eyes and said helplessly. She didn't need Sunio's help at all. On the contrary, Sunio's look made her feel uncomfortable. Nobita couldn't help but laugh when she saw Sunio's look and said, Sunio, you'd better stop doing these useless things. Don't worry, you won't get your reward. Just like Jayan, you see he doesn't look like you. Ah, what are you talking about? I was just wondering what kind of reward I will get, a lot of gold, silver, and treasures. Jayan looked at Nobita and the others in confusion, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Will there be a lot of dorayaki? Doraemon became interested after hearing Jayan's words and asked excitedly, Dorayaki, what is that? Sunio asked in surprise after hearing Doraemon's words. It was the first time he heard of something like dorayaki. That's a kind of snack, very delicious. Shizuka was also attracted by Jayan's words. She was imagining her father's expression when he saw that Nobita was a silver swordsman. Then she thought of the arranged marriage before. Thinking of this, her little face couldn't help but blush, and she looked at Nobita shyly. Nobita, what reward do you want my father to give you? Shizuka asked Nabida weakly. After all, this question still made her shy. Nabida knew about the king's marriage, but Shizuka was looking forward to getting an answer from Nabida. Well, I think I'd better not have anything. Nabida was stunned for a moment when he heard Shizuka's question, touched his nose and said hesitantly, why, Nabida, you defeated the silver swordsman of the demon emperor, don't you want anything? Sunio asked excitedly before Shizuka heard Nabida's words. After all, Nabida had the greatest contribution among them. If Nabida didn't want a reward, how could they dare to ask for a reward from His Majesty the King? Hey Sunio, why are you so excited about the reward, Nabida? Jayan looked at Sunio with some surprise and confusion when he saw Sunio suddenly so excited and asked, this, that. Sunio didn't know how to respond after hearing what Jayan said. He couldn't just say that because Nabida didn't want the reward, their reward might also go down the drain. He didn't want that to happen. Why, Nabida, why don't you want anything? Shizuka said with a trembling voice. Shizuka looked at Nabida in disbelief. She never thought Nabida would say that. Could it be that Nabida doesn't want her at all, or does he already have someone he likes? Thinking of this, Shizuka's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Silly girl, I have already cheated the king of his most precious thing. How can I have the nerve to ask him for other things? Nabida knew from the look on Shizuka's face that she had misunderstood, and she gently pinched Shizuka's nose and said jokingly, Shizuka was embarrassed by Nabida's words and turned her head away. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Soon the group arrived at the capital of the kingdom of Illumia, where Shizuka had lived since childhood. Nabida looked at the tall building not far away, which was Shizuka's room. When he thought of the previous escape, he couldn't help but smile. All this was a dream for Shizuka and the others, but for Nabida it was a real thing. But no matter what, they arrived at their destination, the capital of the kingdom of Illumia. Wow, is this the royal capital? It's so beautiful. When will our village be able to see such a scene? Jayan couldn't help but sigh as he stood at the city gate. After all, he had never seen such a spectacular city. The Dark City and the like were simply incomparable. Tusk, country bumpkin, this is our king. How can your shabby village compare to him? Sunio looked at Jayan and muttered softly. After all, no matter what, he didn't dare to scold him in front of Jayan or he would be beaten. Sunio, what are you mumbling about? Doraemon asked curiously when he saw Sunio mumbling to himself. No, nothing. Sunio was startled when he heard Doraemon's voice. He thought Jayan heard his mumbling, so he would be beaten again. No, I'm too excited. No, I want to sing a song. Jayan said excitedly as he stood at the city gate and looked at the ancient and majestic buildings inside, as well as many things he had never seen in the second village. Doraemon, why do I feel a little scared when I hear Jayan talking about singing? I have a feeling in my heart that Jayan must not be allowed to sing. Sunio, who was just feeling lucky that Jayan didn't hear his voice, shuddered when he heard Jayan's words. He swallowed hard and whispered to Doraemon beside him. Nabida, I have the same feeling. When I heard Jayan say he was going to sing, I felt like something terrible was going to happen. What is going on? Shizuka felt uncomfortable when she heard Jayan was going to sing and asked Nabida with some confusion. Before Nabida could answer Shizuka's question, Shizuka realized why she felt uncomfortable after hearing Jayan's words. I am Jayan's swordsman, the most powerful Jayan swordsman I am, la 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 woo woo. Jayan opened his mouth and started singing without giving anyone a chance to react, causing everyone present to cover their ears. It's so terrible, Nabida, think of a solution quickly. I feel like I'm going to die if it goes on like this. Jayan's singing is too scary. When Shizuka heard Jayan's singing, she quickly covered her ears with her hands and looked at Nabida pitifully and said with difficulty. Jayan had just started singing when Shizuka felt like she heard some terrible sound. Nabida nodded and looked around. Everyone was covering their ears, but he was fine, as if Jayan wasn't singing at all. Looking at everyone's painful expressions, Nabida walked towards Jayan without thinking much and patted Jayan on the shoulder. What's wrong, Nabida? Is there something wrong? Jayan, who was singing enthusiastically, suddenly stopped when he felt someone patting him. Seeing that it was Nabida, he asked. Although his singing was interrupted, Jayan did not dare to do anything to Nabida. Besides, he could not beat Nabida. Jayan, what the hell, is it time to sing now? Don't forget what we are here for. Nabida pretended to be angry and said to Jayan. After all, it was not easy for Nabida to directly say that Jayan's singing was too bad, that would be bad. Oh right, I almost forgot. We are here to meet the king to receive the reward. Then I won't sing for now. I will express my gratitude to the king after I get the reward. Jayan said suddenly after hearing Nabida's words. After all, singing is not as important as the king's reward. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into the city gate. Wow, is that where Shizuka lives in front? It's so spectacular. Jayan said in admiration as he looked at the royal palace not far away. After all, the royal palace was more spectacular than the surrounding city buildings. Yes, it's very beautiful inside, Jayan, don't be too surprised later. Shizuka heard Jayan's words and said to Jayan playfully, "Look, is that Her Royal Highness the Princess back?" The guards at the palace gate said in surprise when they saw Shizuka and her group. Although they were just guards, they had seen what Shizuka looked like, not to mention that there were news reports that Princess Shizuka followed the Silver Swordsman and his group to defeat the Demon Emperor, which made these guards respect Shizuka even more. Yes, it's Princess Shizuka. Go and report to His Majesty the King. Maybe the White Swordsman following Princess Shizuka is the Silver Swordsman. Another guard looked forward and said hurriedly. After he finished speaking, he ran into the palace without waiting for the guards next to him to react. After all, this was a good job and the king might even reward him. Just as the guards ran to report to the king, Shizuka and the others slowly walked into the palace. After all, most people knew the princess, so no one was blind enough to stop them. So everyone took Shizuka to a place similar to a VIP reception room, and Shizuka went to the room to change clothes and meet the king. After all, Shizuka was wearing men's clothes before, so Shizuka had to go back to her room to wash and dress up before she could meet her father. "Father, I'm back." Shizuka, dressed in gorgeous clothes, looked at her father whom she hadn't seen for a long time and happily threw herself into the king's arms and shouted. As for Jayan and the others, they were brought to the reception room by Nabida. "Hey my princess, I'm glad you're back, I'm glad you're back." Seeing Shizuka who hadn't changed at all, the king finally let go of his worries. Although he was very angry about Shizuka's willful running away, he was more worried. As the saying goes, a mother worries about her son even when he is 1,000 miles away, let alone a daughter. A daughter is her father's lover in his previous life, and she is a caring little cotton-padded jacket. "Father, it's all my fault. I'm too willful and made you worry," Shizuka said with some self-blame as she looked at her father whose hair had become gray after a long time. "Don't say that, it's your father's fault. You shouldn't be betrothed to an unknown silver swordsman without considering your feelings. If you don't want to marry, then don't marry me," the king said with a smile when he heard Shizuka's words. After all, his daughter had become much more sensible after being away for a few days, which was not bad. No, my daughter, I still want to marry the silver swordsman, and he is already waiting for you in the reception room." Hearing the king's words, Shizuka said hurriedly she was afraid that the king would change his mind and not let her marry Nabida. At first, Shizuka didn't want to marry the silver swordsman because she didn't know who he was, whether he was old or young. Now that she knows who he is, and that he is the one who stole her heart, how could Shizuka not agree? My precious daughter actually agreed to get married. It seems that this silver swordsman is very outstanding. He actually deceived my sweetheart away. I want to see what he looks like. The king pretended to be angry when he heard Shizuka's words, and then he quickly walked towards the reception room. "Father, you will be surprised when you see him," Shizuka said to her father playfully and then hurriedly followed the king. "Oh, why are you so slow? Has Shizuka not gone to see her father yet? I'm hungry." Inside the reception room, Jayan was lying on a bench without any hesitation. The bench was obviously a high-end product, and it was covered with unknown animal fur, which felt very comfortable to the touch. Jayan's current idea is to ask the king to give him a good meal when he sees him. He is so hungry waiting for him. After all, he is a meritorious official. Besides, the king should not be so stingy if he only wants a meal, right? "Jayan, could you please be a little polite? It will be so embarrassing for us when His Majesty the King comes and sees you like this." Sunio frowned slightly and said with some disapproval as he looked at Jayan lying on the bench. After all, meeting the king was such an important matter, but he didn't expect Jayan to be so rude. Moreover, the 720 education Sunio received since childhood also told him all the time that he should not be like this, so when he saw Jayan like this, Sunio couldn't help but say something. "What did you say? Sunio, have you become bolder after arriving at the palace? You actually dare to say that to me? Do you want me to loosen up your muscles?" Jayan jumped up from the bench immediately after hearing Sunio's words. He didn't look hungry at all. It seemed that he was ready to give Sunio a good beating. After all, Jayan came from a small mountain village. He didn't care about the rules. As long as he wanted to beat someone up, he would dare to do so even in the royal palace. Sunio was shocked when he saw Jayan's action. When Sunio said Jayan, he was also relying on the fact that this was the royal palace, and Jayan didn't dare to do anything rash. Who would have thought that Jayan would not play by the rules at all and was ready to attack directly? Thinking of this, Sunio quickly stood up from the chair and stared at Jayan. He was ready to run away at the slightest movement. After all, it was very convenient to avoid Jaehan's pursuit in the room. "Hey Sunio, Jaehan, stop it seems like someone is coming," Doraemon said helplessly as he looked at Jaehan and Sunio. These two enemies would always quarrel at any time. "HMPH, I'll let you go this time, but if it happens again, I'll definitely give you a good beating." After hearing what Doraemon said, Jaehan did not continue his action but threatened Sunio viciously. Phew, that was a close call. Sunio looked at Jaehan, who didn't take action because of Doraemon's words, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he sat next to Nabida and stopped talking. After all, he would definitely not be able to escape if he angered Jaehan again. After all, he didn't have such good luck every time. And if he happened to be caught by His Majesty the King when he was beaten by Jaehan, it would be a huge embarrassment. If that was the case, Sunio felt that he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. After all, he was a noble, even if he was just a small viscount, but being beaten by a commoner like Jaehan without being able to fight back was not very embarrassing. Just when Sunio was thinking about all kinds of things, the door of the VIP reception room, which had been closed, was opened, and then a voice came in. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Then everyone saw a king who looked like a teacher walked in, looked at Nabida and said with a smile, and then Nabida attracted the king's attention. After all, Nabida was the only one in the audience wearing silver armor and a silver sword. "Welcome to His Majesty the King." Seeing the king coming in, Sunio immediately knelt down and said, and performed the most standard aristocratic etiquette to the king. Sunio's action, Abad, stunned Doraemon and the others, and then everyone followed Sunio's example and saluted the king, but it looked awkward no matter how they looked at it. Nabida simply clenched his right fist on his chest and bowed slightly to the king. Okay, we are all heroes of the kingdom of Illumia. There is no need to be so formal." The king looked at Doraemon and the others who were acting awkwardly and said with a smile. The king looked at Nabida with great satisfaction and said, "I was wondering why Jingya suddenly agreed to the marriage. It turns out that the silver swordsman is you, Nabida. Not bad, a good father will have a good son. Your father will be proud of you." As soon as the king finished speaking, Nabida and Shizuka lowered their heads in embarrassment. After all, they had sneaked out, and it was Nabida who came up with the idea. Sunio felt relieved when he heard the king's words, relieved that he did not offend Nabida or anything. From the way the king spoke to Nabida, it seemed that Nabida and the king had a special relationship, and Nabida was very likely the future king. After all, the king had no sons, only the princess. "Okay, everyone has worked hard for the kingdom. Now just tell me what you want. I will try my best to satisfy you. After all, you are heroes." The king patted Nabida's shoulder solemnly, and after a while he turned his head and smiled at everyone. After all, Jaehan and the others were also heroes, and they should not be neglected. Moreover, he and Nabida did not need to be so polite. "In that case, king, I will not be polite. Can you give me a lot of money and an official position or something?" Jaehan immediately put forward his request after hearing the king's words. After all, this was the purpose of Jaehan's adventure. Although he had planned to marry the princess before, it seems impossible now unless the king has other daughters. "Of course, no problem. I'll have someone take you to select the treasures later, and then I'll give you a position. Is that okay? Do you have any other requests?" The king was worrying about how to win over Jaehan and the others. After all, they were the ones who defeated the demon spirit emperor. If used properly, they would surely become a great help to the kingdom. Jaehan's request was exactly what the king wanted. Sunio on the side looked at Jaehan eagerly, waiting for the king to ask him questions. "P.S. I am planning to create an original theatrical version. It seems that it is really meaningless to follow the original novel, but I have to test the waters first. I will write a few small chapters in the daily life that will start soon. If it works, I will officially prepare to start writing the original plot. What about you, the swordsman? It seems that you are from a noble family. What reward do you want?" the king asked when he saw Sunio, who just behaved like an aristocrat. After all, the kingdom is so big and there are so many nobles that the king cannot possibly know them all, not to mention small country nobles like Sunio, who are even more numerous. "Your Majesty, I don't have any other requests. I just want to upgrade my title." "I have no other requests." Seeing that His Majesty the King asked him, Sunio quickly saluted and said very respectfully. After all, this was a major event that he had been looking forward to for a long time. He couldn't be careless and he couldn't reduce his impression points. After all, the title of nobility cannot be promoted easily. You have to make corresponding contributions, so Sunio didn't think about anything else, as long as his title was promoted. After all, this was the main reason why he went to the forest. "Then, nobleman, what was your previous title?" Tell me and I will see what level would be appropriate for you to be promoted to. The king said with a smile after hearing Sunio's words. After all, this was a noble of the kingdom, which was equivalent to the kingdom accepting a new warrior. After all, they were the ones who fought against the silver swordsman, so they couldn't be that bad. Your Majesty, I was just a small viscount of the kingdom. When Sunio heard the king say that, he knew there was hope and he quickly stated his title, waiting for the king's decision. Sunio did not ask for a high promotion, just 1 or 2 levels would be enough. After all, to put it nicely, he defeated the demon emperor together with Nabida. To put it bluntly, he just helped defeat a few minions and all the bosses, big and small, were killed by Nabida. So that's how it is. I will promote you to Marquis then. As a warrior who fought against the silver swordsman, you deserve the title of Marquis. The king looked at Sunio and said with a smile. After all, this was the limit of what the king could do. Only members of the royal family could get any higher rank, and no matter how great their contributions were, it would be impossible for them to get it. Marquis, it's really, that's great. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sunio was obviously stunned when he heard the king's words, and then he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. After all, this surprise came a little suddenly. You know, the Marquis is the highest title except for the royal family, and this title can be inherited. This also means that the Sunio family will be the top nobles in the future. You can imagine how Sunio feels. After all, this is not a small surprise. You know, some nobles may not be able to get promoted even if they try all kinds of methods to improve their titles, and there are only a handful of marquises in the kingdom of Amalumen. After that, Doraemon's meal was much simpler, with lots of delicious food. After all, there was no such thing as dorayaki in the kingdom of Amalumen, so Doraemon had to settle for less and order lots of delicious food. Okay, it's your turn next, Nabida. I want to ask you what you think. What reward do you want? Inherit your father's title or... Turning around, the king looked at Nabida meaningfully and asked. After hearing the king's words, Nabida and Doraemon all stared at the king in silence. After all, according to reason, the king should have asked Nabida directly about the marriage, but now. Shizuka, with some anticipation and some shyness, hid behind the king and looked at Nabida cautiously, with her ears perked up, waiting for Nabida's answer. I don't want anything, because I have found the most precious thing I may encounter in my life in this adventure. Nabida said slowly, looking at Shizuka with a firm look and a hint of doting. The king, who was about to enter his 40s, nodded with satisfaction. Although Nabida did not directly answer his question, how could the king not understand the meaning of Nabida's words? It seems that my precious daughter is going to be kidnapped by you. In the beginning, I actually hoped that you two could be together. If it weren't for the demon spirit emperor, I wouldn't have made such a decision. But now everyone is happy, so I solemnly ask you once again, Nabida, are you willing to marry my daughter, Princess Jingya? I do. After hearing the king's words, Nabida looked at Shizuka with firm eyes and replied seriously. Their eyes met, full of love. Although everyone looked a little strange, but Nabida was still willing to have a dream wedding with Shizuka. Besides, wouldn't she marry Shizuka in the future? Now it was just a rehearsal. 0. Okay, Shizuka, stop hiding behind me and come out. Your sweetheart has said he wants to marry you. Why don't you come out and show your affection? The king laughed when he heard Nabida's words and said to Shizuka behind him. After all, at the beginning, because of the king's arrival, no one noticed Shizuka hiding behind the king. Now that the king said this, everyone focused their attention behind the king. As the king finished speaking, Shizuka, who was wearing a gorgeous princess dress, walked out from behind the king shyly. After all, Shizuka's beauty could not be reflected in men's clothes before, so when Shizuka appeared in front of everyone in women's clothes, everyone was shocked, including Nabida, who had been mentally prepared, but was also attracted by the beautiful Shizuka. Father, please don't tease me. Shizuka said coquettishly to the king. After all, Shizuka was still shy because of Nabida's words, but suddenly she had no choice. Since her father had called her, Shizuka had to come out even if she was shy. She could only throw her resentment to her father, and then looked at the ground with a blushing face, as if there was some treasure on the ground. Anyway, she didn't dare to look at everyone, especially Nabida. Haha, since Jingya and Nabida both agree, then let's go. I will have people prepare as soon as possible. This is a great event that will usher in a new life for our kingdom. Jingya, you stay here and spend more time with your friends. I still have a lot of things to deal with. After all, we have fought a long war with the demon emperor, and there is a lot of work to be done. The king saw that the atmosphere seemed a little strange and felt that it was not appropriate for him to stay here, so he found a reason to leave. After the king left, Shizuka held back her shyness and glanced at everyone secretly, then lowered her head again. After all, it was still very embarrassing for Shizuka to talk about marriage in front of everyone. After the king left, the room suddenly became quiet. Nobita and Shizuka looked at each other with red faces and couldn't utter a word. However, because of them, it seemed that the air in the room had turned pink. No way, Princess Shizuka and Nobita are going to get married. After the king left for a while, Jayan, who had been in a happy state, finally came to his senses and said loudly. He still couldn't accept the fact that Shizuka was a princess. Oh, I forgot to tell you that because of the war, the morale of the kingdom is really low. So I think it's better to hold your wedding earlier so that the whole kingdom can have a good time. I think the day after tomorrow is a good date, so you should prepare well. Just as Jayan was shocked, the king who had already left suddenly came back and said a lot of words and left in a hurry. It seems that the king is really busy. Leaving behind were Sunio and the others with dazed looks, and Shizuka and Nobita with blushing faces. In fact, the king was afraid that his beloved daughter would get angry when she heard that the wedding would be held the day after tomorrow, so he slipped away quickly. After all, the wedding was already very sudden, and now it was said that they would get married the day after tomorrow, 347, which was indeed a bit hasty. But there was no other way. The kingdom, which was in a state of disrepair, needed the impact of a happy event, and the wedding of the silver swordsman and the princess was very suitable. No way, the wedding will be held the day after tomorrow, that's too soon. But I still have to congratulate you, Nobita, you're going to marry the princess soon. Sunio finally woke up from the Marquis's beautiful dream and said in surprise after hearing what the king just said. He was also a little puzzled why the king was so anxious for Nobita and them to get married. Haha, even though it was a little rushed, congratulations to Nobita and Shizuka anyway, Doraemon said with a smile as he looked at Shizuka and Nobita. Although it was not a real wedding, Doraemon was still very happy. After all, it was already a big step forward. Who knows, Nobita's fate might change and his wife might really become Shizuka. That Shizuka I. Nobita looked at Doraemon and the others and stuttered, but she couldn't utter a few words after talking for a long time. Although she knew that the wedding was fake, she was still a little nervous when she thought about it, because this was the first wedding in Nobita's life. Shizuka, who was too shy to speak, couldn't help laughing when he saw Nobita like this. After all, he had never seen Nobita so nervous that she couldn't speak. Even when facing the Demon Emperor, Nobita didn't act like this. As Shizuka laughed, her shyness was reduced a lot. Everyone laughed at Nobita, who couldn't say a word for a long time. Haha, I never thought that the legendary silver swordsman would actually be nervous sometimes. Today I have really opened my eyes, haha. Jayan couldn't help laughing as he looked at the stuttering Nobita. In Jayan's eyes, he always thought that Nobita was a reliable person, very calm and composed. Even when facing the demon spirit emperor, he was not afraid of danger and had the demeanor of a leader. Really, there's no difference between you and me. I don't believe you won't be nervous when you get married. If you act calm, then I'll lose. Nobita said embarrassedly when she saw everyone laughing at her. Time passed in everyone's laughter, and Nobita and Shizuka's wedding was also under intense preparation. After all, it was the wedding of the princess of the kingdom, so of course it was very grand. The entire royal city was involved, not to mention that the groom was the legendary silver swordsman. At night, when everyone was enjoying the food prepared by the king, Shizuka and Nobita quietly came to the back garden of the palace, looking at the stars in the night sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the two people holding hands, unintentionally adding a touch of romance to Nobita and his friends. Coupled with the fragrance of various flowers and plants in the garden, it added a touch of interest for them. Big brother, Nobita. Shizuka said nervously as she looked at Nobita beside her. When she thought that she would marry Nobita the day after tomorrow, Shizuka couldn't help feeling shy. After all, she had never thought that she would get married so soon. What's wrong, Shizuka? Nobita gently held Shizuka's little hand and said with a smile. The moonlight sprinkled on Shizuka's face added a bit of pure white to her. The breeze blew up a few strands of Shizuka's hair, and the fragrance stimulated Nobita's sense of smell. Coupled with Shizuka's shy little face, Nobita was stunned. Nobita, the day after tomorrow, we will hold the wedding, so. Shizuka saw Nobita staring at her blankly and felt embarrassed to speak, so she stuttered even more. Her already good mood was also disrupted. Looking at Nobita, who was looking at him affectionately, Shizuka felt that her heart was about to melt, and she immediately forgot what she was going to say. Shizuka, there is something I have wanted to tell you for a long time. Nobita smiled at the stuttering Shizuka, then took Shizuka's hands and made her face him and said, Jingya, no matter what, no matter in the past, present, or future, I will always protect you, Jingya. I will always be by your side protecting you. Loving you, Nabida looked at Shizuka's sparkling eyes with deep affection and said very seriously, with a seriousness and solemnity she had never had before. Nabida, I also want to be with Nabita forever and ever. Nabida, promise me. No matter what time in the future, you can't leave me alone. Shizuka suddenly threw herself into Nabita's arms, hugged Nabita tightly, and said in a firm voice, Well, don't worry, I won't leave you alone, Jingya. Nabita said softly, stroking Shizuka's fragrant back who was hugging her tightly. The pair of perfect lovers snuggled together under the bright moonlight. The night wind was blowing gently, and no one knew that at this time in the palace garden there was a pair of loving lovers snuggling together. Nabita, what do you think will happen to us in the future? Somewhere in the garden, Shizuka snuggled up to Nabita, resting her head on his shoulder and murmured. Nabita looked up at the moonlight and said softly, Of course I will be very happy. Will it be happy? After that, neither of them continued to talk, but they held hands tightly together, as if the stars in the sky were happy for their union. Some things don't need to be said, let time prove everything, companionship is the most lasting confession. After an unknown amount of time, Nabita felt the temperature had dropped a bit, so he prepared to go back to his room. However, when he turned around and saw Shizuka sleeping on his shoulder, Nabita was stunned and said to himself, Idiot, you fell asleep here, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? After saying that, Nabita gently picked up Shizuka and walked towards Shizuka's room. She placed Shizuka on her princess bed and covered her with a blanket. Good night, my princess. Nabita kissed Shizuka lightly on the forehead and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, Shizuka grabbed his hand. Nabita was startled and thought he had woken Shizuka up, so he turned around. It turned out that Shizuka unconsciously held Nabita's hand and muttered something. If Nabita's hearing hadn't improved a little, she wouldn't have been able to hear what he was saying. You said you would protect me, so I won't let you go, hee. Listening to Shizuka's playful words, Nabita gently pinched her nose and whispered, Okay, I won't leave you, not for the rest of my life. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shines into the room, in a beautiful room, a lovely girl lying on the bed rubs her sleepy eyes. Good morning, Shizuka. Nabita, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, was awakened by Shizuka's slight movement. He looked at Shizuka, who slowly opened her eyes and said gently, Nabita, why are you here? Shizuka looked at Nabita beside her in a daze and asked curiously. Because she was not awake yet, she had not reacted yet. Little fool, you fell asleep in the garden last night, have you forgotten? I don't know which little pig held my hand last night and wouldn't let me go. Nabita tapped Shizuka's forehead lightly and said jokingly. Shizuka suddenly remembered when she heard Nabita's words that she fell asleep last night and she was holding on to something and didn't let go. However, Shizuka stuck out her tongue and said playfully, No, I don't remember anything. Nabita was speechless when seeing Shizuka acting cute. There was really nothing she could do about Shizuka like this. Forget it, Shizuka, get up quickly, we have a lot of things to do today. In fact, Nabita didn't know what else to do, he just suddenly thought of something fun and planned to take Shizuka with him. Oh, okay, Shizuka sat up from the bed reluctantly after hearing Nabita's words. Because Nabita only helped Shizuka take off her shoes last night, it was much easier for her to get up. Shizuka was sitting on the bed, shaking her feet and looked at Nabita coquettishly and said, Nabita, my shoes. Shoes, aren't they next to your bed? Nabita asked Shizuka, looking at her in surprise. After all, her shoes were right next to the bed. Why would Shizuka ask where her shoes were? Humph, whoever took off my shoes has to put them on me, who made me get up so early? Shizuka said to herself as if she didn't hear what Nabita said. After hearing what Shizuka said, Nabita finally understood what Shizuka meant and quickly picked up Shizuka's crystal shoes, held her feet and gently put them on. While putting them on, she kept tickling Shizuka's soles, making Shizuka laugh. The two of them flirted with each other for a while before washing their faces and holding hands and walking towards where Doraemon and the others were. Nabita, didn't you say you had a lot of things to do? Why do you still need to call Doraemon and the others? Shizuka asked curiously as she looked at Nabita, who was holding her little hand. Stupid, don't you think it's fun for the two of us to get up so early? And I thought of a fun game. Nabita pinched Shizuka's nose gently after hearing what Shizuka said. After all, he remembered that Shizuka actually loved to play sometimes. Shizuka didn't say anything after hearing that, but just looked at Nabita with blinking eyes. Nabita understood and pulled Shizuka to where Doraemon was. All the way, they could hear Shizuka's silver bell-like laughter. The two playfully ignored the strange looks from the patrolling soldiers and headed towards where Doraemon and the others lived. In the eyes of the soldiers, the princess seemed to be much more lively than before. Soon, Nabita and Shizuka arrived at the place where Doraemon and the others were resting. Seeing everyone still sleeping, Nabita smiled mysteriously at Shizuka. First, they came to Doraemon's room and saw that there was a big snot bubble on Doraemon's nose when he was sleeping. It looked super cute. Shizuka even wanted to pinch Doraemon's face. Nabida, how are you going to wake up Doraemon? Shizuka asked curiously, looking at the cute Doraemon. After all, Shizuka couldn't think of how waking Doraemon up could be fun. Hearing Shizuka's words, Nabida proudly made an okay gesture to her, then slowly walked to Doraemon's side and shouted in her ear, "There's a mouse." No matter how soundly Doraemon was sleeping, Nabida's voice alone should have woken him up, not to mention a mouse. Doraemon jumped in fright when he heard Nabida's voice. After all, mice were what Doraemon feared the most. In the past, Doraemon even wanted to destroy the world in order to eliminate mice. "Ah, there's a mouse. Where is it? Where is the mouse?" Doraemon jumped up and shouted loudly when he heard Nabida's voice. While shouting, he jumped onto the closet next to him and looked at the ground with his whole body trembling, trying to find where the mouse was. However, after searching for a long time, Doraemon still couldn't find the mouse, and then he saw Shizuka and Nabida laughing beside him. Doraemon immediately knew that Shizuka and the others were joking. Although he guessed that it might be a prank by Nabida and Shizuka, Doraemon still didn't dare to get down from the closet. After all, what if there really was a mouse? Haha, Doraemon, don't worry. Nabida is joking with you again. There are no mice. Besides, how could there be mice in the palace? Shizuka looked at Doraemon, who was still in shock, and explained quickly. After all, Nabida did scare Doraemon a lot, but Doraemon's appearance just now was indeed very funny. It was hard to imagine how he could jump onto the closet so quickly with his fat body. "Nabida, how can you make such a joke? Don't you know that I am most afraid of mice? Really?" Doraemon stared at Nabida angrily after hearing what Shizuka said, then looked around to make sure there were no mice before slowly getting down from the closet. "Ah, Doraemon, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I just wanted to make a joke." Seeing Doraemon staring at her angrily, Nabida quickly clasped his hands together and apologized. "Haha, Doraemon, please forgive Nabida, I think you were so cute just now, Doraemon." Shizuka said with a smile as she watched Nabida and Doraemon from the side, because it was really fun to wake Doraemon up just now. "HMPH, you're lucky. I'll forgive you for Shizuka's sake, you stinky Nabida," Doraemon said unhappily after hearing what Shizuka said. After all, not only was he woken up from his sweet dream, but he was also scared by Nabida with a mouse. Then Nabida, Shizuka, and Doraemon sneaked towards the room where Jayan was. Although the patrolling soldiers saw the three sneaky people, they didn't say anything. After all, there was a princess, a legendary silver swordsman, and a magical magician, so they didn't dare to ask too many questions. Arriving at Jayan's room, Nabida said to Doraemon, "Doraemon, lend me the voice imitator." "What do you want this for?" Doraemon looked at Nabida strangely and asked. Although it was strange, Doraemon still took out the prop and handed it to Nabida. "Just wait and see," Nabida said mysteriously to the strange Shizuka and Doraemon. Then Nabida walked to Jayan's bed and shouted at him using the voice imitator. "Jayan, why don't you get up? Look at the time." Of course, Nabida used a voice imitator to imitate Jayan's mother's voice. As soon as the voice fell, Jayan, who was sleeping, suddenly jumped up, knelt on the bed, and kept knocking his head in the direction of Nabida and the others, muttering, "I'm sorry, Mom, I was wrong, I will get up right away." After mumbling for a while, Jayan realized something was wrong, because no one had spoken for such a long time, but from time to time he could hear strange laughter. Jayan carefully glanced in front of him and found that it was Nabida and the others standing there laughing at him. Jayan knew that they were teasing him, so he sat on the bed and said angrily, "Huh, why are you guys here, Nabida? I thought it was my mother who came." "Jayan, I thought you were not afraid of anything, but you are afraid of your mother, haha," Shizuka said while looking at Jayan with a smile. Shizuka suddenly found that everyone seemed to have another funny side. After all, the impression Jayan gave her was that he was fearless. "Hee, there's nothing I can do, my mother is too powerful," Jayan said a little embarrassedly after hearing Shizuka's words. After all, his mother was really too powerful and he had no choice. In Jayan's heart, the demon spirit emperor was not as scary as his mother. "Okay, now that Jayan is awake, let's go call Zayo. Jayan, do you want to come with us?" Nabida suggested, looking at Jayan with a smile. "I'm going. I've been wanting to deal with Sunio for a long time." Jayan got excited when he heard Nabida's words. He hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the room first, saying to Nabida and the others, "Hurry up, I can't wait." "Jayan, you haven't changed at all." Doraemon looked at Jayan's anxious expression and said helplessly. After all, Jayan and Sunio were very keen on playing pranks on people in the real world. "Okay, Sunio's room is right here, let's hurry up and follow them," Nabida said to Shizuka and the others while looking at Jayan, who was walking hurriedly towards Sunio's room, and then she took Shizuka's hand and walked towards Sunio's room. When everyone walked into Sunio's room, they saw Jayan standing there staring at Sunio. Doraemon looked at Jayan strangely and asked, Jayan, what's wrong? Why don't you wake Sunio up? I want to wake him up, but I can't think of any interesting way to wake him up. Jayan said helplessly after hearing Doraemon's words, as he hadn't thought of any good way yet. Jayan, you can try singing to Sunio and let her wake up to your beautiful voice. Nobita looked at Jayan and said mischievously, Jayan's singing voice was really scary. Oh, that's right, Nobita, now that you mention it, I really want to sing. Let Sunio wake up with the beautiful singing, Jayan said with bright eyes when he heard Nobita's words. Then Jayan, I'll leave this to you. We'll go out and wait for you. After all, you specifically asked Sunio to sing this song, and we can't take advantage of the future marquee. Nobita patted Jayan's shoulder and said enthusiastically. After that, she pulled Shizuka and Doraemon out of the room. Before closing the door, she glanced at Sunio, who was still sleeping soundly with a smile. She seemed to be still dreaming with a smile on her face. Watching Nobita and the others leaving, Jayan didn't think much about it. He glanced at Sunio, who was sleeping, took a deep breath and began to calm down. Then, even though Nobita and the others hiding outside covered their ears, they still heard a shrill singing, as if the whole house began to tremble. One can imagine how scary Jayan's singing was. Soon, Nobita heard Sunio's screams coming from the room and Jayan's singing stopped abruptly. Then there was a ping-pong sound in the room. A few minutes later, the door was opened and Jayan came out clapping his hands, muttering, Damn Sunio, he actually called me a psychopath, huh? After hearing what Jayan said, everyone knew what was going on. Sunio must have been awakened by Jayan's singing and then he started calling Jayan a psycho. Then Jayan started his morning exercises. Woo, what's going on? Why did Jayan suddenly beat me up? Not long after Jayan walked out, Sunio walked out with a messy look on her face. Until now, she still couldn't figure out what had happened and why she was beaten up for no reason. HMPH, Sunio, are you dissatisfied with my singing? You should know that I want you to wake up with my beautiful singing, but you were so disrespectful and even scolded me. Jayan said angrily as he looked at Sunio. After all, in Jayan's opinion, it was his honor to wake Sunio up with his singing, but Sunio actually scolded him like this. Thinking of this, Jayan felt suffocated and his blood boiled. Fatty Jayan, what do you want to do? I tell you, I am the Marquis of the Kingdom of Illumia, don't mess around. Sunio looked at Jayan rubbing his hands together and immediately said vigilantly. After all, he was the Marquis, and it would be humiliating to be beaten by Jayan, especially in front of the princess. It didn't matter to them just now when they were the only two in the room. Oh, Marquis, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Jayan rubbed his fists unhappily when he saw that Sunio had no intention of apologizing. After all, it was Sunio who scolded him first. Jayan didn't think that Sunio scolded him because his singing was too bad, so now Sunio was using the status of Marquis to pressure Jayan, which made Jayan very unhappy. Okay, everyone stop arguing. Today we have to help Nobita and Jingya prepare for their wedding. Tomorrow is their wedding day. Doraemon knew something was wrong when he saw Jayan's expression, so he quickly stopped Jayan and said. Nobita and Shizuka blushed when they heard Doraemon's words. After all, it was their first time getting married and everyone kept mentioning it. It would be strange if they could feel comfortable with it. Haha, excuse me, I will prepare a gift for you at your wedding tomorrow. You will definitely like it. Doraemon said mysteriously while looking at Nobita and Shizuka. After all, Doraemon always buys some strange props, so it's not surprising that there are some suitable for weddings. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Then I'll leave it to you, Doraemon. I still have to try on dresses today. Shizuka said with some anticipation after hearing Doraemon's words. When she heard everyone mention the wedding, she remembered that she still had to try on wedding dresses. After all, a princess's marriage cannot be decided carelessly. How come I didn't know? Well, Jingya, see you later. Nobita asked in surprise after hearing Shizuka's words, but he suddenly felt embarrassed when he thought about Shizuka going to try on a wedding dress. Thinking that she was about to marry Nobita, Shizuka felt indescribable shyness and joy in her heart. Thinking of this, she walked briskly towards the place where she was trying on clothes. Okay, Doraemon, let's go too, Nobita said to everyone after watching Shizune jumping around like a little child. Nobita, I'm a little envious of you for being able to marry such a beautiful princess like Jingya. I wonder when I can meet the princess of my dreams. She must be very beautiful and cute, right? Jayan said to Nobita with envy. The envy was fully reflected on his big face. After all, in this era, marrying a princess was such an awesome thing. HMPH, I guess you'll be single for the rest of your life. Even if you get married, she'll be like a gorilla. Sunio looked at Jayan and said without hesitation, not noticing the change in Jayan's expression. Sunio, I advise you to run away quickly. Nobita looked at Jayan, whose expression suddenly changed and kindly reminded Sunio. After all, Sunio had been beaten once this morning because of him, and Nabida didn't want to see him being beaten again, so she kindly reminded him. Nabida, what are you talking about? Why should I run? Why don't you change your clothes quickly? Sunio asked in surprise after hearing Nabida's words. After all, he didn't think that he, a great marquis, needed to run away, and wasn't Nabida supposed to try on clothes at this time? Doraemon, why are you winking at me? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Is there something behind you? Could it be? Sunio wanted to say something when he saw Doraemon winking at him and asked. Seeing Doraemon signaling him to pay attention to the back, Sunio remembered that Jayan was behind him. Sunio looked back in horror and saw Jayan rubbing his hands together. Jayan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Looking at the angry Jayan, Sunio shouted loudly and then ran forward desperately. Damn it, Sunio, don't run, you'll be dead if I catch you. Jayan saw Sunio running away and chased after him, threatening him as he ran. Their relationship is just as good as in the real world, right, Doraemon? Nabida said with a smile as she watched Jayan and Sunio run away. That should be it. Doraemon was a little speechless after hearing what Nabida said because he couldn't see how Sunio and Jayan had such a good relationship. After all, Jayan beat up Sunio whenever he had nothing to do. Ha ha ha, okay Doraemon, let's go quickly. We have a lot of things to do today. After all, the wedding will be held tomorrow. Nabida looked at Doraemon, who was in a daze, and reminded him. After all, Nabida himself had things to do and he also had to prepare. After all, his wedding with Shizuka was equivalent to the face of the kingdom of Amaruman. Don't show up at that time, that's it. That's right, Nabida, your wish has come true, but I don't know when you can marry Shizuka in reality. Your future is. Doraemon said with some emotion as he looked at Nabida. After all, his arrival was to change Nabida's fate so that he could marry Shizuka. Although he was in a dream now, it was also a breakthrough, wasn't it? At the same time. Princess, this dress suits you so well. You will surely charm our groom in no time. A maid praised Shizuka in astonishment as she looked at her after she changed her clothes. Shizuka, standing in front of the mirror, couldn't help but smile happily when she saw herself in the snow-white wedding dress and princess hairpin. When she thought of the dazed look that Nabida might have when seeing her, Shizuka's smile became even brighter. No, it's not as exaggerated as you said. How could that guy? Shizuka responded a little embarrassedly after hearing the maid's compliment, but she could no longer hide the smile on her face. Haha, my dear daughter, you are so beautiful today, as beautiful as your mother. At this moment, the king walked in and looked at Shizuka in her wedding dress and sighed. After all, this was the only wedding his daughter would have in her life. This reminded the king of when he married Shizuka's mother. Shizuka's mother was also as beautiful, cute, and charming as she is now. Father, please stop teasing me, I'm almost dying of embarrassment. Shizuka said coquettishly as she looked at the king who was teasing her. Oh, my precious daughter is getting married tomorrow and will belong to someone else. Your father can only praise her now, maybe she will forget about you after she gets married. The king looked at Shizuka and pretended to be very sad. No, father, how could I forget you? Shizuka explained hurriedly after hearing the king's words. Well, I believe Shizuka won't. The king looked at Shizuka and said with emotion. The king looked at Shizuka in front of him, as if the daughter who was his darling a few days ago was about to get married in the blink of an eye. The king felt that time waits for no one. Well, no, father. Shizuka heard the king's words and threw herself into the king's arms and said firmly. After all, this was her father who loved her so much, how could she forget him? The king was filled with emotion as he looked at Shizuka in her wedding dress in his arms. In fact, the king was very worried about Shizuka and Nabida during the past few days when they ran away from home. He also knew that his daughter might have fallen in love with Nabida. During this time, he was ready to give up his previous idea, even if it cost a heavy price. However, things turned out to be beyond the king's expectation. Nabida, who went out with Shizuka, actually became a silver swordsman, which solved a lot of troubles for the king. Shizuka, I won't say much else. I think you should know what kind of person Nabida is. After all, you have been with him for such a long time, I believe in your judgment. The king said with a smile as he looked at Shizuka in his arms. After all, if his daughter likes him, he can't be bad. Well, thank you, father. Shizuka raised her head from the king's arms and said with a smile, after all, her father believed in her judgment and approved of the person she liked. What could be happier than that? When Shizuka thought about her wedding with Nabida tomorrow, she felt a little happy. Nabida, this dress looks so good on you. Oh no, that's not right, you look good in this dress. Oh, that's not right either. Anyway, this dress suits you very well. I want to wear something like this to get married in the future. Jayan said admiringly while looking at the dress on Nabida, but it sounded weird no matter how he listened to it. Haha, Jayan, what did you say? You're going to wear something like this to get married, I guess. The picture is too beautiful for me to even think about. Sunio looked at Jaein and said sarcastically without hesitation. At the same time, the image of Jaein, who looked like a gorilla wearing a dress, appeared in his mind. Sunio was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot about Jaein's wake-up call in the morning. By the time he felt a chill on his back, it was already too late. Sunio, you guy, I think you didn't get beaten enough this morning, so I'll satisfy you now. Jaein's face turned gloomy after hearing Sunio's words. He rubbed his fists and slowly walked towards Sunio. After saying that, without waiting for Sunio's reaction, he rushed over and started weight loss exercises. After all, hitting someone will make you sweat, just like hitting a sandbag will make you sweat, not to mention hitting Sunio, who will run away and dodge. Ah, it hurts, Jaein, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Sunio screamed and begged for mercy. After all, he couldn't care about the noble's face now. Finding a way to make Jaein calm down was the top priority. Sunio, you're really something. You've suffered so many times, but you still don't learn your lesson. I admire you. Okay, Jaein, that's enough. Look at what others have done. Doraemon said helplessly as he looked at Sunio, who was lying on the ground begging for mercy. Then he pulled up Jaein, who was still beating Sunio. No matter what, Sunio is a noble after all. He can't always be like this. Besides, Nabida is getting married to Shizuka tomorrow, and if the servants see Nabida's friends being so barbaric, what will they think? HMPH, Sunio, this time I will listen to Doraemon and let you go, but it won't be so easy next time. Jaein said angrily to Sunio. Jaein didn't think as much as Doraemon. He stopped purely because of Doraemon's persuasion. Nabida looked at the funny duo of Jaein and Sunio and shook his head helplessly. After all, he had seen it before when he watched anime. At that time, he thought that Jaein was sometimes too much, but now it seems that Jaein was a little too much, but Sunio was also wrong and he didn't learn his lesson. It's been so long, why hasn't Jingya come back yet? I want to see her in her wedding dress, Nabida asked with some confusion when she saw the two noisy people. After all, the five of them were only missing Shizuka. Hey Nabida, don't you know? Sunio looked at Nabida in surprise after hearing what Nabida said. After all, this is the custom of the kingdom of Illumia. He didn't expect Nabida didn't know it. This made Sunio feel like he had discovered a new world. That's right, I didn't expect Nabida didn't even know this. Jaein said as if he had discovered something when he heard Nabida's words. After all, Nabida seemed to be omnipotent before, but now he finally discovered something that Nabida didn't know. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand anything at all? Is there something wrong with what Nabida said? Doraemon, like Nabida, looked at Jaein and Sunio in surprise and asked puzzledly. Doraemon didn't know what the two were talking about. Even Doraemon doesn't know. Are you kidding us, or are you wild people from the mountains? Or are you monsters who are ready to overthrow the human regime? Sunio said with a burst of imagination after hearing Doraemon's words. After all, it's okay if Nabida doesn't know, but even Doraemon, the legendary magician, doesn't know. That's interesting. Sunio, you're getting more and more ridiculous. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Is there any other problem with 4-8? Nabida looked at Sunio, who was talking more and more ridiculous, and quickly stopped him. After all, if Sunio continued talking, who knew if he would say something about aliens or something like that? Okay, since you Nabida asked me, then I, the future Marquis, will mercifully tell you. Ouch, it hurts. Jaein, why did you suddenly hit me? Just when Sunio was about to say something proudly, Jaein hit him with a heavy punch, and he said to Jaein angrily, Damn it, Sunio, if you want to say something, just say it nicely. Why are you being so merciful? Do you think you are that? Team Rocket? Why should I say Team Rocket? Never mind, I just can't stand the smug look on your face, Sunio. What, do you have any objections? Jaein said fiercely when he saw Xiaojing's look.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.